Hey everyone, welcome to Dangerous Werewolf. Are you brave enough to step into the perilous world of werewolves with me? Here, we'll uncover the secrets, face the fears, and explore the thrilling and dangerous aspects of these mythical creatures. So hold on tight and let's start this wild adventure together. To escape a possessive mate. Photo of Nora. I remember that day so clearly, like it was burnt into my mind. January 26, 2000, the day that vampires and werewolves made their existence known to the entire world. It was rather scary, actually. I just remember it was night and the TV was blasting loudly from the living room. I got out of bed, being sure to tiptoe so as not to let my parents know I was awake. There was a man on the TV speaking in a nervous tone, his face flushed. The president has urged everyone to stay inside and to secure all windows and doors. Nora, what are you doing up so late? My father asked. I jumped and spun around to see that he was behind me. He must have been in the bathroom when I left my room. Why do we have to stay inside? I asked. It was making me nervous, the way the reporter's voice quivered with every word he said. I wanted to go to school the next day. We were supposed to have a field trip to the aquarium. It was meant to be the highlight of my kindergarten year. My dad smiled down at me. Relax, sweetie. There's just something wrong, but we'll fix it. Don't worry. No, my mom interrupted him. She should see this too. My dad sighed, but led me into the living room where I took a seat in between my parents. My mom was biting the nails on her left hand, while the right was rubbing her swollen belly where my little brother lived. I turned my attention back to the TV. The reporter was in a building that had a bunch of people crowding a stage where two men were standing at a podium. That's the president and the general, my dad whispered into my ear. The president cleared his throat into the microphone and began speaking. Let me make this clear to every citizen. We will not live in fear because of these creatures. I assure you we will fight for our right to live without fear. The crowd applauded him. What's happening? I asked again. My mom patted my shoulder. They found some monsters, she whispered. My dad squeezed my other shoulder. Don't worry, he said. We'll take care of this. The reporter then faced the camera and began to speak again. Now we're getting word of the press conference in California where the leader of the Sonoma County Coven is speaking. The picture on the TV switched to a different crowd. The man on this podium had really white skin, almost like a marshmallow. He smiled at the crowd, his teeth sharp like a monster's, but that was only distinguishing monster quality about him. My friends, he said in a soothing voice that put me at ease. I can assure you that we mean no harm. We vampires and werewolves just simply want the same rights to live without fear as humans do. We mean no harm. We're perfectly safe. My mom shut off the TV. That blood-sucking liar, she muttered. She then turned to me and grabbed both my shoulders. Listen to me, Nora. If you ever get approached by a person with fangs, run. Don't talk to them. You run. Understand? I nodded, unsure where all this was coming from. 12 years later, the humans lost their fight against the vampires and werewolves. Luckily for us, the vampires and werewolves weren't vengeful, nor did they seek to put us under them. They wanted to have the same rights as humans, so they allowed us to keep our rights. With a few minor exceptions, humans were forced to choose between vampire and werewolf. Those who chose vampire were counted as members of a coven, and werewolf supporters were counted as members of a pack. The covens and packs each took a county and ruled it. There are still some human communities, but most of them are in the sunny regions of the world, where the vampires wouldn't be able to easily survive and the werewolves would get overheated. My family had tried to flee to Florida where my grandmother lived, but we were stuck in our town, which counted as werewolf territory. We registered as part of the pack, not being bitten or anything, which my mom was extremely grateful for. The werewolf children started to attend school with us human children, which caused many human families to attempt to illegally leave the area. Many of them didn't like the fact that werewolves considered the pack to be a lifetime obligation. I was told of stories about people who would run away from the pack or coven, only to be hunted down by the trackers of that territory and be forced back as a member of the lowest rank. For vampires, it was as a blood slave. For werewolves, it was as an omega. My family had tried to put up with the werewolves as best as possible, though we didn't want to. We kept to ourselves, rarely venturing out of our house so as to avoid any contact. It was also really easy to tell who wasn't human. Vampires, for one, could only come out at night and had deathly pale skin. Plus, their teeth looked jagged. Werewolves were harder to identify. Their canine teeth were significantly larger, and the males usually had longer sideburns. And that was it. However, soon we got used to putting up with them. That is, until the first human in our territory got mated to a wolf. Her name was Danny, and she was in my class at the time. We were in the 6th grade in our math class when one of the werewolf policemen came in and called out her name. Danny looked scared beyond belief, yet she raised her hand. The werewolf dragged her out, and outside we could hear another wolf sound, all relieved to see her. But Danny just screamed and cried. The alpha of the territory had called a mandatory pack meeting, which was held in the town hall. He told us that it's uncommon for a werewolf to mate with a human, but that it does happen. And that if one of us humans were lucky enough to be mated, then we have no choice but to obey our werewolf mate. Werewolves and vampires mate for life. Once they see their mate, they instantly become obsessed with them and do whatever they can to get them. I hate this stupid world. Now I'm a senior in high school, and in my werewolf history class, all I can think of is how desperately I want to go to one of the human communities. I just continue to thank God every day that I haven't been mated, meaning photo of Vincent. The bell rang for all of us to go to the last period of the day. For me, this was P, or more correctly termed, human P. The werewolves had a separate PE class from us because obviously they were a lot stronger, faster, and just all around more muscular than us humans. Our PE teacher was a werewolf, and one could easily tell he with how weak we humans were. He blew on the whistle, telling us all to assemble on the track that was outside, circling the football field. In the middle of the field was the werewolf class. I noticed Kyle, the football quarterback. He was by far the strongest guy at our school and had yet to find a mate. Some of the human girls who weren't faithful to their species were drooling at his feet. I grimaced. He's basically a dog. What? Does he drink out of toilets? I laughed at my joke. Coach blew his whistle. Miss, whatever your last name is, can you hurry up so your fellow human classmates can get the mile? I nodded and hurried over to the starting point. Check it out. Kyle's looking over here. My friend Jessie whispered into my ear. I frowned at her. Doesn't bother you that every full moon he turns into a dog? So werewolves can phase into their wolf form at will, even if there's not a full moon out. However, humans were warned that on full moons, werewolves get more primal than normal and will attack whatever it perceives to be a threat. Poor Danny. She was told that her werewolf mate would be even more possessive on a full moon. Every full moon she stayed home from school because her mate refused to let her leave his side. Jessie shook her head. I like to think of it more as having a pet boy than aiding a dog, she mused. At that, Kyle really did turn to face us, giving us a snarl. Damn his werewolf hearing. Nevertheless, Jessie and I burst into hysterics. I was really surprised with Jessie. She wasn't at all afraid of werewolves, in fact. She wanted to be chosen as a mate. She said it'd be like finding her soulmate. Plus, she wouldn't have to worry about him cheating on her. No, instead she'd have to worry about getting fleas. That thought got me thinking. Jessie, I whispered, Extra low so the werewolves wouldn't hear us. Is the werewolf version of crabs. Fleas. Jessie stood in thought. I would think so. She pondered. Coach blew the whistle, telling us to start our run. Try to make it less than 20 minutes humans. He roared. Jessie and I gravitated towards the center of the track so as to kind of make our mile shorter by the rules of geometry. We ran for a while, not even completing our first lap when we began to walk. Whatever, we figured that, due to Alpha's orders, werewolves aren't allowed to harm humans in school. Therefore, Coach wouldn't be able to punish us too severely. So you fill out your application to the college yet? Jessie panted, already out of breath. Yeah, we're out of shape. Jessie was referring to the only college in our territory. It was expected of all the werewolves and humans to attend this college because of pack rules. It was simple really, it's in the territory. So you go to it. I shook my head. Jessie frowned. You know the deadline is in 3 weeks. And that essay is hard. It's all about how you feel your life has become better thanks to the emergence of werewolves in your area. I had trouble thinking about a thesis, so I just said I appreciate the increased security. There was an increase in security when the werewolves took control of the county. I call them the werewolf police, although in the werewolf hierarchy, they're technically known as trackers. They monitor the borders, making sure no vampires get in, and no humans get out. I was thinking about applying to Miami. I lied. Sometimes Alpha will let humans go to different territories when education or a family emergency is involved. They kind of count as like a tourist and are expected to return at a set date. All I have to do is schedule a meeting with Alpha and bring my transcript that shows my high grades in my science classes. If God loves me that day, then Alpha will agree and let me go to Florida, a human community. Then when my time is up and I have to return back to my territory, I'll just go to some place where there are no werewolves or vampires. There's a rumor that South Africa wasn't affected by their emergence. Jessie looked at me, her eyes wide and mouth hanging low. Nora, devil witch, Nora, she hissed. You can get in a lot of trouble if you leave the territory. We both stopped and looked at Coach to see had overheard our conversation. There was no indication he did. His eyes were glued to his clipboard. We looked over at the werewolf class. Everyone was running around, I think playing soccer. However, they were moving too fast so it was hard to tell. Relax, I said, starting to walk again. I'm gonna ask Alpha for permission before I go. What if he says no? I bit my lip. I'll apply to the college here just in case then. I lied. If Alpha refused my application to leave, then I'll just have to sneak out. Our territory actually has one of the highest successful escape numbers. In total, 2 people have ran away and never been found. It's rumored that they died on their way out though. Jessie smiled and kept up with my pace. We finished our mile in 20 minutes, much to Coach's agitation. Slow-ass humans, he growled. I shrugged it off. As soon as I graduate and leave this place, I'll never look back and then I'll be free of these stupid mutts. Coach blew the whistle, telling us all to go to the locker rooms and get changed because the period was close to ending. 1 hour way back to the locker room, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned and, to my dismay, saw Kyle walking behind me. Sup, Nora? He smiled, showing off his huge canines. His giant fang-like teeth sent shivers down my spine. If there was one physical aspect I hate about werewolves, it's their canines. Hi, I mumbled. Hi, turning my gaze forward. I was only about 1 minute away from the girls' locker room. Why did Kyle have to catch me now? So I was wondering. Kyle began, moving so that he was in front of me, walking backwards. There's this new horror movie playing tomorrow at the theaters, and I wanted to know if you and Jessie would like to come with me and Josh. I shook my head. There's no way in hell that I'd ever hang out with a werewolf. No thanks. I'm busy. Kyle put on a fake frown. Come on, Nora. You know you should take full advantage before I find a mate, he said, trying to wiggle his eyebrows seductively. I have a boyfriend. I lied. Again. Damn. I'm a regular Pinocchio today. Kyle eyed me suspiciously, totally challenging my made-up boyfriend. What's his name? I rolled my eyes. You're not Alpha. I don't have answer to you. Well then, Kyle mused. I could just mention that you've never met my friend Josh, who doesn't have a mate either. Kyle smirked, knowing that he got me. Unmated werewolves had priority over humans. I was sort of required now to meet Josh if he demanded to see me just in case to see if we were, God forbid, mates. Plus, if a human is in a relationship and gets chosen to be a werewolf's mate, then the human has to end the relationship. If they're married, though, then the human has the right to stay with their spouse, but it's likely that the werewolf will either try to kidnap their mate or kill the spouse. Plus, a mated werewolf is forbidden to be in a relationship with anyone but their mate. If that were possible, werewolves become completely obsessed with their mates. Tell Josh to call me if he really wants to see me, then I'll think about it, I said. I finally reached the locker room and rushed inside to get away from Kyle. My locker was at the back of the room next to Danny's. Hi, Nora, Danny said when she saw me. She took off her gym shirt, allowing me to see the bite mark that her mate put on her shoulder, signifying that she's taken. Hi, Danny, I mumbled, a little scared to talk to her, lest her mate get jealous of our semi-friendship. Danny sensed this and quickly got changed so that she could leave. Ever since Danny got chosen to be a mate, people grew afraid of her mate's possessiveness. I got dressed in my regular clothes and went out of the locker room to wait in the hallway for the remaining 3 minutes of Thursday at school. Jessie soon left the locker room and walked up to me. I was just told by Enria that there's a new PE coach. Old coach is getting fired. That's why he was in a bad mood. Well, extra bad mood today, she said. Are they human? I asked, hoping with all my might that I'd have a human teacher this year. Jessie shook her head. No, he's a werewolf. He's actually the beta, to be. That sucks. Danny walked out of the locker room and up to a werewolf girl named Vanessa. The two of them started to talk like friends, Vanessa probably gaining points from her mate because she's a werewolf and a girl. Excuse me, girls. I'm looking for the principal's office. I'm going to be your new PE coach, a deep voice said from behind us. Jessie's phone buzzed in her pocket, so she gave her attention to that, leaving it up to me to answer the voice behind me. I turned around, seeing a muscular chest at first, then looking up to see a face. The man had dark, black hair with messy and ice blue eyes that looked as if they could stab into the souls of others they were piercing. His canines were huge, showing off his werewolf fierciness. As I stared at his eyes, I could see them widen, most likely to gauge my threat level. You go down this hall, then take a left at the water fountain, and keep going down that hall. There's a door on your right that should lead to a bunch of the administrative offices, and then from there the secretary can guide you, I said. I was actually really proud of how well I can give directions. The man just kept standing in front of me, staring with his mouth hanging open. Perhaps he didn't hear me. You go down this hall and then take a left. I finally found you, the man said, a wide smile creeping up on his face. I cocked my eyebrow. Where was this wolf going with this? I'm Vincent, he said. I'm your mate. Talking. I stared up into the face of this Vincent werewolf who was now claiming that I'm his mate. There's no way I can be the mate to a werewolf. It's impossible. He's got to be joking. I scanned his face to see if he was just messing with me. Vincent stared at my face with longing in his eyes, his mouth in a wide smile. His whole face was alight with zeal, like he had just won the lottery. "Mate," he breathed, reaching out with his arm, as if to touch me. My body was trembling. Shit. I can't be a werewolf's mate. I can't be stuck here in this territory. I'm supposed to be running away to Miami. I meant to live with humans, not werewolf monsters. I quickly moved from his reach. "Sorry," I quickly muttered. "You've got the wrong person." I ran back into the girls' locker room, where the male werewolf wouldn't be able to follow me. I frantically looked around for another exit that I'd be able to escape that stupid werewolf through. I can't be his mate. Tears began to well up in my eyes, and I grabbed at my hair. What do I do? What will my parents say? They hate werewolves. There's no way they'll want me to be mated to one. I'll be kicked out, and I won't be allowed to live on the streets because my supposed mate will make me live with him. The tears were freely flowing down my face. I slumped behind a row of lockers, sitting with my head in my hands, my butt on the cold cement floor. The door to the locker opened up and I heard petite footsteps approaching me. There's no way a giant werewolf like Vincent could walk so quietly, so this had to be someone else. "Nora?" Danny asked. She stopped where I was, based on the fact that the sounds of her feet stopped at my side. "Vincent sent me in here because he heard you crying. He wants to know what's wrong and when you're coming out because he wants to talk to you." I looked up at Danny, fairly sure I looked like a mess. I sniffed and felt snot shoot back up into my nose. Gross. I motioned for her to get closer to me. She sat beside me and I leaned into her so I could whisper in her ear. That way Vincent wouldn't be able to hear us. "Danny, I'm so scared," I sobbed. "I don't want to be mated." More tears streamed down my face and the shock really started to settle in. My life isn't my own life anymore. It's Vincent's. He owns me. Danny frowned at me. "You know, being a werewolf's mate isn't that bad," she whispered. "He'll take care of you and make you feel so safe." I shook my head. "I don't want that though," I cried, not even bothering to whisper anymore. "I want Vincent to know that I don't want him." Danny patted my shoulder. I paused and looked at her. "Can I reject the bond? I don't feel it. So that must mean that I'm not really his mate, right?" I asked, hope seeping into my core. Danny shook her head. "Sorry, Nora. Humans don't feel the bond like werewolves. We gradually fall in love. Theirs is immediate and amplified." She took out her phone and started to text someone, her fingers rapidly tapping the keys. She looked a little nervous, every now and then glancing around the row of lockers to make sure no one had entered the locker room to get us. When she stopped, she handed me her phone so I could read the text. "Just give Vincent a chance," she said. "You may find that." I froze when I read the text that was totally the opposite of what she was saying to me. "If you really don't want to be Vincent's mate, my mate's sister actually specializes in helping humans hide from their werewolf mates. It's 500, but she knows how to make you disappear. Just be warned that if you decide to go through with it, Vincent will stop at nothing to get you back. Maybe you should just accept Vincent. You never know." Danny finished. She narrowed her eyes at me, telling me to keep quiet. I nodded and erased the message from her phone. "Where?" I whispered. "Come to my house tomorrow after school and I'll introduce you to. But it may take a few weeks to get everything all prepped." She whispered back, barely audible. "Why didn't you leave then?" I wondered. Danny smiled. "Reed treats me wonderfully." She stood up and offered me her hand. "Just smile and get it over with." Danny led me over to the exit, where Vincent stood on the other side of the door. "All I have to do is wait a couple of weeks and then I'll be able to escape and live in Miami, free from werewolves." Danny was the first to leave the locker room. I stayed inside for a few seconds, taking a couple deep breaths to prepare myself for the ordeal that was to come. You can do this, I told myself, slowly opening the locker room door. As soon as I took one step out, I was enveloped in a pair of muscular arms, being brought into a muscled chest. Vincent held me close to him, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. "Why are you sad, mate?" he asked, slowly rocking back and forth, as if to comfort me. "This is a happy occasion. We finally have each other." I looked around the hall. Everyone had already left, even Jesse. Apparently Vincent was the only one who actually waited for me. He pulled back to look me over, his eyes scanning over every feature of my body, making me glad that I was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and jeans. I looked over Vincent as well, to see how scary he is. He was freakishly tall, and muscled as well. His tight t-shirt strained over his chest and his biceps were poking out of the sleeves. He wore tight blue jeans, which matched mine in color. Now that I think of it, our shirts are the same color as well. A high WW, that's gross. Vincent seemed to like what he saw because he soon wrapped an arm around my waist and was leading me down the hall and outside, into the parking lot. "I can always talk with the principal tomorrow," he told me. "I'm sure he'll understand given the circumstances." Once again, Vincent shoved his face at me, but this time he nuzzled my face, rubbing his stubble-covered cheek up against mine. I didn't do anything back. I just let myself be dragged away. Vincent stopped in his tracks and let out a low growl, the sound vibrating his chest, and consequently me since I was kept so close. He turned and looked down at me, his blue eyes flashing yellow for a brief second. "My wolf just reminded me to get your name, mate," he said, before that huge grin reappeared on his face, showing off his canines. They sure were pointy. Vincent cleared his throat. "Mate." I shook my head, escaping the trance his fangs put on me. "What?" He smiled again. "I want to know your name. Like, mine's Vincent and Tabin." "Oh," I said. "I'm Nora Song." Vincent began to lead me to wherever he was going in the parking lot. He seemed to muse over something for a while. "Nora Abin," he finally said aloud. "It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Oh God, he did not just attach his last name to me already. I decided not to answer his question. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "I'm going to drive you home, that way you can introduce me to your parents," Vincent said as he stopped in front of a black pickup truck. It didn't have a back seat and it looked like it was the perfect size for just two people, keeping them close to one another. "Damn it, why do we have to tell my parents?" I asked, my heart picking up speed with just the thought of my parents finding out that a werewolf chose me as his mate. Vincent cocked his eyebrow and opened the passenger side door for me. "Why not?" he asked. "No reason." I lied, knowing that he'd lash out if I told him that my family, including me, hates werewolves. "What are you hiding from me?" Vincent asked, practically shoving me into the truck. I blushed when he even did my seatbelt for me. What am I? 5. He slammed the door shut and I briefly considered locking him out. However, where would that get me? He has the keys and the strength of a beta werewolf. He can rip this whole truck in half, including me, in a matter of seconds. Vincent got in on the driver's side and started up the truck. Then he turned to look at me. "Well," he asked, "I don't know what you mean. What aren't you telling me?" he demanded, getting a little closer to me. He completely dwarfed me in the truck. "Why don't you want to introduce me to your parents? Come on, Nora. You can think up a lie. You've been doing it all day. It's a human thing." You see, I don't really know you, and therefore, I won't be able to correctly introduce you to my parents. I guess that sounds believable. What do you want to know? He asked as he began to pull out of the parking space. I shook my head. I'd rather know nothing and just have Vincent get back to reality and let me out of this truck so I can leave. But we all know that's not happening. I stared out the window, trying to come up with a question when I felt Vincent drape his arm over my shoulders, pulling me towards his body. I can smell your fear, he said. I looked up at him in shock. Vincent staring at me with that admiring look that had love painted all over it. Gross. Nora, I just want you to know that this is all new to me as well. Left or right? I pointed to the right, and I want you to know that before today, I had no idea that I would fall insanely in love with the girl next to me now. He leaned down and pecked my forehead, making me scrunch up my face. On impulse, I raised my arm to wipe the kiss off my forehead with my sleeve. As soon as I did, however, a ferocious snarl erupted from Vincent and he slammed on the brakes, making me jerk in my seat. He grabbed both my shoulders and forced me to look at him, his eyes switching from blue to yellow again. I'm in trouble. Arrangements. Have you ever wished that you'd just taken 3 seconds to think something over in your head before you followed through on an action? Well, I could have answered no before, exactly 3 seconds ago. However, within those fateful 3 seconds, I was kissed on the forehead by an obsessive werewolf and I foolishly wiped it off. Now why did I do that? Well, it's simple really, I hate werewolves. And now, thanks to my reflexes, I'm currently in a death grip, staring a monster in the face. That monster's name is Vincent, and he claims to be my mate. Now, as he's glaring at me, his eyes yellow and his teeth bared, showing off his snarl of disapproval, all I can concentrate on is how stupid I was to allow myself to get in his truck with him in the first place. I could have refused. I could have ran. Now there's a thought. Why on earth didn't I to run away? Vincent tightened his grip on my shoulders, making me flinch with pain. For a brief moment, a look of guilt passed over his face, but it was gone so quickly that I questioned if it was even there in the first place. Mate, he growled, his deep voice sounding guttural and threatening. Don't ever refuse my affection. He pushed his face closer and closer to mine, most likely moving in to put another kiss on my forehead. However, he didn't go towards my face. Instead, he moved his head towards my left shoulder. What are you doing? I whimpered, pretty sure that I already had an idea. Please don't let him do what I think he's going to do, Vincent chuckled. He pulled my shirt to the side so that my shoulder was exposed to him. I need to claim you so that others know you're mine, I shouted, putting my hand on his head and pushing it back. No, that's not happening. If I was claimed as a mate, then the only way I'd ever get a chance at leaving this territory would be with his permission, which of course would mean I'd never leave. Vincent growled and pulled the keys out of the ignition, leaving us stranded on the side of the road. There were no other cars out. Go figure. I'm just not having a good day today. I grabbed at my hair and shoved my head back on the headrest, which hurt because it was hard. Look at me, mate, Vincent ordered. I ignored him, going over the options that I had. So far, I couldn't think of any. Mate, he growled. Slowly, I opened my eyes and turned to face him. Yes, I asked in a fake cheery voice. Then it hit me. We were pulled over on the side of the road. All I had to do was open the door and run with all my might. Sure, there's no doubt in my mind that Vincent would follow me, but we're in a suburban area now, houses surrounding the road. All I had to do was yell and scream. The best part was that because he didn't mark me yet, There was really no absolute way to prove that I was chosen to be his mate. I can tell some werewolf passively that Vincent was crazy and then he'll either get banished or demoted to Omega. It's perfect. Plus I wouldn't have to wait a few weeks for Danny's mate's sister to follow through. Vincent was looking at me with a very angry expression on his face. Something tells me you don't like being my mate, he growled. Well, it's only been 10 minutes. So how about you cut me some slack? Okay. I nodded, leaning forward a little so that my body blocked his view of the door handle. Slowly but surely I inched my hand to it, blindly feeling for it as I kept my gaze fixed on Vincent, who continued talking. Look, he sighed, his eyes turning back to their normal blue color. I'm sorry for losing it back there. But you need to understand that when you're involved, I feel this intense need to have you with me. I nodded again. My hand felt something cool and oblong. The door handle. I wrapped my fingers around it, ready to escape. Vincent still had his eyes stuck on me, his smile starting to creep back up. You know, and this isn't the mating bond talking, but I don't think I'd ever seen a woman as beautiful as you, he mused. Once again, I just nodded, knowing that I'd have to come up with a reason for him to look away before I could escape. Thinking quickly, I pretended like I was looking at something out his window, scrunching up my face at the imaginary object. Vincent cocked his eyebrow and looked the other way, totally falling for it. I yanked on the door handle, the door cracking open. When the door was pulled shut by Vincent and he wrapped both his arms around my waist. He was behind me, invisible from my eyes, but when he spoke, I could tell he leaned down to my ear, his hot breath moistening my cheek. Now let's think this over real quick. Mate, he purred, his voice low and almost a whisper. The average human runs, let's say about 15 miles per hour. Now the average werewolf runs at 50 miles per hour. And let's pretend that miraculously you made it out of the truck. Each of his words sent shivers down my spine, making me feel uncomfortable. I prayed that he'd let me live, which I knew was stupid. A werewolf would never kill their mate, but they sure could scare the crap out of them. Mate, if you made it down to the end of the block, which is around 100 feet, that means it took you roughly 54 seconds to travel that distance. Now, when I follow you, it'll take me only 36 seconds to travel that same distance. So let me ask you, do you really want to risk that? I shook my head, in awe at his mathematical feat. That's my girl, Vincent cooed, pecking me on the cheek before he leaned back a little. I heard a slight chuckle before I felt an intense pain in my left shoulder. The pain radiated all throughout my body, making me scream with agony. Vincent held me in place as I thrashed my body around, trying to shake his jaws off my body. He bit through my shirt, letting my blood stain it as it oozed out. After a few seconds, Vincent finally stopped biting and leaned back, tugging on my shirt to expose my shoulder. I was crying by now, both at the intense pain of having my skin pierced by werewolf fangs and the fact that I was claimed as his mate. It's too late now. He owns me. I'll make it feel better, mate, Vincent cooed. He began to lick at my bite mark with his tongue, lapping up my blood, cleaning my wound. At first it stung, but soon the pain miraculously disappeared, turning into a dull throb and eventually being gone altogether. I looked down at my shoulder, already seeing a scar in the shape of a bite mark. What the? I wondered. Vincent laughed. Bet you didn't know that. Werewolves can heal their mates' flesh wounds with their saliva. Just their mates. I asked, my voice quivering. Vincent nodded, so close to me that his cheek rubbed up against my face. It just goes to show how much I can take care of you, don't you think? My eyes were trained on my bite mark. Am I going to be a werewolf now? I whimpered, my bottom lip quivering at the worry of becoming a monster. No, Vincent said, actually sounded a bit saddened by that. You need to be born werewolf. Sorry, mate. You're stuck human. I fought hard to fight the smile forming on my face. I'm staying human. But luckily for you, Vincent carried on, you now have a werewolf by your side. You have one of the strongest, fastest species totally devoted to you. Yeah, that's so wonderful. I rolled my eyes. Vincent started the truck back up and started to drive again, his hand back around my shoulders. So just because I don't like to see my mate happy, I won't force you to introduce me to your parents. At least, not today, he said. My heart began to slow down in relief. At least my parents will love me for the remaining time that I get to keep Vincent a secret. I gave him the rest of the directions to my house, and he pulled up in front of it in a matter of minutes. Which one's your window? He asked as he parked along the sidewalk. Oh, that one. I pointed to my bedroom window that was on the second story, unsure why he would ask such a thing. Vincent nodded. Good. I'll get you at 11. I jerked in my seat, shooting to look at him in disbelief. What are you talking about? I almost shouted. Vincent looked at me like I was the crazy one. Mate, you can't possibly expect me to sleep alone, can you? Especially when I have someone to protect through the night. He stared at me, his blue drunk with love and need. Vincent, what do you think people at school will say when they find out you took me from my house to sleep with you? I interrogated. I had no intention of telling anybody at school about my condition. I was hoping we could keep this all a secret, and then I'd escape to Miami. Vincent growled. If anyone makes fun of you, you let me know and I'll take of them, he said, clenching the steering wheel tightly in his fist. I furiously shook my head. No, Vincent, I'm not having sex with you. Vincent looked at me incredulously. Mate, cooed, rubbing my cheek with his calloused hand. When we do have sex, we'll call it making love. And I mean sleeping with you by my side. It'll be next to impossible for me to fall asleep without you with me. Take Ambien. Vincent growled again. I'll let you off for tonight only, he said through his teeth. But tomorrow I'm taking you home with me after school. Deal? All I need is one day to escape on my own. Deal? I said. Vincent then smiled. Then I'll see you tomorrow, mate. I'll pick you up. He brought me into his arms and kissed my forehead again. I got out of the truck and walked up to the front door, Vincent watching me the entire time. I could feel his eyes drilling into my back. I took my key out of my pocket, unlocked the door, and quickly went inside. Vincent honked goodbye as he drove off after making sure I was inside my house. Who gave you a ride? My mom asked from the living room couch. She was sitting watching some soap opera. Why aren't you at work? I quivered, standing so that my left shoulder was away from her, that way she wouldn't see the streaks of blood in my shirt. Your brother has the flu, so be prepared to catch it, she mumbled. I just nodded and ran upstairs to change. Later that night. Luckily, my parents didn't notice my blood-stained shirt as I threw it in the trash. It was a relief not to have them hate me for being associated with a werewolf. They would disown me if they ever found out that Vincent was forcing me to be his mate. I was now in my bedroom getting ready to fall asleep. I lied down on my bed, resting my head on the pillow when I heard the howl of a wolf. Oh God, I muttered, already knowing what was up. I shuffled to my window, looking out at the forest behind my block. It was rather close, allowing me to see it easily. As I stared at the trees, I saw the glowing yellow eyes that belonged to Vincent, watching me. I can't even sleep without him watching me too. This sucks. I rolled my eyes, walking away from the window to lie back down. Vincent gave out one more howl and then allowed me to fall asleep. He was most likely making sure I wouldn't run off anywhere in the night, which did sound like a good idea. The morning I didn't get much sleep that night. All that kept running through my mind were the events of the horrific day, shouting out at me that I was now technically property of a werewolf. Oh, and get this, he's my new PE coach. Excellent. I peeled my eyes open at the shrill ink screams of my stupid alarm clock. Groaning, I rolled over and slapped the top of it, eventually hitting the stop button. When it was silenced, I lied in my bed, staring at the ceiling. Unfortunately, I didn't catch whatever my brother, who was now coughing his lungs out, had. Life's a bitch. Nora, hurry up or you'll miss the bus, my mom said as she knocked on my door. Remembering Vincent's demand that he drive me to school this morning, I winced. Jesse's mom is giving us a ride this morning. I lied. Make sure you thank her, my mom called as she walked off to comfort my brother. Like a zombie, thank God they're not real. I think I slowly crawled out of my room and made it to the bathroom. I didn't feel like taking too long of a shower this morning, so I just washed my hair this morning. Maybe Vincent will smell my natural human scent and be disgusted. A girl can only hope. I made sure to get dressed in the most boring clothes I own, plain blue jeans and a plain black long, sleeved shirt. I even put my hair up in a boring ponytail. Maybe Vincent will be turned off by how normal and uneventful I am. I thumped my feet down the stairs, my backpack dangling from my right shoulder. I had noticed the bite mark Vincent gave me when I was taking a shower, fighting with myself not to scream with anger. My plan was to just sit on the sofa, watching TV and eating cereal, while I waited for my doom to arrive when I heard a loud honk outside. I'm leaving, I shouted as I got off the couch and walked to the door. Already. My mom called from upstairs. School doesn't start for an hour. Damn, Vincent. We're getting breakfast. That was good enough for my mom, who remained silent. Sure enough, as soon as I opened my front door, there was Vincent's black truck in front of my house. I saw Vincent inside, bouncing up and down like an excited kid. What a nerd. He opened the door for me from the inside, giving me a look that told me to hurry up. I fast walked to the truck and reluctantly hopped in, shutting the door, sealing off my escape. For now. As soon as I was inside, I was wrapped in Vincent's strong embrace. He nuzzled me, his chest vibrating with what I assumed was like a purr. Good morning, mate, he happily said. He held on to me for a while before starting the car back up and driving off. I noticed that he was trying to impress me with his looks. He wore a black polo shirt that strained across his massive chest muscles, none of the 3 buttons at the top done. His biceps seemed to bulge out of the sleeves, being too big to be confined in fabric. He wore those jeans that looked worn, the kind a working man wears. He appeared to have styled his hair, attempting to look like he hadn't spent a few moments working on it. The bedhead spiked look. Well, unfortunately for him, I don't find dogs that sexy. We began to drive off down the street, when he took a right instead of left. Where are we going? I asked him. Vincent had a wide smile on his face and his arm around me shoulders, keeping me close to his warm body. I figured I'd treat you to some breakfast before school. I'm gonna take you to that one diner near the highway, he answered. Vincent was referring to Bill's Diner, a diner that was run exclusively by werewolves, meant to serve food up to werewolf standards. That just meant more meat products and larger portions. I just nodded, uncomfortable in this tight closeness with the obsessed werewolf. The whole drive there, Vincent didn't turn on the radio once. We rode on in awkward silence. Well, awkward for me at least. Vincent was perfectly content, looking over at me every now and then, that smile plastered on his face, his fangs pointing out over his bottom lip a little bit. I tried not to squirm under his admiring eye, totally aware of the fact that he was 10,000 times stronger than me and could do anything he wanted. Eventually we reached the diner, and Vincent was all too eager to act like a gentleman by rushed out of the truck to open my door for me. That or he was making sure I wouldn't try to run away from him. He put his arm around my waist and led me inside the diner, where we took a booth near the back window, away from the other werewolf customers. I couldn't help but notice that when we entered the diner, Vincent's hold on me tightened and I could have sworn I heard him growl a little. But maybe I was just imagining it. I slid into the booth, expecting Vincent to be like most normal beings and take the side opposite me. But instead he slid into the side as me, trapping me. "What sounds good to you?" Vincent asked as he picked up a menu and handed it to me, not even bothering to get one himself. Instead, he read mine over my shoulder. I shrugged, shuddering as his breath warmed my neck. "You can get whatever you want, mate," he whispered, nuzzling my neck once more. So now he's trying to buy my affection with food. A waiter walked up to us, obviously werewolf. Vincent growled a little, keeping it low, but I could feel it vibrate his body. "What can you guys to drink?" the waiter asked us, ignoring Vincent's hostile attitude. "I'll have an orange juice," I said. The waiter's eyes grew wide and he looked at me like I had grown another head. Perhaps they didn't have orange juice or something. The waiter looked at Vincent, a scared look on his face. Vincent looked pissed, his fists tightly clenched, his teeth grinding. He took a few deep breaths and looked at the waiter. "My mate will have an orange juice." "Give me a coffee. Black." He all but growled at the guy. The waiter shyly nodded and hurried off behind the counter to get our drinks. "Mate," Vincent quietly growled at Mihan. I looked at him from the sugar packet I was playing with in my hands. "What is it?" Vincent got a little closer to me, having both his arms wrapped around me. "Mate, it's considered wrong when a mate talks to another male werewolf." I cocked my eyebrow. I was getting a drink. "I know that, but next time, you speak to other male werewolves for me. Got it?" he asked, his tone becoming less forceful. "No, I don't got it," I scoffed, finding the last shred of courage I had hidden somewhere behind my pancreas. Vincent jumped back a little, shocked by my attitude. He composed his surprised face and let out a warning growl. "I have werewolf teachers," I clarified, "some of them male, like my chemistry teacher." Once again, I earned a growl from Vincent. Before he could say anything, though, a waitress this time came over to our table, setting down our drinks in front of us. "Have you decided on anything to order?" she asked us. I rolled my eyes. "Vincent, tell the waitress I want the cheese omelet." I turned my gaze away so that I could look outside. There was nothing eventful going on. The weather was bland. There were no cool cars driving by. Nothing. Vincent sighed. "My maid will have the cheese omelet and I'll have the supreme omelet." "Sure thing," the waitress said, sounding very uncomfortable around us. She walked off and Vincent tapped my shoulder. "Mate, I didn't mean to say you couldn't talk to anyone besides me, just other males." He cooed, as if that were supposed to make me feel better. Who was this guy? Why on earth did he think that not even 24 hours after meeting him, that he could control who I associate with? I'm so fed up with this mate nonsense. I just want to leave this diner, leave Vincent, and leave this whole stupid werewolf territory. We were silent after that, me too mad to say anything and Vincent trying to think of something to say that would make me feel better. Every now and then he'd perk up as if he thought of something, but would then sag, determining that it wouldn't help. Before long, he just settled on resting his head on my shoulders. You know, he said in a slow voice, gauging my reaction. When I first phased, I was so pissed. I stopped sulking for a while and listened to his story. I think 13. Yay, it was 12 years ago. I was 13. And I had just got this brand new bike that I had saved up all my money for. I rode that thing from morning till night, from when I got out of bed until my mom called me inside for the day. Well, one morning I went outside to ride it, and it was gone. I couldn't believe someone had stolen the bike that I spent all summer vacation now in lawns for. I phased on the spot, knowing right then that my life wouldn't be the same. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Vincent opened his mouth, but then the waitress came with our food. The plates were huge. It seemed as if our omelets were made with 10 eggs each, both of them overstuffed. They were set on the table, and Vincent, with one arm still around my shoulders, and one holding onto his trusty fork, set off to shoveling the food in his mouth. Now I'm sure Vincent meant for that story to have some sort of happy ending. Like he thought that being a werewolf would suck but then in the end he found out that he loved it. He probably meant to relate our werewolf experiences. Well, guess what? I'm never changing my mind about werewolves. Thanks to werewolves, I'm not allowed to leave the county. I haven't been out of the city limits in years. I'm not allowed to see my grandmother who lives in Florida, all because of the borders. I'll have to go to the college within our territory, never becoming a marine biologist, which has become my dream lately. Thanks to the werewolves, that's gone as well, and now I'm forever bound to a werewolf. I'll never get to lose my virginity to a man I've fallen in love with. I'll never get those butterflies when I like someone new. I'll never get to introduce my new boyfriend to my parents, having them grill him and then eventually accept him. I'll never have a baby. I've heard of werewolves and humans trying to get pregnant, but the pregnancy rates for them are often low. And when a human does manage to get pregnant, they give birth to a werewolf. All thanks to Vincent. I'll never get to have my own baby. No normal, human baby for me, but instead a monster if I'm lucky. All these disappointments about boundaries, relatives, college, and babies got me going for some reason. I felt my hands start to shake and a lump started to grow in my throat. No, I can't cry. Not in front of Vincent. His protective instincts will go all psycho and then he won't leave me alone for the whole frickin' day. That thought didn't help me at all. The lump grew bigger, and my eyes began to sting. A tear must have escaped, because I could feel the wet trail on my cheek getting colder as air hit it. Vincent, who was oblivious to my whole ordeal, stuffing his face, must have smelt my tear. He paused and sniffed at the air, turning to face me, a look of concern all over his face. Crap. Now I know what he's going to call me, and I know that when he does, I'll lose it. What's wrong? He asked. Okay, so he didn't say it. Thank God, mate. That did it. The tears broke through my restraints and my hands shot up to my face to prevent anyone from seeing me cry, especially Vincent. Vincent dropped his fork, letting it clang on the floor, his other arm wrapped around me. Just tell me how to fix it, he pleaded, his voice reeking of desperation. There was no way I could tell him why I was having this breakdown. He'd tell me that the boundaries helped to keep me safe. He'd say I could always just call my grandmother. He'd say that there was good science department at the college here. And he'd say he'd do everything in his power to give me a baby. EWW, mate. Vincent pleaded, giving me a little shake. Tell me what's wrong so I can help you. I shook my head, my hands blocking everything from my sight, which was nice. I didn't have to see the worried expression on Vincent's face. I knew that the fact that he was unable to help my pain go away killed him inside, but right now I could care less. All I wanted was to leave him in this place. Take me home, I sobbed, barely able to decipher my own words as they were strained with my choking cries. Of course, mate, Vincent said, making my cries louder. I heard him throw money on the table and then he lifted me up into his arms, carrying me out of the diner. I was really glad I had my eyes covered. I didn't want to see all the werewolves in the diner watching me cry. I was carried outside and gently placed in Vincent's truck. The door slammed shut and Vincent ran over to the other side and got in, hurriedly starting the truck. Within seconds I could hear Russ speeding down the road. Vincent put his arm around me for the 1000th time, letting out a little whimper. Like puppy. I'll take you home, but I have to go to work today, so I won't be able to stay there with you, he said. Well, that certainly made me feel better. I just nodded. Before long, Vincent pulled up in front of a house that I didn't recognize. This is my house, he cleared up. He got out of the truck and walked over to my side, taking me up into his arms as if I weighed nothing. He walked up the path, taking me inside his house, a place I knew I'd have a hard time leaving. Wait, he said he had work, which means he'll leave me unsupervised for a few hours, which means I can escape. I can leave Vincent today. Issues Vincent's POV. As soon as I carried my mate into my house, which would eventually become our house, I gently placed her on the couch in the living room. I figured she could watch TV and be comfortable while I'm away at work. However, as soon as I set her down, I felt an instantaneous pang of loneliness in my core. I'll be back as soon as the school day ends, I promised her. She simply nodded, not looking at me. Stifling a whimper, I slumped my shoulders and left the house, making sure to lock the door on my way out. I had to figure out a way to get Nora to accept me as her mate. Surely she should know that I'm the best choice for her, as I'm the only man capable to love her at the level I do. All I have to do is find out what makes her happy. The whole drive to the high school I went over in my mind about how I would win over my precious mate and get her to love me at least a fraction of how much I love her. When I pulled up to the school parking lot, some of the human girls glanced my way, their eyes filling up with lust. I snarled at them, telling them that I'm taken. They took the hint and immediately turned their gaze to the ground. I fought the smirk that was coming to play on my face. If only Nora had seen this. Then she'd know how dedicated I am to her. I walked inside the school, heading towards the locker rooms to get my lesson plans for my first day as PE coach. Looking over my class assignments and students, my heart began to beat excitedly as I realized that Nora would be in my last class of the day. This is perfect. Now I can just hang out with her for the last school hour and then drive home with her, spending a majority of the day next to her. After that moment of pure bliss, the day went on rather uneventful. I introduced myself as Coach Ab to all my students and just had them run a mile while the human classes ran a mile. The werewolves had to run 5. When the last class of the day crawled to me, I frowned. This was supposed to be time spent with my mate, yet she's at home because she can't stand to be around me. The students filed outside to the field where they knew they'd have to run the mile, as this was a human class. I went up to them, after making sure that I had this period's roll call roster. Hello, class, I called in an automatic voice. I'm your new PE teacher, Coach Abin. Today, we're going to run the mile, and make sure you get it done under 20 minutes. I trailed off when the scent of minty gum filled my nostrils. It was similar to the scent of my mate. In fact, it was the same scent of my mate, almost as if she were here. However, the scent was faint enough that I knew she wasn't really here. Instead, she must have been in contact with one of these students in the near past. I deeply inhaled, walking towards my class, who stood dumbstruck, waiting for instructions. The scent led me to the back of the group of teens, to a tall girl with bright red hair. She looked at me with a confused gaze. My Nora scent was on her, like they were friends or something. "You," I said to her. "What's your name?" "Jessie Saunders," the girl murmured, obviously thinking she was in trouble. "Stay behind," I ordered, an idea forming in my mind. I turned to the rest of the class. "Start running." The class took off, leaving just me and this nervous Jessie girl behind. "You smell like Nora," I stated, explaining why I had approached her. Understanding lit up Jessie's face. "Oh, you Ray the wolf that claimed her as his mate." "You're Victor. Vincent," I corrected. "But anyway, I need your help." "With what?" I looked around, making sure no other werewolves were nearby and could hear. It was considered embarrassing to a wolf to have their mate hate them. The werewolf PE class was in the gym, watching a presentation on sexual education and safety. I was safe to tell this human girl then. Nora is distant, and I need to get her to like me. Jessie nodded. "I'd love to help you coach Abin. I really would. But I have to run the mile. And when I run, I can't think straight. See my problem?" She smirked. I growled and leaned forward to intimidate her. Jessie didn't seem fazed. As I recall, she smiled. Alpha forbade werewolf from attacking humans on school grounds. Plus, Nora would hate you forever if I told her to. I stood back, shocked at this human's bravery in the face of a werewolf in line to be the beta. Nevertheless, I caved into her. "Fine. No more mile for you," I growled. Jessie's smile grew even wider. "Okay, so how do you need my help with Nora?" she asked. "I need to know how I can win her over." I was growing desperate. Sure, it's only been one day, but she won't even tolerate being in the same bed with me, as most mates do on their first night together. I wasn't going to try anything sexual. I just wanted to have her in my arms, keeping her by my side through the night. Jessie shook her head. Nora's afraid of the werewolves, ever since they revealed themselves. In fact, she has this plan to go. Jessie's eyes widened and she stopped talking. "What plan?" I urged, wanting to know if there was something that my mate was coming up with. "Tell me now." Jessie mumbled. She shuffled her feet and looked down at the ground. "I gotta go. Have my period." With that, Jessie ran off towards the girl locker rooms, leaving me both stunned and disgusted. Still, I needed to figure out what my mate was up to. As soon as I get home, I'll just have to confront her about it, demanding to know if she had any plans to leave me. A thought popped into my head and I pulled out my cell phone, sending a quick text to a friend that I knew would be of use to me now. Nora's POV, luckily for me. Vincent's house was easy to leave. As soon as he left to go to the school, I waited like 10 minutes and then just strolled out the door. It was rather anticlimactic, making me think about how much cooler it would have been if I had been required to make a rope out of bed sheets or had to run some guard dog. But nope. Instead, I walked out of the front door. I guess with nothing to do, I'll just go home and relax there. Oh wait. My brother's home sick today, which means my mom will be there taking care of him. Which means she'll wonder why I'm not at school today. Which means she'll eventually learn that I've been chosen to be a werewolf's mate, getting me kicked out of the house. I changed my direction and went walking in the direction of Danny's house. I suppose that her mate's sister will be there, and like what Danny mentioned in her text, she'll help me out. For $500, of which I don't have on me. Whatever, I still continued on my way to Danny's house, reaching it in a matter of minutes. I knocked on the door, and a tall male werewolf answered. He towered over me and ran his eyes over me, seeing if I posed a threat to his territory. I guess I must have been of no danger because he asked. Yes, in a gruff voice. I couldn't help but notice how large his canines were, poking out of his mouth when he stopped talking, reminding me more of a saber-toothed tiger instead of a werewolf. I'm Nora, Danny's friend from school, I nervously answered. At the mention of Danny, the werewolf's eyes wide and a brief smile came across his features. This must be Reed, Danny's mate. Danny, he called into the house. Steps down the stairs were heard, and then Danny poked her head around Reed's broad body. When she saw me, she smiled, looking a little surprised to see me here. Nora, what are you doing here? She asked. I noticed that Reed was standing with his body partially in front of Danny's. I actually know why he does this thanks to our Wolf Cultural Studies class. Because Reed has never met me before. He's unsure as to whether or not I pose a threat to his mate. Hence, by standing a little in front of Danny, he's acting as a shield in case I attack. I need a place to hide for the day, I said, narrowing my eyes so that Danny knew what I was talking about. Why don't you hide with your mate then? Reed asked. I looked up at him in confusion. I smell his scent on you, he clarified. Well, that sucks. He's at work. In a way, I didn't lie. Vincent was actually at work right now. And besides, Reed doesn't need to know that I'm hiding from my mate IW. Come inside, Danny said, pushing Reed to the side a little bit. I hesitantly walked inside her house and stood awkwardly in the living room that she led me into. I took a seat on the couch that Danny pointed for me to sit on. Reed followed us in, sitting next to Danny, an arm wrapped securely around her waist. The whole time he kept his gaze trained on me, as if he didn't trust me, which he probably doesn't. Crystal, Reed's sister, should be here tomorrow. She's out on business now, Danny said, giving me a look. So Crystal is helping someone escape a mate right now, as I'm talking to Danny and her mate. Then that got me thinking, does Reed know what his sister does? If he found out, how would he react? How would Vincent react if he found out my plans to leave him? No, I can't think of that. Vincent won't find out. I'll leave to Florida safely and without a trace. Then I'll be able to live a normal human life. Danny turned to Reed. Reed, I need to help Nora in her time of need, so I won't be going to school today. Could you put my backpack back in our room? She asked. Reed looked ecstatic that Danny wouldn't be going to school today. He eagerly nodded and picked up the backpack that rested against the couch and went upstairs. Reed doesn't know, so don't talk about it near him, Danny whispered. So Reed wasn't aware that his very own sister helps humans to flee their werewolf mates. Interesting. I nodded, keeping Danny's secret. I just have one little question, I whispered back. Danny looked around the corner, where I assumed the stairs were. She turned to face me and nodded. How do the werewolves react when their mates leave them? Thus leaving their mate? Reed asked, running into the room. A worried look was plastered all over his face, his hands shaking with apprehension. He turned to face Danny. Are you leaving me? The question was drenched in fear and pain. No. Danny hurriedly said, We're speaking hypothetically. She shot out of her seat and walked up to Reed, who immediately took her into his arms, keeping her tight against him. It looked as if he was trapping her there, just to make sure she could never leave him. Would Vincent keep me from leaving him? Most likely, yes. That goes to show I need to keep my escape plans as secretive as I can. I spent the whole day with Danny and Reed. Danny would talk about things at school and assignments she was having trouble with, asking for my insight. Reed never warmed up to me, making sure he was always physically in between me and Danny. I'm assuming that whole leaving mate's fiasco labeled me as a threat to his mating bond. We were watching TV when the phone rang. I'll get it, Danny said, standing up out of Reed's lap. Reed whimpered when she was out of his grasp, but let her walk into the other room to answer the phone. When she was gone, he turned to me, his lip curling up over his teeth, displaying his fangs, a clear sign of intimidation. Whatever. I rolled my eyes and looked back at the TV screen. Nora. Danny called from the other room. Your mom's on the phone. Now why would my mom be calling me here? I got off the couch and walked into the room where Danny was, taking the phone from her. Hello? I asked. Nora, I've called everywhere. The school called and said you never showed up. My mom shouted from the other line. Mom, I totally went. I guess the teachers marked me absent. I lied. Don't lie to me, Nora. Oh, and there's someone here who says he wants to talk to you. At that last part, my mom's voice sounded nervous. It was shaky and I heard her hand the phone to someone else. Nora Song, the other voice asked. It was a man, his deep voice reeking of authority and masculinity. Yes, he was this person. This is your alpha. I want to talk to you about my future beta. And your mate, Vincent Tabin. Alpha said, Oh my God. I was on the phone with Alpha, the most powerful werewolf in the territory. My breath hitched and I started to shake with fear. In the background, I could hear my mom flip out over me having a werewolf mate. I guess that secret's blown. What did you want to talk about? I quivered. I want her out. I want her out. That girl thinks she's gonna bring wolves into my family. No, she is gone. My mom shrieked in the background. Alpha sounded amused now. Well, I guess it's all settled. I'm going to box up your clothes and move you into Vincent's home today. Just go there when you're done playing at your friend's house. Yes, sir. I whimpered, fighting back the lump that was growing in my throat. Oh, and Nora, Alpha added. I should warn you that I know your type. What do you mean? Let's just say that if you try to leave the territory, I'll have the best trackers on your ass faster than you can reach the border line. Understand? I nodded, then remembering that I was on the phone said, Yes, sir. Alpha hung up. Thank you all so much for joining me on this dangerous werewolf journey. I hope you had your hearts pumping and your minds racing. Don't forget to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, and come back for more exciting and dangerous tales. Until next time, stay safe and keep that adventurous spirit alive. Hey everyone, welcome to Dangerous Werewolf. Are you brave enough to step into the perilous world of werewolves with me? Here, we'll uncover the secrets, face the fears, and explore the thrilling and dangerous aspects of these mythical creatures. So hold on tight and let's start this wild adventure together. New home. Originally, I had planned on this being a good week. The winter months were finally over and it was starting to get hot. Plus, that meant that the school year would soon be over, meaning I'd graduate. But then came Vincent. In less than 48 hours, he's managed to rip away from me my freedom, my family, and my future. That stupid mutt has ruined my life beyond repair, and I've known him for only 2 days. I shakily hung up the phone and walked back into the living room where Annie was cuddled up next to Reed, who had both arms secured around her. Everything all right? She asked. She picked up the remote and lowered the volume on the TV so that she could hear my response. Yeah, I lied, not wanting to upset Reed. Alpha said that it was time I moved in with my mate, so he moved my stuff today. Through my entire explanation, I could feel my hands trembling and my throat get dry. I didn't want to live with Vincent or any werewolf for that matter. What if he sheds on my clothes? Danny knowingly nodded, giving me a sympathetic look. Reed grunted. Good. I internally gagged at his beliefs that mates should be tied to their werewolves. It's so disgusting. Well, Nora, Danny chimed in. Me and Reed were going to have a pool party tomorrow since it's supposed to be in the low 90s. Reed perked up. Vincent. As in Vincent Tabin. Sighing. I nodded. Reed's eyes were wide as saucers now. I had no idea you were the mate to the future beta. I'm sorry about my cold attitude before. He stumbled over his words, obviously scared of something. Hudden could sense my confusion. The beta is like the vice president in the werewolf community. If something happens to Alpha, then the beta will step in. Well, I get stuck with the second in command wolf. Awesome not. I didn't if Vincent were Alpha. He's a dog. An overly possessive dog who ruined my life in a few short hours. There was a knock on the door and Reed gently moved away from Danny, giving her a quick peck on the cheek. He then went to answer it. After a few seconds, he came walking into the living room followed by none other than Vincent. Just great. Nora, Vincent nearly growled. Why aren't you at home? His fists were clenched and I could see he was grinding his teeth, his canines poking out of his mouth. His eyes stabbed in my direction, sending a chill down my spine. He was pissed. There's no doubt about it. I was just kicked out of my home. I spat, knowing that he was referring to his house as my home. But that dwelling will never be my home. Ever. I'll leave as soon as I can, even if I don't have the help of Reed's sister. I'll just make a run for it when he's not around. Vincent pinched the skin in between his eyes. You know what I mean. Why did you leave? I searched my mind for some valid excuse. I wanted someone around me. Danny and I are partners on a school project. I needed to talk to Danny to know how to get used to being a werewolf's mate. Then it hit me I don't owe this dog anything. 'Cause I wanted to. I shrugged. Danny let out a gasp and Reed disapprovingly shook his head. I suppose he'll always think little of me, no matter what Vincent's rank was in the werewolf world. Vincent, a scowl on his face, walked over to me, snatching my arm in his huge hand. Let's go home, he growled. He began to leave the house, roughly pulling me behind him. I tried to stop him, planting my feet firmly on the ground, but he was too strong for me. He would just tug every now and then, making me stumbling to keep up with his wide steps. We were outside of the door when I turned back to Danny, who would read next to her, most likely to watch. Danny, I called. I'd love to come to your party tomorrow. Vincent stopped in his tracks, right at the beginning of the sidewalk. He turned to look at me, a scowl still on his face. What party? A pool party. It's supposed to be hot tomorrow, so I'd like to keep my body temperature down to avoid overheating and dehydration. I clarified. I figured that adding that it'd be medically wise for me to go to this party. It would play with Vincent's instincts to protect me. Vincent looked up at Danny, who would read step in front of her. Will there be males at this pool party? Vincent demanded to know, tightening his grip on my arm to the point where it started to hurt a little bit. Reed nodded. The invitation extended to you as well. Beta, he said in a soft voice full of respect that I never got. Kiss ass. Vincent mulled over it for a little bit. We'll go, he decided, calling him and me a wee gross. Plus he had to go and ruin my plan. Since Crystal, Reed's sister, was supposed to be there, I was going to scrape up $500 I could tell Vincent I needed for some protection or something. Then I'd give it to her and leave to Florida. Now I'll have to wait even longer. Vincent continued walking, pulling me all the way to his house. It was really embarrassing. There were people and werewolves outside their homes who would see me getting yanked by an angry wolf. And no one did anything. All the werewolves acted as if this was the right thing, giving me a dirty look while looking at Vincent with admiration. All the humans would look at me with pity or go out of their way to look at something else, ignoring me and Vincent altogether. Eventually we reached his house and I was ushered inside. Vincent then slammed the door shut and even locked it. He then turned to me, the pissed-off expression still dominant. "Now, Nora," he growled. He stopped and cleared his throat, followed by a few deep breaths. Then, in a controlled voice, continued, "I noticed that you aren't warming up to me like what most mates do. So tell me, what can I do to make you happy with me? Let me go." I know I couldn't say that. Ever. There were urban legends that were spread among the humans. The main one centered on this girl named Lacey who lived in a territory in what used to be known as British Columbia. Lacey was a human who was chosen to be the mate of a regular, ranked werewolf. One day Lacey told her werewolf mate that she hated him, and he attacked her. Legend has it that he broke her legs so that she couldn't run away from him. And every time they heal, he breaks them again. But God willing, that's just a horror story my mom told me to stay away from the werewolves. Why couldn't I have just been homeschooled? Then this whole predicament could have been avoided. Anyway, back to why Lacey is pertinent. I don't want to wind up like her, hence I need to at least behave civilly towards Vincent. I just need time. I muttered, looking down at my feet. I heard Vincent sigh. "You hungry?" I looked up at him, shrugging again. Vincent then smiled. "I got you mushroom pizza. Your friend Jessie told me it was your favorite food." He turned to walk to what I suppose was the kitchen. I couldn't believe that Jessie was talking to this creepy werewolf. And worst of all, telling him stuff about me. I huffed and went into the living room to sit down on the couch. Vincent's house was rather dull, to tell the truth. It was two-story, had white walls, and all the furniture was either black or white. There was nothing remarkable about it at all, which was odd. I would have figured that a werewolf's house would have piles of dead bodies all over the floor or be like a cave. Instead, I got stuck with the contemporary werewolf. Vincent walked back into the living room with a pizza box. He set it on the coffee table in front of me and sat right next to me. He was so close that his whole side was pressed against mine. He leaned forward and opened up the pizza box, revealing the delectable pizza that made my stomach growl. He grabbed a slice that had extra mushrooms on it and handed it to me. "Here ya go." He smiled. "Thanks." I mumbled, immediately starting to eat the delicious slice. Vincent grabbed himself a slice and turned on the TV. The channel was set on the news, the reporter confirming the heat wave that Danny had mentioned earlier. Vincent cleared his throat. "Jason came and dropped your clothes off earlier. I put the boxes up in our room," he said before filling his mouth with more pizza. "Jason. Alpha." It was weird to hear Alpha's first name. It then dawned on me that I knew almost nothing about Alpha. I knew he was man and that he had no mate. That was pretty much it. Now I know he's friends with Vincent and his first name is Jason. Me and Vincent sit watching TV for a couple hours. There is nothing good on at all. Vincent put on some sitcom where the main characters were played by werewolf actors. The jokes were centered on werewolf culture, so I didn't really understand it when Vincent burst out laughing. When the sun went, it was close to 11. Vincent turned off the TV and let out a big yawn. "I think it's time for bed, mate," he announced. He stood up and waited there. I didn't move and then Vincent rolled his eyes and grabbed my hand, pulling me to my feet. I was led up the stairs and through the dark hall, not being able to see a thing in the darkness. I was blindly led by Vincent into a room and was soon assaulted with a flash of light from the light bulb. Vincent's bedroom was small. He had a queen-sized bed in the center and that was it. There was no more furniture. unless I counted the few boxes in the corner of the room that contained my clothes. Vincent let go of my hand and walked over to the closet doors, throwing them open. Inside the closet was his dresser, which he pulled open, grabbing a pair of pajama bottoms that were black. He made a move to pull off his shirt, and I turned around to give him some privacy. It was supposed to be a polite notion, but at the same time I didn't want to see a naked werewolf. Vincent chuckled. You do know, mate, that one of these days you're going to see me naked. The sooner the better. He laughed. I didn't move. He sighed. And go to the bathroom and brush your teeth. Use the blue toothbrush. I left the room and blindly felt my way using the walls until I came to a door that I opened. I felt inside the dark room and flicked on the lights, which I found. The bathroom was lighted up and I walked over to the sink. It looked clean. I picked it up and put some toothpaste on it, brushing my teeth quickly. After 2 minutes, I rinsed out my mouth and put the used toothbrush back on the counter. Good. You found it, Vincent said from behind me. I jumped and turned around. Vincent was only wearing the pajama bottoms. His chest was on full display, showing off his massive muscles. His abdominals were chiseled and his pecs were powerful. His arms were rippled with muscle and were crossed in front of his mighty chest. This werewolf just reeked of masculinity. Vincent strutted forward, grabbing the toothbrush I just used and put more toothpaste on it. Then he stuck it in his mouth, brushing his teeth. Dude, I shrieked with disgust. Vincent jumped in surprise, looking at me with worry, wondering what it was he did to upset me. You made me use your toothbrush, I accused. That's nasty. Vincent smiled. It's our toothbrush. Mate, we share everything now. Now get to bed. I groaned and stormed off into his bedroom. I snatched some of the blankets off and threw them to the floor. I then took one of the pillows and threw that on the floor as well, creating a makeshift bed. I then jumped into the real bed, getting out of the remaining covers. I closed my eyes and Vincent walked in, growling. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Mate, Vincent growled. Scoot over. He turned off the light and I was blinded again. I heard his footsteps approach the bed and soon felt the left side sink under his weight. The covers were lifted a bit as he got under them. I felt the heat in the bed shoot way up as he settled in next to me. Good night, mate, he whispered, kissing my forehead. He paused for a bit. I rested my head on the pillow and turned away from him, attempting to sleep on my side. Vincent cleared his throat. Do you know how mates sleep together? He asked, engulfing my tiny shoulder in his giant hand. No, I groaned. In werewolf culture class, we never went over the actual mating part of mates. Bedtime was all foreign to me. Well, Vincent started. There's 3 different positions. He paused and shifted closer to me. The first occurs when you are sick or scared. When that happens, the bed will be scooted to touch the wall. You'll be on the side touching the wall, and I'll spoon you on the other side, acting as a shield. The second and most common is the default one. In this you rest your head on my chest and my arms are wrapped around you. He stopped for a little bit, and the third occurs when a mate tries to leave their wolf. The wolf will have his arms wrapped around his mate, lying on top of them. This keeps the mate trapped to the wolf. Oh, I knew why he told me this. The last one sounded a little creepy. Plus, Vincent had like 50 pounds of muscle on me, so I decided it would be best to cooperate just this once. I rolled back around, facing Vincent. The moonlight that leaked into the bedroom window glistened off his canines, gleaming. I felt his strong arms wrap around me, pulling me closer to him. He pulled me up and placed my head on his hard chest. The sound of his heartbeat consumed my ears, being all that I could hear. I love you, mate, he whispered, his chest vibrating with his words. Night. Pool party PT. 1. I have no idea when the last time was that I woke up as peacefully as I am now. The sunlight poured into the room through the window that I faced, gently bringing me out of my unconsciousness. My head didn't feel heavy when I lifted it up, yet I felt like the covers were extra heavy, keeping me close to the warm mattress. That didn't bother me. I rested my head back down on the soft, warm pillow. I've never felt this relaxed. Morning, mate, Vincent purred, making my pillow vibrate with his deep voice. Oh wait, my pillow is his chest and my blanket is his arms. Well, there goes my relaxation. I pushed myself up off Vincent's chest and sat upright. Vincent pushed himself up as well. His hair was disheveled from the night's sleep. He stretched out his beefy arms until I heard a pop. He smiled and leaned back on the headboard. It's almost 12, he noted. You want to get ready for that pool party soon. 12. I glanced around the room, finding no clock so I couldn't tell the time. How can you tell? I asked, mainly out of curiosity. Vincent's grin got larger, probably because I was having a little conversation with him. He got off the bed and walked over to the window, motioning with his hand for me to follow. I reluctantly obeyed and went over to the window. See how the sun's more in the middle of the sky? He asked, pointing to it. I looked and had to squint. Sure, that means it's noon. When it's closer to the east, then it's morning. West is evening. He stood back, looking at me with an eager face. Cool, I muttered, finding this astronomy lesson rather boring. I walked away from the window and over to the boxes in the corner of the room that contained my clothes. I popped open the first one, finding it full of my underwear and brass. Alpha touched my underwear and brass. The thought of some grown man touching my intimate items of clothing made me blush. Hopefully Vincent hadn't gone through this box. Why don't you just pick out what you want to wear and we'll put the rest away when we get back? He offered. I just nodded. Vincent smiled and went over to the closet where his dresser was. He pulled out the second drawer, grabbing a pair of black swim trunks and a white wife beater. Now call me crazy, but I expected him to go change in the bathroom like a normal person. Instead, he pulled down his pajama pants and boxers, actually revealing his nude body to me. I quickly turned around. After taking a quick peep, Vincent laughed. Like what you see? He asked. Oh God. No, I scowled. I shifted through the box, searching for my bathing suit. It was a nice yellow string bikini that I spent a few weeks doing chores around my house to earn. I really liked it because it had padding in the top that didn't make it look like I belonged to the itty bitty titty committee. Finally, at the bottom of the box, I spotted it and pulled it out. I put it under my arms and shifted to the second box for some shorts and a shirt to wear over it. I felt a pair of arms wrap around my waist. Mate, Vincent growled into my ear. Wear something appropriate. I shrugged him off, continuing to look for some shorts. I had some jean shorts and a black shirt that I wanted to wear mainly because of the thin material. Inside the bedroom was a little warm, so outside must be scorching. Found them. I pulled out my shorts and shirt, hearing another growl from Vincent, who immediately snatched them from my hands. At least he left the bikini under my arms, which I let drop to the floor so that he couldn't take it from me. This is too revealing, Vincent snarled, holding up my shorts and shirt. He looked genuinely pissed, his eyes flickering yellow for a brief second. His eyebrows were knit together in frustration and he had his teeth bared. It's hot outside. I wind. And besides, you're wearing a thin tank top that shows off all your chest muscles. Don't you think that's revealing for a guy? I crossed my arms in front of my chest, trying to look tough. Vincent towered over me by at least a foot and he leaned in, intimidating me with his size. "That's different," he growled. I cocked my eyebrow. "I'm showing that I'm strong. Hence I can protect you, therefore keeping threats away. You're just dressing to show off your body. Why don't I just wear a burlap sack then?" I scoffed, turning away from him so that I could look for some less revealing shorts. The only longer ones I could find were black basketball shorts I wore that one time I thought I could play sports. "Better, deception," Vincent smiled, kissing the top of my head. He turned and left the room, probably to go brush his teeth with the one frickin' toothbrush in the house. Disgusting. As soon as he was gone, I stripped out of the clothes I had slept in and tied on the skimpy bikini that I knew he'd be pissed to see me wear out in public. However, I could care less about what he thinks and wants me to wear. Contrary to popular werewolf belief, he doesn't own me. As soon as my bathing suit was on, I put on a t-shirt and the basketball shorts over it. Vincent walked back into the bedroom and gave me a nod of approval. "That's my girl." He smiled. He came over to me, grabbing my hand in his giant one, leading me out of the room. He led me to the bathroom, opening up the cabinet beneath the sink and pulled out a small plastic tub with hair care products in it. He set it on the counter. The tub had hairspray, mousse, and a hairbrush in it. "I, didn't know exactly what you wanted to use for your hair. And I know that, for some reason, human females take a lot of time grooming themselves," he said, looking at me with an apprehensive look. "Thanks," I mumbled, grabbing the hairtrician, using it to rip all the tangles out of my hair. After that I found a hair tie at the bottom of the tub and used that to put my hair in a simple ponytail. I didn't bother brushing my teeth because I was too grossed out at having to share a toothbrush with a mutt. I'll just ask Annie if I can use hers of something. Once again, Vince entered and grabbed my hand and walked me out of the house and over to his truck. I jumped in on the passenger side, rushing to do my own seatbelt this time. Vincent sped down the road, one arm around my shoulders, the other attached to the steering wheel. So I began, not wanting to sit in boring silence. "Why are you only the future beta, and not the current one?" Vincent looked happy that I was talking to him. His smile grew bigger and he straightened up, puffing out his powerful chest with pride. "Well, I told Jason I'll become the official beta as soon as I find my mate. So that's why there's really no official beta at the moment. What about your dad?" I thought that ranks that held power in the werewolf community were hereditary. Therefore, Vincent's dad should be the current beta if he's meant to be the future one. Vincent's posture slouched and his grip on me tightened. "My, parents died in the Great War." The Great War was what was referred to as the war that followed after the werewolves and vampires exposed themselves. It was pretty brutal. The human forces killed my mother, and since she was my father's mate, he died shortly after due to heartbreak. I sat silent for a little bit. Vincent was orphaned in the Great War, at the hands of humans, and he chose one as a mate. How ironic. He cleared his throat and continued. "Jason took care of me for a while. His father was Alpha at the time. He died in combat. That's why Jason's one of the youngest Alphas at age 29. And you told him you didn't want to be Beta until you found your mate?" I asked. Vincent nodded. "I knew that with a mate, I'd be motivated a lot more to protect the pack." He pulled me closer to him, nuzzling me. "Now I have you to look after. You're my family." WWW. That was creepy. We sat in awkward silence until we pulled up in front of Danny's house. So it made me feel a little better to know we weren't the first ones here. I got out of the truck, only to have Vincent quickly wrap his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. "Listen, mate," he whispered in my ear. Stay away from the other werewolf males here. Got it. What about the human ones? I joked. You and I both know how easily a werewolf can kill a human, so don't test me. His grip tightened and I pulled into full contact with his body. That shut me up. I nodded. I was led up to the front door, where Vincent knocked, and stood with part of his body in front of me. Reed answered the door and only looked at Vincent. Beta? He smiled. I'm glad you and your mate could make it. So I don't even have a name anymore. I was ushered inside, walking through the living room and out into the backyard. Danny's backyard was pretty big. It had to be at least 3 times the size of our math class. There was an in-around pool in the dead center, around a cement walk-way, and around that lush green grass. The backyard was already full with werewolves and few humans. Most of them I recognized from school, but a good number of them were older and hence had to be friends of Reed. It was easy to tell which human was mated. They stood next to the werewolf, the wolf having his or her arm wrapped tightly around the human. I even saw a male werewolf with a male human mate. I heard it could happen in rare numbers, but this was the first pair I've seen. There were a few unmated werewolves. I noticed that Kyle was here, wearing only swim trunks to show off his muscles to some unmated human girl, who was ignoring him. Nora, Danny called. I turned my head and saw her waving to me. I began to walk over to her, but Vincent growled and literally yanked me back to his side. Where are you going? He snarled. Today, I muttered. Vincent looked over to where I was going to walk, verifying that Danny was standing there. He let go and leaned in closer to me. Check back with me in 5. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing that. I shrugged and walked over to Danny. Hey Nora, she cheered. Glad you could make it. Come upstairs. There's someone here I want you to meet. I followed her back into the house and up the stairs into a bedroom that I deduced to belong to someone else as it only had a twin bed in it. There's no doubt in my mind that Reed makes Danny share a room with him and they have a double bed. In the bedroom was a tall female werewolf with blonde hair. She glanced at me over her sunglasses and snorted. You Nora? She asked in a monotone voice. Yes, I murmured. Was this Crystal? The female werewolf looked at Danny. Close the door, she ordered. Danny closed the door and led me over to the bed to sit down with her. Nora, this is Crystal, Reed's sister, Danny said, motioning at the werewolf. I'm saved. This is the woman who's supposed to save me from Vincent and this pathetic pack. Crystal looked me over and strained her ears, most likely to make sure no one could hear us. You got the $5, she asked. Not at the moment, I began, but I can get. Then go, Crystal interrupted, opening the door. I'm not risking my ass for free. Come back when you can pay me, and make it quick. Your mate already sent it you. You reek like beta male. That can't be it. Nonetheless, Danny got up and led me out of the bedroom and into one that I knew was hers due to the double bed. Sorry about that, she said. Crystal can be a little irritable. It's fine. I lied. I have no idea how on earth I'm going to come up with 500. What did she mean by Vincent sent me? Danny chuckled. It's a little hard to miss. I cocked my eyebrow at her. What do you mean? Danny stopped laughing. He must have done it when you were sleeping then. She almost whispered. What do you mean? I all but shouted. Well, Danny mumbled, shifted on her feet. When a werewolf scents their mate, they have to get rid of the mate's original scent. The way they do that is by, I'm sure how to put this lightly, so I'll just say it. Vincent licked you head to toe and then rubbed against you to get his scent on you so that other werewolves would smell him on you, thinking of you as his property. I was seeing red. Vincent licked my body while I was sleeping. What kind of sick fuck does that? Oh, I know. A werewolf. Screw this. I ripped my shirt over my head and threw it to the floor. I then dropped my shorts. Oh, Nora. What are you? Danny asked in a nervous voice. Relax, I said. I'm going to prove to a certain fleabag that Nora's song is no one's property, especially a dog's. Danny looked me over as I stood in front of her, wearing my small bikini that virtually left nothing to the imagination. Vincent's gonna go a peshed. You realize that? He'll live, I responded, walking out of the room. I had noticed that even Danny was wearing a tee, shirt and long shorts. It's in the low 90s. I want to be able to stay at least semi-cool, and that's my excuse for why I'm wearing the bikini. I walked outside the house, entering the backyard. A few of the werewolves looked at me. A couple of the unmated male werewolves howled with approval and clapped their hands. To play it up, I pushed my chest forward, making my boobs look bigger. Kyle whistled and shouted for more. Then silence followed as a loud snarl erupted from the crowd. I faced a very pissed-off Vincent. Pool party. PT. To sometimes I wish that, just once, it thinks something over before I act. Like now, for instance. I was mad at Vincent for scenting me without my permission and partly for scenting me in the first place because it just sounds frickin' disgusting. Therefore, I decided to strip down to my bikini and go outside, where Vincent went psycho. As soon as I was outside, I felt arms wrap around my body, pulling me into him. He was trying to shield my body away from the unmated wolves, who still hooted and hollered for me to take my top off. Vincent started to walk into Diana's house, and because HES likes so much stronger than I was practically dragged. Once indoors, Vincent pushed me back at arm's length, keeping me in his clutches. His eyes were bright yellow and his body was shaking a little from his anger. He just stood there, staring me down for what seemed like an eternity, before he decided to speak up. What the hell do you think you're doing? He snarled. I had to clear my throat and swish some spit around my mouth to get it wet so I could respond. It's hot and I didn't want to overheat. I lied. Well, sure it was hot out, but I highly doubt it overheat. Then again the pool, Vincent growled. This one I really had a legitimate excuse for. I don't know how to swim. I never learn it. The main reason for that is being that since our territory is located in what used to be called North Dakota, there's not really any large body of water nearby where I could have learned it. Plus pools were a luxury, which is amazing that Reed managed to get one. Well, which, then again I suppose he was compelled to please Danny, who always talked about swimming and junk like that. I'm fairly sure I could have learned it if I was allowed to run away to Florida. Before Vincent could say anything, the backsliding glass door opened and Jessie walked in, wearing a small black bikini. She could pull off bathing suits better than me. That lucky bitch. Dude, Nora, she gushed. I know you don't want to hear it, but Kyle can't stop talking about how sexy he thinks you look. I heard from Veronica that he wants to ask you to prom. She looked all giddy until her eyes landed on a very pissed-off Vincent. His grip on my arms tightened and he let out a low growl. He had taken his shirt off earlier, so I saw how his powerful chest muscles expanded and contracted with every deep breath he took. Who's Kyle? He demanded, looking at me like I had wronged him somehow. I rolled my eyes. HES, some loser who's had a crush on me since you guys revealed yourselves. Ice coughed. Vincent doesn't need to worry about me, www. Kyle. Just the thought of Kyle made a rise up in my throat and my stomach twist with nausea. Vincent's face physically relaxed and he stared at me for a little while longer. Jessie stood in awkward silence, wondering whether or not she should leave. Vincent finally smirked and turned to her. Jessie, he barked, bring Kyle in here. She nodded and literally ran out of the house and into the backyard. Vincent looked back at me, his smirk still dominating his features. "I told you, mate," he said in a velvet voice. "I need to protect you from everything: vampires, dangerous people, yourself, and now even horny werewolf males. However, it seems to me that you don't like to listen, so I'm gonna show you the reason why I'm so protective of you." That didn't sound good at all. "Are you going to feed me to a vampire?" I whimpered, my heart speeding up with fear. I've never seen one before, but I was told that they were even more frightening than werewolves, particularly because they eat humans. I heard that when a vampire mates with a human, there's some kind of method that they use to feed from them without turning them into one of them. Hence the human basically becomes a blood bank. A look of horror passed over Vincent's face. He pushed his face closer to mine. "Listen to me, Nora," he whispered. "It never hurt you. Ever. But this you need to learn. If he tries to hurt you, scream and he'll come save you." That sure as shit didn't calm me down. "What?" I whimpered, my legs getting shaky. Jesse came back into the home, followed by Kyle. He was wearing a pair of tight board shorts, and that was it. His chest was muscled, but not as much as Vincent's. Plus, he appeared to be about a half-foot shorter than Vincent as well. "What is it, Beta?" he asked, in a voice that didn't sound at all like the pervert he usually was. This one was all respectful and mature. Vincent straightened his posture, looking bigger, and put his muscular arm around my tiny shoulders. "You're going to teach my mate how to swim," he said. "You have my permission to talk to her and to touch her. Permission to touch me. Kyle needs to get that from me, not Vincent." I glanced over at Kyle, who fought to hide his smile. Vincent seemed oblivious to this as he pushed me forward. I looked back at him with pleading eyes. "I don't want to do this," I hissed. For a brief second, a pained expression crossed Vincent's face. "Relax, Nora," Kyle said. "I'm a lifeguard at the community pool. I'm the perfect candidate to teach you how to swim." He held out his hand and I hesitantly took it, ignoring the low growl from Vincent. I was led outside and over to the pool. Vincent had followed us, standing about to feet away. The rest of the partygoers were acting as if nothing was going on at all, talking about this and that. Danny was even talking to Crystal, who looked bored out of her mind as she sipped at her red plastic cup. I stood at the edge of the sidewalk where the pool was, letting my toes hang off the ledge. I looked at the ground to see 15 feet's prey, painted in black right where we stood. Great. Kyle led me to the deep end. Can't we start over at the 4 feet point?" I asked, pointing in its direction. "It's too crowded," Kyle said. "Besides, there's no one at this point, so we'll have the water to ourselves." Vincent looked a little pained, and he bit his lower lip and clenched his fist even harder. When he looked over at me, his posture visibly relaxed and he gave me a shy smile. I turned away from him. It's his fault that I have to do this in the first place. "Well, jump in," Kyle said. "Ya no, totally immerse ourselves. That way you're forced to deal with the water head on. Now follow me." He let go of my hand and jumped in the pool, sending cold water splashing all over my legs. I watched him submerge almost to the bottom before he kicked himself up back towards the surface. Soon his head bobbed up and he swam over to the edge. "Your turn." I hesitantly looked at the deep water. Now I heard somewhere, most likely from Jesse, that fat people float. Now I have a good muffin top when I wear jeans, so hopefully that will keep me afloat. However, if I start to drown, then it's Kyle who'll save me. I sat down at the edge of the water and put my legs in. Then I slowly slid the rest of my body into the pool, feeling the water pull me. My hands clasped the edge of the walkway, keeping me above the water. Vincent chuckled. You weren't lying, were you? He asked. You really can't swim. I shook my head. Kai lunched his way over to me and put his hands on my hips, which were only covered by the string of my bikini bottom. It felt gross, having his dirty hands on my bare skin, making me feel sick to my stomach. Shit. Given the choice between him and Vincent, I'd kick the latter. Sure, Vincent may be a pain in the ass, but at least HS modestlies. "'Kay now, Nora, let's move out into the middle," he said. He was right up in my personal space, his face right next to mine. It felt disgusting and I wanted nothing more than to get out, which was what I started to do. I put my hands flat on the edge and pushed myself out of the water. I had my torso completely out when Vincent leaned down and pushed my shoulders back, making me fall back into Kyle's chest. "You wanted this, Nora," he growled. "I'm just giving it to you." Kyle laughed quietly and wrapped one arm around my waist and led me out into the middle of the pool. I frantically kicked my legs and waved my arms, struggling to keep my head above the water. This only made Kyle laugh even harder. "You need to relax, Nora, or else you'll sink right to the bottom," he chuckled. "Now fill your lungs up with air. Breathe in." I followed his orders, putting my hand on his beefy shoulder to support me. I sucked as much air into my lungs as I could, hoping that would help me stay afloat. Still, it felt as if weights were attached to my feet, seemingly dragging me to the bottom. "Now, Nora, I'm gonna let you go." "And you just kick and moved your arms in a circular motion. Got it," Kyle said, grabbing my hand that was hooked onto his shoulder. I shook my head. "Don't," I shouted. "If he makes me let go, then I'm going to drown and the LL be the end of me." Despite my pleas, Kyle lifted my hand off him and gently pushed me away out into the water where I was by myself. Shit. I need to relax if else I'll die. Yeah, that didn't help at all. As soon as I was by myself, my head plopped below the surface and I sank all the way to the bottom of the pool, my butt touching the ground in a few seconds. Maybe I need to put on more fat or something. I opened my eyes under the water, watching every owner's feet at the other end of the pool. No one seemed to know that I was about to meet my death, my chest starting to ache without my precious oxygen. I glanced up at Kyle's legs, which were swimming away and over to the edge where he got out of the pool. That traitor. He left me here to die. Well, I'm dead. That's it. Nora Song, age 18. Forced to be a stupid werewolf-ass mate, only to die at a pool party. Wow, that's the lamest obituary ever. I laid back, my back touching the ground of the pool now. The sky was bright and rippled with the little waves of the water. Then the waves moved more rapidly and a figure blocked the sunlight from my eyes. I felt something grab me beneath my arms and yank me upwards. I was pulled all the way up to the surface where my head finally popped out of the water. I gasped for breath and looked back to see Vincent, his arms securely fastened around me, keeping me trapped to him. "I'm sorry, mate," he panted. "I'll never do that to you. Just know that I love you and want you to be safe at all times." He pulled me closer to him, if that was even possible, and laid a wet kiss on my cheek, making me internally gag. He then smiled to himself. "Now I'm going to teach you how mates swim." Great. There's another difference with mates of werewolves. Will it never end? Vincent turned around, so that I stared at the back of his head. He held both of my arms and positioned them so that one went over his left shoulder and the other under his right, making me hold them together in front of his chest. It was a little difficult considering how broad his back was, but I managed to keep them together. "Hold on tight," he said, patting my hands. He then leaned forward and began to kick his legs and maneuver his arms so he propelled us to the side of the pool. The whole way, I just rested on his back, feeling his powerful muscles flex as he moved. When he reached the edge, he unclasped my hands and pushed me forward. He even put his hands on either side of my waist, lifting me out of the water and onto the walkway. See, he smiled. I can take care of you. I guess he can, but that still doesn't change my mind about anything. I turned and walked off, leaving him as he struggled to get himself out of the pool. Jessie walked up to me, handing me a towel. So, she said, Danny told me about the thing you and Crystal are planning. She kept her voice low so that no werewolf around could hear. I looked over to Vincent, who finally managed to crawl out of the pool. As soon as he was on his feet, he looked around, searching for me. I guess I was hard to spot, because after a while, he looked a little worried. It seemed weird. His black hair was wet and matted to his forehead, giving him a childish appearance, and his eyebrows were knit together. His chest heaved with his deep breaths and his eyes were darting all around the party. His teeth weren't bared, but I could see them as he grinned them in desperation. Then, to top it all off, I heard a slight whimper escape from him. It was pitiful. He stood there, all dripping wet and alone at the edge of the pool, his head turning all fast trying to find where I wandered off to, whimpering like an injured puppy. Finally, I just couldn't take it anymore. Vincent, I called. Over here. Immediately, he perked up and shot a glance in my direction. His worried face disappeared and his face broke out into the biggest smile I'd ever seen anyone wear in my life. He hurried over to me, wrapped both his arms around me, pulling me into him. He nuzzled me, laying a quick kiss on my cheek. I couldn't find you, he whispered. I was so scared. It was so odd to see a grown werewolf diminish to a child in a matter of seconds, all because he was by my side. The pathetic sight of Vincent whimpering, searching for me made me feel bad for the guy a little bit. That's the only reason why I said, I'm not going anywhere. Relax. It was meant to make him feel better and to avoid seeing that creepy side again. Jessie smiled then, looking happy. Good for you, Nora. She cheered. I guess this means you're not running away anymore. My heart dropped and Vincent unleashed the most blood, curdling snarl I've ever heard in my life. Confrontation. Now many things were running through my mind at this moment. The first was focusing on how much I wanted to murder my best friend right now. Thanks to her big mouth, Vincent now knows all about my plan to run away from him. Although, at the same time I'm relieved that he doesn't know that it was to Florida. So if I ever do manage to escape, he won't think about searching there. The second thing was how I was going to escape now. There's no doubt in my mind that Vincent's possessive instincts will be in full drive now. I read about that in our werewolf class at school. Whenever a wolf's mate, they're always human in these scenarios, expresses a desire to leave, the wolf mentally snaps and does everything in their power to keep their mate by their side, even if force is necessary. Lastly, I couldn't shake the feeling of Vincent's tightening grip on my waist with his strong arms. Yep, he snapped, having his animalistic instincts overcome his brain. If I thought that he was possessive earlier, I'm in a world of hurt now. Jessie stood in front of us, mouth hanging open in shock. I didn't know. She sputtered. She put her hands up in defense and then ran off. So first she causes Vincent to go all apeshed on me, and now she leaves me. I hate you, Jessie. Vincent still growled in my ear, keeping me trapped to his body. I think it's time for us to go home, he growled. I could hear his voice was strained, trying to keep himself from yelling. He didn't let go of me, but instead began to walk into the house, pushing me in front of him, still with his vice grip on me. We dripped water onto the carpet, but Reed kept his mouth shut when he looked at us. I still haven't seen Vincent's face, but I'm fairly sure that it's something even the devil would be afraid of. I was ushered over to the truck and Vincent opened the passenger door for me. I didn't use my own legs to get in. Vincent literally shoved me inside, slamming the door hard right behind me. Not wanting to get into any more trouble, I sat up and put my seatbelt on. Vincent got in on the driver's side. As soon as he had his door shut, he snarled at me. Go figure, I was right. He was terrifying. He bared his teeth at me, not like I've seen before, but really showing them off. His canines were on full display, gleaming with the power they had. His eyes were bright yellow and narrowed at me, looking over me, calculating my every move. Vincent leaned over and unclicked my seatbelt. Before I could say anything, he pulled me closer to his body, then wrapping his seatbelt around the both of us. His right arm was securely fastened around me the whole time as he began to drive, using only his left for the steering wheel. His breathing was hard and controlled, and every now and then I'd hear him growl. Hed glanced down at me and tightened his hold, letting out another low growl. I'm only going to say this once, mate. He snarled. You belong to me. After that he was silent, leaving only the rumble of engine between us. I noticed that his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. He was gripping it so hard. I looked out the passenger side window, too afraid to start my own conversation. A part of me shouted to apologize, only to make him happy and have him quit this whole creepy FA. Where were you gonna go anyway? Vincent snarled. I'm all you have. Your parents kicked you out. I'm your only family now. Seriously. Though, where? I couldn't tell him Florida. Iceland. I lied. Vincent's chest vibrated with the deep growl he let out. I realized that he left his shirt at Dana's house. I also seemed to notice that he looked bigger, like his muscles grew or something. You know, Rake J actually a territory where both werewolves and vampires live. He growled. You like vampires more than me or something. Right now, I totally do. He seemed to be confrontational with this question, ready to fight me if I answered it wrong. His arms strained, fighting to keep control. I've never met a vampire. I've never met a vampire, I said. Vincent didn't respond. We pulled up in front of his house and he pulled me out of the truck, keeping a tight grip on my arm as he led me up the walkway. The legend of Lacey, the girl who was attacked by her pissed-off werewolf mate, flashed in my mind. HE's going to kill me. Vincent's going to take me inside the house where he'll kill me. The whole up the walkway he wouldn't look at me, but instead had his hand tightly coiled around my wrist, totally bruising it. My heart sped up and I started to wheeze. I can't go into this house. If there's one thing in life I should never do, it's never go into a psychotic werewolf-ass house. Vincent stopped in front of the door and let go of me to turn the key into the lock. And that was all I needed. I turned on my barefoot heels, scrapping them up a little bit. Then I pushed forward, springing out my legs to propel me. I pumped my arms to help quicken my pace, and before I knew it, I was running away from Vincent literally. I made it down the walkway and onto the sidewalk when I heard a ferocious snarl. Because I'm so smart, I decided to look back and see what made that noise. Where Vincent had stood was now a werewolf in its animal form. Unlike what TV has shown, werewolves don't turn into actual wolves. Instead, their human form gets larger and significantly hairier. Their head certainly turns into a wolf's head and they sprout a tail, but that's about it. Their ankles rise higher on their legs, but they stay bipedal. They do run faster on all fours though. Obviously their claws grow on their hands and feet. Usually werewolves wolf out when they get really pissed at something. Another time is when their mate is in danger and they need to eliminate the threat. Vincent must have grown to feet taller in his wolf form. His fur was midnight black, probably darker than the hair on his head while HES in his human form. His yellow eyes were still trained on me, and he bared his teeth, snarling in my direction again. Man, I pissed this wolf off. Now logic dictates that I immediately go to his side. However, excuse me for thinking that going towards a full-blown werewolf is a bad idea. Instead, I opened my mouth and screamed like bloody murder, running as fast as my legs would carry me in the other direction. I probably made it about 2 feet before Vincent caught me. I felt his big hairy arms wrap around me. Everything was a blur. I saw the street where I was running, then the sky, then Vincent's wolf head, and then the inside of the house. I was kicking and screaming the entire way, even yelling for help. Yet no one came to help me from the monster that pulled me into its house. I hate the people here. Wolf Vincent carried me upstairs, swinging me over his shoulder. He walked into his bedroom and literally threw me onto the bed. I tried to get up and maybe jump out of the window, but he pounced on me, pinning me down onto the bed underneath his immense form. Mind, he snarled, licking the side of my face. We laid there for a while, in the position he had told me about the other night. This was the one where the werewolf trapped the mate to him, pinning them under their weight. Vincent shifted back into his human form, the weight decreasing a little on me. Why do you run? He demanded. Isn't it obvious? Because? I shouted, pushing on his chest with all my might. Surprisingly, he moved off me. I stood up off the bed and turned to face him, my own face red with anger. I hate you. I screamed. Vincent flinched. He struggled to keep his composure, but I could tell my words poisoned him. But I was glad. He chased me in his wolf form and dragged me away from my life. Well, that's too bad, he whispered. I'm not letting you go. With that, he walked out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him. I heard what sounded like him sitting on the floor, his back resting on the door. HES really not letting me go. Unexpected. I must have sat on the bed for a couple of hours, just thinking of my options. The way I see it, I have virtually none. When stupid Jessie ran her big mouth, revealing to Vincent that I had planned to run away from him, he went all psycho and his possessive instinct kicked in. Therefore, HES going to be even more annoying and clingy than usual. Now that leads me to my desire to leave him. There's no way he'll let me out of his sight, so that means that Crystal's help is now out of the question. I suppose it always was figuring that there was no way it'd be able to come up with the money she required for her service anyway. I looked out the window. The sun had set and there were no stars out tonight. The moon was close to being full, which meant that in most likely 2 days, Vincent's wolf will be in charge. I actually know how to explain this one because every full moon, humans are warned to stay indoors. With a werewolf, it's like there's 2 people inside one body, kind of. The werewolf is completely aware of everything. However, there's a tiny voice inside their head, called their wolf. This inner wolf will sometimes guide them on what to do and will even tell them when they have found their mate. It's kind of creepy, because when the wolf wants something, the werewolf is usually helpless in acting out its desired actions. Therefore, when the wolf becomes fully in charge of the limbs and all actions of the werewolf, it's a little frightening. It's always during the full moon that humans disappear. That is, except for the humans who were chosen to be the mates of wolves. The wolf will keep the human mate by their side all day, not even letting them do the simplest tasks alone, even showering. I heard Danny once walked to paces from Reed's side during a full moon, and his wolf flipped out. Because wolves are more animalistic than the werewolf, it's not unusual for them to bite or slash at their human mates. It usually happens when the human does something that the wolf isn't fond of. And then, boom. They look like 2 fair in the hospital with tons of flesh wounds. They are never killed, but they do oftentimes come close to death. Therefore, I need to leave Vincent within 2 days' time. If I don't, then I own deception by Dwightness. Knowing me, he'll do something that will result in him attacking me on the full moon. I guess the best option is to leave at night when he's asleep. I groaned and wiped at my tired eyes. When I did, I smelt the chlorine on them from the swimming pool and gagged. I walked over to the door and tried to open it, but when I tried, I hit something behind it and heard Vincent growl. "Where are you trying to go now?" he snarled from the other side. "I want to take a shower," I said. "Fine." He sighed and got up off the ground. He opened the door and grabbed my hand, leading me out of the bedroom and over to the bathroom. He pushed me inside and closed the door behind me, sitting down in front of it again. I looked around the small bathroom, noticing that there was no window, which totally explained why he was so accepting as to let me into this room all by myself. I walked up to the counter, feeling the plaque on my teeth, making me scowl. I turned on the hot water faucet, letting it get all steamy, and then ran the one toothbrush under it for a good 2 minutes before I scrubbed my teeth clean. After that, I stripped off the bikini and jumped into the bathtub, closing the glass door behind me. Once inside, I turned on the water, making it a little hot. I wet my hair, feeling the steaming water hit my skin, washing away the nasty pool smell. I closed my eyes and relaxed for a little bit. Then I heard the door open. I jerked and looked through the glass to see that Vincent had walked inside the bathroom. He closed the door and turned to face me. "What are you doing?" I demanded. Deep inside, I was thanking God that the steam had fogged up the glass door, making my naked body blurred. I silently cursed myself for not locking the door. Vincent chuckled. Nora, he laughed. "I own you, so I don't think you have the right to be questioning me like that." I fought the urge to shout for him to go fuck himself. Instead, I grabbed the shampoo, noticing that it was Guy's. Oh well. I put some into my hair and lathered it up, rinsing it out. "Can I help you?" I scoffed, knowing damn well that Vincent was still standing there. "My wolf just wanted to be near you," he explained. He walked over, and for a brief second, I feared that he'd jump in the shower with me. However, instead he sat down on the toilet lid, just remaining silent. Could he seriously get enjoyment out of just being in the same room with me? What a freak. I washed the shampoo out of my hair and went to wash my body. Vincent cleared his throat, getting my attention. "What?" I snapped. "I just want to say," he began, "that what you said earlier in the room really hurt me." "You mean when I told you that I hate you?" I smiled. Vincent growled. "Anyway, I want to tell you that even if you don't like me, I still love you." Then he stood up and walked over to the door. He opened and stood in the doorway, pausing for a bit. He then turned back to face me. "And no matter what, I always will." Then he left and closed the door. I rolled my eyes and rinsed the body wash off me. I turned off the shower and opened the glass door to get the one towel that was in the bathroom. Once I was all dried off, I wrapped the towel around me and walked out of the bathroom to go get changed in the bedroom. When I got in there, I saw Vincent was there as well, sitting on the bed with a smirk on his face. Whatever, I don't have time for him. I walked over to the corner where my boxes of clothes were, only to find that the corner was there. I cocked my eyebrow and looked over at Vincent in confusion. "Where's my clothes?" I asked. Vincent, still with a smirk on his face, pointed over to the bed. There was a pair of my underwear and one of his shirts. "You're wearing that," he said. "No, I'm not," I scoffed, folding my arms over my chest. "Fine," Vincent shrugged. "Walk around naked. In fact, I'll join you." He pulled the shirt off his body and went to pull down the basketball shorts he had on. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and E.Y. Gwait. As an undocumented changeling and forced to pose as a low-level witch, I shouted. He paused. "I'll wear your stupid shirt." Vincent's smile grew even larger, taking up most of his face. "Great, great," he cheered. "Use my cleansing products. Use my towel. And now you're wearing my shirt. There's no doubt that other wolves will know you're mine. That sly son of a bitch, literally." I ground my teeth and trudged over to the bed. Figuring that he'll try anything to see anyway, I let the towel fall to the ground. Immediately Vincent's chuckling ceased and his mouth dropped. His eyes popped out of his head and he stared at me. I pulled on the underwear first and then slowly put on his shirt. It was way too big for me. The sleeves, which meant to be around his biceps, stopped at my elbows. Also, the end of it went way past my waist, almost covering my crotch. Sure enough, I could smell his nasty sweaty aura on it. It reminded me of PE class, which, go figure, he teaches. Vincent stood up off the bed and held out his hand to me. "Let me make you something to eat," he said. Hesitantly, I reached out to take his offered hand, but then my personality got in the way and I walked right by him. Vincent growled and grabbed my arm, yanking me to him. He then swung me over his shoulders, carrying me downstairs and into the kitchen like I was a sack of potatoes or something lighter because he walked as if he weren't even carrying something. When we made it to the kitchen, I was set back onto my feet. Vincent still kept his arm around me as he moved around the kitchen, searching through the cabinets for something to eat. Eventually he settled on ramen, which was pretty much the only food in his kitchen. He grabbed about 5 packets and a pot from one of the lower cabinets. He put all the stuff together, still with an arm keeping me securely at his side. There was a small table in the middle of the room, which he led me to. He pulled out a chair and sat in it, yanking me onto his lap. When I was forced on his, both of his arms acted as restraints, keeping me trapped to him. It was super uncomfortable. His legs are all hard from their packed-on muscle. Plus, his arms are hard as well, not keeping me secure or anything. Whoever said that biceps were attractive didn't keep into account how hard they felt when they were being squeezed into you. He even rested his head on my shoulders, his chin digging into my body. "Mine," he mumbled. I rolled my eyes. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. I hate it here. I hate this house. I hate Vincent. I hate sitting in his stupid grasp. I hate this whole situation. We sat there for a while in silence. Vincent would just nuzzle me, growling in delight. I thought that was a little weird. Finally, we heard the water boiling, meaning the food was done. Vincent lifted me out of his lap finally, and went over to the stove. He turned off the flame and grabbed 2 bowls, filling them up with ramen. He then grabbed them and walked back to the table, setting them down. This time Vincent let me sit down in my own chair. He sat across from me, loudly slurping his food. At first I thought I wasn't hungry, but as soon as the food was in front of me, I gulp-fed it down, not even too bothered when I burnt my tongue. When we were all finished, Vincent took both bowls back to the sink and quickly rinsed them off. He then turned to me. "Time for bed, mate," he said, grabbing me arm and once again throwing me over his shoulder. I'm starting to think HES doing this to show off his strength. He carried me into the bedroom and tossed me down onto the bed. The light was turned off before I could get my senses together, and I was soon tackled by Vincent. His heavy body was on top of me, pinning me down underneath. My arms were at my side, trapped as Vince entrapped his around me. He made sure to be low enough so that he didn't lay on my head. Instead, we both shared the one pillow on the bed. "Good night, mate," he whispered in the dark, kissing my cheek. "Love you," I grunted. For the longest time, me and Vincent lay in the bed. He managed to move the comforter blanket over us, making me pant with the heat. After about a half hour, Vincent started to lightly snore. "HGS asleep now. Awesome." I began to wiggle my arms a bit, inch by inch freeing them from Vincent's grasp. Eventually I had them out. I then lightly pushed on his broad chest, feeling his hard muscles for a bit. He sure was buff. I pushed, trying to roll him over. Vincent made a little sound and I immediately stopped, my breath hitching in my throat. After 3 seconds, the snoring started back up and I began to push some more. Eventually there was a large enough space created in his hold for me to freedom. I slid on out, feeling my way off the bed blindly. I'm actually doing it. I'm going to be free of Vincent. Using my foot out in front of me, I swayed it in a zigzag motion, like a blind person with a cane. Foot by foot, I made my way across the floor of the bedroom, reaching the far wall. Then all I had to do was feel around that for the doorknob, which I amazingly found with ease as it was the first thing my hand touched. Finally, some good luck. I turned the doorknob slowly, quietly opening the door. I stepped out into the hallway. Vincent whimpered. I froze, not even daring to breath. I glanced back, looking at Vincent's outline from the shine of the moon. He was still asleep. However, he was twitching, like how a dog does in his sleep. He just kept on moving, whimpering, like he was chasing something in his dream, but Cal didn't catch up. I wonder what HE's dreaming about like I care. I tiptoed out in the hall, finding the stairs, which I stepped on slowly, lest one should creak and wake up my captor. After the longest minute of my life escaping a werewolf-esque house sure is anxiety-ridden, I was at the base of the steps. Now I didn't really want to go in public, wearing only Vincent's shirt and my underwear, but what choice did I have? I walked over to the front door, undid the lock and chain, and opened it. Instantly air rushed inside, filling up my core with the sweet feeling of freedom of the outside world. Then I ran. I didn't even bother to lose Vincent's front door. Let some crazy rouge werewolf go in there and eat him. I don't care. I just ran on the sidewalk, turning left then running down that block. My feet began to pound as they hit the hard concrete over and over. Luckily, the hot weather made the cement feeling warm to the soles of my feet, allowing me to finally feel some ounce of comfort. I figured that doing a zigzag pattern when I reached the end of blocks would be good. On one I take a right, then a left, then a left, then a right, then a left, then turn around because it's a cul-de-sac, then a right. I didn't even know where I was going and I didn't even know how I was going to get some appropriate clothes for later on. But right now I didn't even care. The streets were empty, only the street lamps giving me some company. It was nice to be alone for a while after being smothered by some obsessed werewolf. Eventually, after my run, I reached the end of the neighborhood. At the end of the street that was blocked off was a forest. Perhaps if I ran in here, I could hide out for a little bit and then in the morning, find someone, maybe Danny, to help get me some clothes and get me out of the territory. Then I could just sneak through the territories until I reached Florida and salvation from werewolves. The howl of a werewolf sounded off in the not too far distance. Shit. It's Vincent. I started up in a sprint and made it for the forest. I looked behind me, hoping to God that I'd see nothing at all. However, thanks to my good luck, I got to see the large werewolf and wolf from run around the corner, coming my way. I quickened my pace, even bending down a little hoping to stop air resistance. My life depended on making it to the forest. I had to make it there in the coverage of the trees and leaves. Then maybe I could climb a tree and Vincent would run by me or something. I glanced back over my shoulder, seeing the large werewolf covering the distance that took me 30 seconds and just 4 flat. For some reason, Vincent looked a lot larger, like his wolf form had grown larger and more muscular. Could his extreme anger have done that to him? Wow, I really screwed myself over. I was only about a couple yards away from the forest when the werewolf behind me snarled. I stumbled over my feet, falling to the ground. I hit it pretty hard, the air rushing out of me. For a few moments, I lied dazed on the grass. This is it. Vincent's going to get me and then drag me back to the house. Then he'll break my legs, making me dependent on him. I looked up at the werewolf, who was only 20 feet away. He leapt up in the air, most likely to pounce on me. I flinched, but kept my eyes open, wanting to at least see the minute in which my life would end. The werewolf flew over me, landing at the clearing of the forest. I heard him snarl and then something else snarled back at him. I cocked my eyebrow and looked back to see the werewolf standing in a protective stance, obviously defending me from something. Fucking mutt. I heard a woman shriek from the forest. She ran out and charged at the werewolf. She was really tall and skinny. Her long black hair was really shiny and looked glossy in the moonlight. Her pale skin even seemed to glow. She bared her teeth, showing off her fangs. She's a vampire. The vampire pounced on the werewolf, latching her in his fur. The werewolf growled and began to buck around, eventually sending the vampire falling to the ground. The wolf then trapped her in his powerful jaws, biting down and thrashing his head. I covered my eyes, hearing the vampire shriek as she was ripped to pieces. After her cries were silences, I slowly moved my hands away from my face to stare at the werewolf who had just saved my life from a bloodthirsty vamp. I cleared my throat, trying to muster up the courage to speak. "Thank Vincent," I mumbled. The werewolf growled and stood up on his 2 legs. Slowly he morphed back into his human form, hair disappearing and shrinking to feet. At the end of the transformation, I realized that this werewolf was Vincent. The man was way taller and a lot more muscular. Plus, his hair was brown and it was put up in a spiky style like Vincent's. His hair was short and tame, because he had just phased back into a human. The man was naked. I'll admit, I glanced and sure enough, I liked it a lot more than Vincent's. This man even appeared to be older, maybe by about 5 years. I'm basing that off the age lines near the ends of his eyes. I'm not Vincent, the werewolf spoke in a baritone voice. You're Alpha. My jaw dropped. I was just saved from a vampire. By Alpha. Wow, there's no coming back from this. Now HES going to tell Vince and he'll be forever punished. Then he'll never escape to Florida. Thanks for saving me, Alpha, I murmured, bowing my head in respect. I'd been taught in school that this was appropriate as Alphas were naturally more dominant and demanded more respect. Alpha chuckled. "Call me Jason," he said. I looked up, seeing a large smile stretch on his face. His face was lit up with happiness, his canines poking out of his mouth, gleaming in the moonlight. I nodded. "Thank you, Jason." If it were possible, Alpha's smile grew even larger and I saw his chest puff out with pride. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was trying to show off his body, like what a lot of male werewolves do. They try to make it look like they can protect their female interest by doing so, luring them into a sense of security with them. Alpha spoke up again. "Well," he smiled, "since you now know my name, can I get yours, mate?" "Nora," I answered. Then I jolted in shock. What did you call me?" Alpha looked at me like I should already know. "Nora," he said, walking over to me with fast steps. "You're my mate. I fainted. Thank you all so much for joining me on this dangerous werewolf journey. I hope you had your hearts pumping and your minds racing. Don't forget to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, and come back for more exciting and dangerous tales. Until next time, stay safe and keep that adventurous spirit alive. Hey everyone, welcome to Dangerous Werewolf. Are you brave enough to step into the perilous world of werewolves with me? Here, we'll uncover the secrets, face the fears, and explore the thrilling and dangerous aspects of these mythical creatures. So hold on tight and let's start this wild adventure together. Compromise. I woke up with light pouring in through the window, blinking my eyes a couple of times to rid the sleep from them. I came to the realization that I was at Vincent's house. This bed felt way too comfortable to belong to that animal. I shot upright, glancing all around my surroundings. This bedroom was significantly larger, looking as if it could fit two of Vincent's bedrooms in it. Plus the bed had flannel sheets instead of the cotton ones at Fleabag's home. I stretched my limbs, seeing that I had been changed, now wearing a full set of pajamas that actually fit me. Who changed my clothes while I was unconscious? There was a window at the far wall where the sunlight was pouring in. I got out of the bed and walked over, feeling the cold hardwood floor under my bare feet. It felt nice as my feet were incredibly sore from my run last night. The memories of last night slammed into me. I ran away from Vincent. I met a vampire. I was saved by Alpha. Alpha claimed me as his mate. Screw that. And not having two werewolves fighting for me. Getting all possessive. That's to Vincent's. And I don't even want one. I rushed to the window, seeing that I was on the second story of what I deduced was Alpha's house. It'll have to do besides it was one of those second stories where the window had some roof beneath it. I slid open the window, grateful that there was no screen after it. Carefully and slowly, I inched my body out of it, left leg first. Eventually I had my body on the roof, running over to the side of the house. Every few seconds, I looked out over at the neighborhood, hoping that no one could see the human girl running on Alpha's roof. They'd tell on me. No doubt. It's that whole stupid pack loyalty. I call it tattletelling and preventing me from leaving the frickin' territory. At the end side of the house was a tree that I could climb down to the ground. I could have just jumped, but I really don't want to risk breaking my legs. Once I reached the tree that was so conveniently located right next to Alpha's house, I grabbed the closet branch, testing it for a bit by tugging. When I did tug, it seemed to be sturdy. It shook a little bit, but it didn't seem to be close to breaking. I took hold of it in both hands, and sure enough, I could support my weight. Slowly, I climbed down the tree and jumped onto the ground below. Freedom. Again. I took off running down the driveway of the rather normal-looking house. A part of me half expected Alpha to live in a huge mansion and thousands of werewolf butlers, but I suppose HS attempting to be a down-to-earth guy dog. Whatever, though. It's not like him ever going to see him again. Nora, where Ray you going? A man's voice called from behind me. I froze and turned around, only to see, go figure, Alpha running up to me. He was only clad in basketball shorts, showing off his chest muscles, most likely trying to impress me with its sculpted awesomeness. Yeah, he looks hot, but HS a dog, which last time I checked, is a turnoff. There's absolutely no way I can outrun an alpha werewolf. Therefore I stayed in place, waiting until Alpha reached me. When he finally did, he stopped in front of me, reaching out to grab onto my arm so that I held into a... "Where did you think you were going?" he asked again. I looked at his face, which I wasn't able to get a good look at last night. He had a man's face, not a boy's like Vincent's. His eyes were a deep brown and his canines seemed to be significantly larger than Vincent's. In fact, almost everything about Alpha was larger than Vincent, his height, muscles, and even the smile he wore as he looked at me. I needed to get home. I cringed when I added this next part. To Vincent. There's a clearly logical way of dealing with this. I chose Vincent. Alphas are known to be far more possessive and animalistic than other werewolves. Plus, Vincent's most likely a bigger push over than Alpha. Alpha grew up in a life of luxury, so he's probably used to getting what he wants all the time. I don't want to deal with rich kid attitude. Alpha's eyes narrowed at me. Vincent. He growled, his lip curling up over his powerful teeth. Vincent Tabin. My beta. Yes, Alpha, I said. HES, my mate. I cringed at that last statement. Besides, you should have known that. You picked up my clothes and even dropped them off at his house. Alpha's breath grew labored and deep. He exhaled sharply through his nose, tightening his grip on my arm and pulling me with him as he led me back to his house. He was rather fast and stronger, practically dragging me to his lair, even if I stumbled here and there. As soon as we were inside, he slammed the front door shut and led me into the living room, setting me down on the couch. He sat right next to me, grabbing both of my forearms in his giant hands. To answer your last remark first, he growled, his brown eyes flickering gold for a brief second. Werewolves find their mates by looking at them, not through scent. I'll admit, your old home smells sweet and alluring, but I shrugged it off. However, when I saw you last night, I realized that you're mine. That was unsettling. But Vincent, your beta, already claimed me. I winned. I don't want another werewolf pining for my affection. Alpha growled again, tightening his grip. This occurs in some cases, he said through his teeth. Sometimes an alpha's mate will have another mate, called a secondary mate. This mate is meant to take care of the alphas in case the alpha dies or is rendered too dangerous for their mate. Vincent is your secondary mate, and the fact that you met him first and he claimed you is purely accidental. God, why didn't I pay attention in werewolf class? But this means that Alpha is meant to be my mate, and Vincent is my backup. So does that mean that I just leave Vincent and am forced to live with Alpha? What does this mean? I asked. Alpha leaned in closer to me. It means that you belong to me, and that Vincent needs to let you go. His face was rather close to mine, allowing me to see the need that flooded his eyes. Yet, there was no doubt that his inner wolf wanted me as a mate. No doubt at all. As I stared looking into his eyes, I saw the corners of his mouth turn up into a lazy smile, as if just being next to me made this man happy. But Vincent already marked me as his. I protested, pulling down the neck of my shirt to show Alpha the bite mark that I was forced to receive. Alpha's nostrils flared. Then I suppose that mud has a claim to you. He growled. He got off the couch, keeping one hand wrapped to my arm, yanking me with him. Let's go and figure this out. He led me out of his house and over to a small car that only had two doors. He opened up the passenger side one and pushed me inside, slamming the door. At least Alpha allowed me to buckle my own seatbelt. Unlike Vincent, Alpha got in the car and sped off down the road, totally ignoring the posted speed limit signs. The whole time, he kept his right hand in the middle of us, palm facing up, beckoning me to grab it. At least he didn't force himself on me. Unlike Vincent, is this radio station all right? He asked, settling on some hard rock music that sounded with a little static. It's fine, Alpha, I muttered. Alpha chuckled and put his arm around my shoulders. It was a lot heavier than Vincent's, most likely due to more muscle. Nora, he said, I want you to call me Jason. The title Alpha is reserved for lower rankers. I just shyly nodded. I didn't want to call Alpha Jason. That would mean that I was warming up to him, and then he'd take that as a sign that I accept the mating bond. Eventually we pulled up in front of Vincent's house. As soon as we were in the driveway, my heart sped up with the realization that I'd be in trouble for running away last night. And even more trouble for allowing Alpha to claim me as a mate. I hesitantly got out of Alpha's car and shuffled my feet forward, toward the door. As soon as my hand was on the doorknob, I froze. Maybe I should just turn around and tell Alpha that I didn't want to see Vincent anymore. That would deal with one werewolf, but then what about the other? Alpha sighed and gently brushed me to the side so that he could open up the door that I guess Vincent left unlocked. Beta, Alpha bellowed, we need to talk. He ushered me inside, pushing gently on my back. There were footsteps upstairs that made their way over to us. Soon Vincent was downstairs, and as soon as he caught sight of me, he perked up. Mate, he shouted, rushing forward. He took me into his embrace, squeezing me tightly to him. Alpha let out a low growl of fury. Let her go, let her go, he snarled. Vincent jumped back a bit and looked at me in confusion and then over to Alpha. I have a right to hold my mate, he said. Alpha stepped forward, towering over both Vincent and me with his insane height. She's mine now, he growled. He was still not wearing a shirt, letting me see how his chest puffed up with power with every deep breath he took. Vincent stood in silence for a bit before I heard a slight whimper escape from him. You mean? He asked. I'm the second mate. Alpha gave one curt nod. She belongs to me, he said. But we have a bit of a problem because you decided to go ahead and mark her before I got to. Therefore you already have a claim on her. With every passing second, I felt Vincent's grip get tighter and tighter, keeping me securely fastened to his body. Yeah, he knew that Alpha's rank gave him precedence. Hence he'd most likely win me over. I don't have any intention of giving her up, Vincent growled, his deep voice vibrating his chest, thus resonating through me. Alpha sighed, his rigid stance relaxing the slightest bit. I know, Beta, he muttered. That's why we need to focus on making Nora happy, Vincent nodded, still keeping me trapped to him. Alpha then turned to me. So Nora, he said, putting on a wide smile, this week, you'll be with both me and Vincent. Then at the end, you'll choose who I'll be your mate. Okay. What? Alpha walked up and went behind me, wrapping his arms around me there. It felt really awkward. Vincent was holding me from the front, and Alpha was holding me from the back. I glanced up at Vincent's face, but he was looking at me. I looked over at Alpha, or Jason I guess, to see that the both of them were having a stare down. This is going to be a long week. I end to answer a few posts. Yes, I'm a guy. And thank you everybody for commenting and fanning. Day 1. Now usually a girl would jump through hoops in order to have to men pining for her affection. I would too. If only those men weren't werewolves. It was only day 1, and already I'm ready to pull my hair out. After that awkward 3-way hug, I complained about how hungry I was. That prompted both Vincent and Jason to rush into the kitchen and start concocting stuff I assume was meant to be breakfast. Vincent attempted to make me some eggs, but he accidentally burnt the bacon and there were some shells left in the eggs. Jason, well, I don't know what he tried to make. It looked gross to even poke my fork in. The both of them stared at me, eager faces on as they set their food down in front of me. My gaze alternated between them and their crappy food. Eventually, I just stood up and grabbed a bowl of Cheerios, which tasted a little stale. So I guess all 3 of us suck at food. After that, I wanted to take a shower. I could see both the looks on Vince and Jason's face, as both of them went from being eager to turned on to jealous. With who? They both asked at the same time. My jaw must have hit the floor as I stared at them in disbelief. What do you mean, with who? I cried out, throwing my hands up in the air. Jason smiled for a brief moment. Nora, he cooed, your safety is very important to me. I just want to be around to make sure you're all right at all times. Vincent rolled his eyes. Mate, he said in a flat voice, I've already seen you naked. So you can trust me to be the one with you in there. When did he see me naked? Oh yay, he scented me when I was asleep, so he probably caught a few peeps. Like in the actual tub, or just the bathroom? I questioned. Vincent's smile grew this time. The tub, of course. Jason looked like he was calculating something over in his mind for a second or two. I'll be just fine being in the bathroom, he said. I won't even look. I'll be perfectly fine just being in the same room as you. Well, it would be nice not to have my naked form looked at. It's not that impressive, but still, I don't want to show it off. Fine. I huffed. Come on, Jason. I'd choose you for the shower crab. Jason jumped out of the chair, his face alight with zeal. He turned to Vincent. Suck it. He laughed. Vincent just responded with a low growl. He even shot me a look of betrayal, like I was wrong. Jason, not even noticing the look Vincent gave me, grabbed my hand and dragged me up the stairs into the bathroom. I couldn't help but think about how awkward it would be for Vincent having his mate take a shower with another man in the room, in his own house. I felt my own smile creep up onto my face at that thought. Yeah, maybe I was being a little mean, but whatever. As soon as we were in the bathroom, Jason slammed the door shut and locked it. He then took a standing position in the corner, facing away from me. There you go, Nora, he said. I promise I won't look at you. He better not. I jumped into the bathtub with my clothes on. I shut the glass door, glad that there was some limestone on there so that my body wouldn't be clearly visible to the grown man here. So I wondered, how old are you anyway? I stripped off my clothes, throwing them over the gap between the door and the ceiling. I then started the water on the shower, making it a little extra hot to steam up the glass door faster in case Jason let his hormones get the best of him. I heard Jason sigh. He mumbled the last part, so I couldn't hear him. I asked. I'm 30, he growled. But Vincent's 25, which is a little too immature for you, don't you think? It was a low growl from the other side of the bathroom door. It figures that Vincent would be standing right there like the creeper that he is. I huffed as I lathered shampoo in my hair. Dude, can't you just find your own second mate? Like the both of you. That way I don't have to be put into this situation. If both Jason and Vincent found their second mates, then I'd be free. How awesome would that be? Jason chuckled. Sorry, Nora, he said. Only the alpha's mate has a second mate. You're going to be our one and only love. So that means that the wolf I don't pick will just be living his life heartbroken. I wondered. Sure, I hate werewolves, but seems a little harsh. Kind of, Jason said. Like he promised. He was still standing in the corner, not looking my way even once. Even Vincent couldn't do that. When you pick me, Vincent will, she's going to pick me. Vincent yelled from the hall. Jason growled, but continued. When you pick your mate, he sneered. The other one will still be around, but you won't see him. He'll be a ghost, I asked. Jason laughed. No, he'll just be in the shadows pretty much. Watch him, but having no contact. Then if I die, Vincent will come to get you back. But if I live until we both die together, Then Vincent will die alone. That's it. Vincent yelled. Shower's over. From there, the day just got worse. I had wanted to just have a nice, relaxing day, but Jason and Vincent ruined that for me. After my awkward and informative shower, I planned to waste meaningless hours watching TV. I had lounged out on the sofa, taking the whole thing up. That's when the wolves came rushing in. Both of them were shirtless, trying to attract me with their large muscles. Jason's were larger. Both of them had on cargo shorts, both dark colors that contrasted with their light skin. Cha-cha watching mate. Vincent asked me, emphasizing the word mate while smirking at Jason, who responded with a growl. TV, I grumbled, turning up the volume. Vincent walked around the sofa and lifted me up so that he sat under my head. He then set me down, making my head rest on his lap. Jason walked around and did the same thing, only to my feet. This was weird. How about a foot massage, Nora? Jason asked. It was kind of nice that he called me Nora and not mate. That way, I didn't feel like a werewolf's plaything. No, I said flatly, once again turning up the TV volume so much that my ear began to ache a little bit. Vincent laughed quietly, but I could feel his body shake with each chuckle. He rested his hands on my back, and then began to slowly rub it. Jason snorted and began to massage my feet in retaliation. She said she didn't want that. Vincent snarled. You didn't ask her permission if you could rub her back. Jason snarled back. The both of them stared down each other for a few moments, baring their teeth and growling. Eventually they shot to their feet, making me roll to the floor. That's it, Jason snarled. He grabbed my arm and yanked me up to my feet. I'm not sharing my mate with a beta. I'm the alpha. I'm in charge. Vincent grabbed my other arm and attempted to yank me back towards him. I claimed her first. He snarled. She belongs to me. Jason growled and faced me. Nora, who do you choose? Both of them were silent and stared at me, expecting an answer. I really wanted to say none, but I knew that would only prolong my predicament that I'm in now. I can't go on forever trying to deal with two werewolves fighting over my attention for an entire week. It's only been 1 hour, and I'm already tired of it. Jason, Vincent said, we need to consider. Jason snarled at him, his eyes flashing yellow. You will address me as Alpha. Vincent curled his lip over his teeth. Alpha, he spat. Tomorrow is the full moon. We need to come up with a game plan, because you and I both know that our inner wolves will want to be with their mate. Jason stopped his mad little tirade and thought for a second. Finally he sighed and his shoulders drooped. You know, he added, our inner wolves won't want to share their mate either. And they most likely won't have as much control as we do. They have control. Vincent yanked me towards him once more, actually winning. I stumbled into him, almost falling to the ground, but he soon wrapped me up in his arms. I'll take her tomorrow since I already claimed and scented her, so my inner wolf's pull will be a lot stronger. You can spend the day with her the next day. That's my final offer. Jason's breathing sped up and his chest puffed with anger. Fine, he growled. But there's one condition. Vincent asked, his grip on my tightening. Jason smirked and stood up tall, making himself look bigger. You're demoted to Omega. Oh shit. That's bad. Vincent flinched. At first he looked like he was pained, but then his hold on me increased. Somehow, and he straightened his posture as well. As long as I have my mate by my side, he said, I don't care what happens to me. That ended that ordeal. Of course now, Vincent won't have the respect from the pack that he used to have. Omega is the lowest rank in the werewolf community. Soon he'll have to give up his house and go to the Omega community on the poor side of town and live in one of those crappy houses. He'll have to get a different job because Omega aren't seen to be smart enough to teach. In short, Jason just ruined his life, with one little phrase, all because of me. That brought another thought to my head. Vincent had said that it mattered to him as long as I was there with him. I don't want to be with an Omega. That means that I'll have the exact same treatment as him. How crappy would it be to have a werewolf mate I hate that belongs to a rank that all werewolves hate? Very. Then came bedtime. It was dark outside and I was getting tired. Thinking that I'd find peace and sleep, I slumped upstairs and crawled into Vincent's bed. As soon as my eyes were hot, I felt the bed dip and a pair of strong arms wrap around me, pulling me into a large body. "Good night, mate," Vincent cooed, kissing my forehead. I felt him start to position me so that my head rested on his chest. But then the other side of the bed dipped with weight and another pairs of arms wrapped around my body. "Good night, Nora," Jason said, nuzzling the back of my neck. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Vincent growled. "You don't have the authority to speak that way to me, Omega," Jason snarled. "If you must know, I'm sleeping with my mate, as I won't be able to without her by my side." But Vincent continued to sleep even when I ran off. I winned. Why did I have to have Vincent holding me from the front, and Jason from the back? At the same time, Jason laughed. I suppose the correct way to say it would be that I won't sleep well without my... When a wolf sleeps with his mate by his side, then he's perfectly at peace. However, without his mate, he will no doubt have night terrors and anxious all night. "You keep me sane," Vincent said, nuzzling me. "You keep me saner," Jason said, continuing to nuzzle me on the other side. I didn't even get any sleep that night. It was rather difficult, considering two full-grown men holding me, trying to get my attention all night. As soon as I was almost asleep, I get Vincent telling me I owned his heart, which would cause Jason to say I owned his soul. Or Jason said that he would give the whole world to me if he could, and Vincent said that he would manage to get the world if it was what I desired. Around 4 in the morning, Vincent began to snarl for no reason. "Leave," he told Jason. "The moon," Jason huffed. He leaned forward and kissed my forehead. "I'll rescue you tomorrow," he cooed and then ran off, leaving me with Vincent. I looked up at him, seeing his eyes turn yellow. His teeth elongated and his grip on me grew tighter. His inner wolf was in control of his body now. "Mate," he growled in a low voice. He nuzzled me again. "Mine." I didn't know what to do, so I just remained quiet. I remembered in werewolf culture class that there was a little mantra or code that werewolves live by when it comes to their mate. Danny had told me it was like a checklist. She said that on full moons, whenever Reed would have his inner wolf take control, he'd growl out the checklist thing, making sure every little thing was as it should be. If something wasn't, then he wouldn't trust until it was. "Mate," Vincent growled. It wasn't a threatening growl, but it was one that seemed to get my attention. He positioned himself over me, both arms on either side of me. He pushed his head down towards mine before inhaling deeply. I don't know if he liked the smell of the shampoo or what, but he smiled and licked the side of my face. "Mate," he said again. "Oh, I get it. That's the first checkpoint. He wants to make sure I'm at his side. Vincent. Or do I call you Vincent's wolf?" I asked. Technically, I was talking to a whole different person. It was almost as if two people were inside every werewolf. Now I was with the more animalistic one. Vincent glanced down me, his yellow eyes piercing mine. He cocked his head to the side, like he didn't understand me. It was weird. It seemed as if someone had taken a wolf's soul and placed it inside Vincent's body. What do I call you? I asked. Slowly. Vincent smiled. Love, he said, nuzzling me. Yeah. That's not happening. Protect, mate. Vincent growled, going to the second thing on the list. He tensed his muscles, ready to attack as stayed crouched over me. He glanced around the whole bedroom, looking for any sign of danger. He began to sniff around the room, and then he snarled. He dropped down on me, my chest against his, both of arms locked around my torso. He must have smelt Jason's scent and mistaken it for a threat. Cute mate. He growled, huh? Vincent leapt to his feet, me still trapped in his arms. He then threw me up, so that I was in his arms bridal style. Then he ran. He actually ran. He went out of the bedroom, down the stairs, and out of the house. He took me down the streets, through the neighborhood, and soon the forest came into view. Then it hit me, Vincent's going to take me someplace where Jason can't get me. He's keeping me. Wolf Vincent. A million things were running through my mind as Vincent entered the forest, carrying me in his arms. The main thing was that once Jason finds out Vincent's intentions, he's going to be so pissed off. I just prayed that when he murdered Vincent, he wouldn't accidentally injure me in his blind fury. Vincent still appeared like he was in his human form. The only differences I noticed visually were his much point, i.e. our ears, his sharper teeth, and his new permanent yellow eyes. When he talked, his voice sounded deeper and scratchy. Plus, he couldn't sound sentences real well, instead choosing to communicate with grunts, growls, barks, yips, pretty much everything dog. I suppose this is what people mean when they say that the wolf's inner wolf takes over their body. It's kind of weird. I looked around. It seemed like Vincent knew where he was going. He stared on ahead, keeping me cradled to his bare chest than any human I know. We swished past trees, jumped over branches, and dodged giant rocks that lay in our path. He has a plan. I know it. Vincent, I said. Where are you taking me? Keep mate. He growled, and that was it. He didn't even glance down at me or anything. His inner wolf was only focused on keeping me at his side. He went down the checklist, passing the making sure I was nearby, then making sure I was protected, and now making sure he could keep me. I hope to God that there's no more steps that he wants to do. Unless there's a free mate part. But I highly doubt that. My stomach growled and I felt it tighten. Vincent, I'm hungry. I went. Immediately Vincent froze in his tracks, coming to an abrupt stop. He looked down at me, concern all over his creepy face. Comfort mate, he growled. Okay, I guess that's the third one on the checklist. At least that doesn't sound too bad. Vincent set me down on my feet gently, keeping his hands on my waist to make sure I was steady. He perked up his head and sniffed around the area before a wide smile formed, showing off his dagger-like teeth. For a second, he looked like he was about to run off, but then he looked at me and a worried expression appeared. I was then thrown over his shoulder and he was off running again. Vincent didn't run far. He ran up to a tall pine tree and jumped, wrapped both of his arms around the trunk, while we were about 15 feet above the ground. Because I was over his shoulder, I was so lucky to see him climbing the very tall tree, watching as the ground grew farther and farther away with every passing second. Soon Vincent reached one of high branches and set me on it, placing my hands on the trunk, telling me to hold on to it. Mate, stay here, he said. I nodded, having absolutely no intent on attempting to climb down this giant tree by myself. Vincent smiled and leaned forward, licking the side of my face. I grimaced, but waited for him to look away before I wiped the saliva off. Vincent climbed, or rather jumped, down the tree, and then took off running into the foliage where I couldn't see him. I kept my arms wrapped around the tree and looked down at the ground, which must have been about 30 or 40 feet away. Now Vincent did this for one of two reasons. The first being he wanted to make sure that I was in a position where I would end up meeting him, just as I need him to get out of this stupid tree. The second, and most likely, is that he put me out of the reach of predators, or Jason. I waited up in that idiotic tree for a good 3 minutes before I heard some rustling in the bushes on the ground. But part of me hoped that it was Jason so that he could save me from this predicament. But then I realized that he'll also be turned into a possessive animal due to the full moon as well. Another thing too. How in the world does a space rock turn men into animals? Vincent jumped through the brush and looked it up at me, a huge smile on his face, so large that I could see it even from up here. However, there looked like there was something around his lips, but I couldn't tell what it was. He started to climb the tree, reaching me in a matter of seconds. Once he was up close and personal, I saw that the substance around his mouth was blood. It was dark red and dripped from his lips. Oh my God, he ate somebody. Wait, if he eats a human, then I think he can go to the prison on the territory. I know that werewolves are forbidden from killing a human who lives on the territory. Vince entrapped his arms around me and pulled me into him, having to tug a little because I didn't want to let go of the tree trunk. Soon I was once again trapped in his arms, and he carried me back down onto stable ground. He set me on my feet, keeping a firm grip on my hand, leading me through the bushes. On the other side was dead deer. I think that this deer must have been on steroids or something, because it was so frickin' huge. And it was one of those deer that had horns, or antlers, on their head, so it totally could have fought back. I cringed. Vincent let go of my hand and walked over to the dead deer, which had only been recently killed because its blood was still gushing out of its body. This must have been what Vincent had set out to get when I said I was hungry. Stupid wolf. Vincent bent down, kicking up the deer as if it wasn't made of rock, hard muscle, but feathers, and carried it over to me. I was inwardly pleading that he wouldn't bring that carcass to me, but I knew that his wolf didn't understand humans at all. Vincent stopped to feed in front of me, an eager look on his face. It appeared as if he were one of those house cats that kills a mouse and leaves it on the owner's pillow. Disgusting animals. He set the deer on the ground at my feet and pushed it forward. He then leaned back, staring at me with anticipation. "Vincent, get for mate," he said. Ugh, his horrible English is really starting to get on my nerves. "Comfort mate," he added, nudging the dead deer towards me once more. I looked down at the carcass that lay at my feet. The deer had been freshly killed, so its corneas weren't clouded up yet, and it looked like it was staring at me. It was giant, surprising me a little bit that Vincent could kill in just a few moments. However, it was not a cheeseburger or anything that I could possibly stomach. This stupid wolf must have forgotten the fact that I'm human, and as a human, I don't eat deer. Especially raw deer. Yeah, I'm not touching that. I coughed, crossing my arms over my chest. Vincent looked at me in confusion. He tilted his head slightly for a second and then nudged the deer towards me again. Okay, so he obviously doesn't get it. So maybe I'll have to say it in a way he'll understand. I don't want. I shouted, putting emphasis on the want, to show that I didn't want him or the nasty deer. Seriously though, a dead deer. Hasn't this fool ever heard of Cheerios? Vincent's face fell. His ears, which looked kind of like wolf ears, sort of flattened. I'm sure that if he had a tail, he would have curled it in between his legs as well. He let out a little whimper and sort of shuffled on his feet. "Sorry, mate," he mumbled. I couldn't help but think that if I were with Jason during this full moon stupidity, He would have remembered that I'm a human and at least would have broken into someone's home to get me some food. Let's just go. I whined, wanting to get out of the forest. Vincent nodded and grabbed my hand again. This time, he didn't put too much force on it, but was gentle. He led the way, guiding me through this stupid forest, and eventually we reached an edge to it. There was a field that had a little river running through it. The field was covered in tall grass that came up to my waist, and the river was rather large and the water actually looked blue like it does on TV. This water wasn't a dirty brown or green. Why'd you bring me here? I asked. This place was pretty. There were little songbirds flying in the blue sky. This field seemed to be full of green, and the pretty Easter green that I see on cards and wrapping paper, not the nasty green. The sky was a pale blue, without a cloud anywhere in it. I could even see the full moon, as it looked like a pale white floating up in that deep blue. Love mate, Vincent said, wrapping both of his arms around my waist. He pulled me tightly into his body, keeping me trapped to his chest. He began to nuzzle my cheek with his when I felt something sticky on my face. But dear blood, AWWW. I shrieked. Get off. I pushed on Vincent's chest with all my might, only earning a growl in response. He took his right arm and gripped both of my hands in his mighty one, giving me a look of pure fury. Mine, he snarled. I rolled my eyes. The blood, I shouted. Vincent then looked a lot less angry and cocked his eyebrow. Blood, he asked. This is going to be gross, but I have to do it in order to prove my point. I pulled one of hands loose and brought my finger up to Vincent's face. I wiped some of blood off his lip onto my finger, pulling it back to show him. Vincent's eyes wide, and then he grabbed my hand, inspecting my finger. He sniffed at it and licked it a little. He was most likely doing this to make sure that it wasn't my blood that I was showing him. Soon Vincent licked his own lips, tasting the blood there, and he let out a hearty laugh. I didn't know that dogs could laugh. He kept a grip on my hand and ran over to the river, dragging me behind. When we reached it, he let go of me and walked over to the water, shoving his head under and shaking it from side to side to get the blood off. At least he's starting to understand. I knelt down in front of the water and began to scoop some into my hands to bring to my face to wash off the blood that Vincent had rubbed on there. Once I was sure I was all clean, I looked over at Vincent, who had his gaze locked on me. When he saw me catch him staring, he smiled and scooted closer to me. His hair was soaked and sticking to his head. He shook to dry himself, spraying the water all over. I held up my hands to try to keep dry. Once again, Vincent laughed. Well, I'm glad to know that his wolf has a sense of humor at least. Once I had wiped all the water droplets from my face with my hand, Vincent scooted even closer to me. He wrapped one of his arms around my shoulder and leaned in close. Vincent, love mate, he said. With that, he leaned in and licked the side of my face again. I fought to hide the look of disgust, and surprisingly managed to. Thanks, I muttered. Ain't love, Vincent? He asked, nudging me with his head. Now here's a man who ruined my life beyond repair asking me if I loved him. He forced me to be bound to a dog for the rest of my life. He made me get kicked out of my house. He's made it so that I'm unable to ever leave this godforsaken wasteland he calls the territory. My life isn't mine anymore. It's his. I didn't answer. Instead, I submerged my feet in the river, a little shocked at how warm the water was. I always picked the water here being freezing cold, but this one was warm. It reminded me a little bit of the beach at Florida. That water is nice and warm, almost as if it's heated, just for my comfort, Vincent huffed. I felt myself being thrown on my back. Vincent positioned himself on top of me, both arms on either side of me. Ain't love, Vincent? He asked again, This man on top of me. He tries to get me to love him on an hourly basis. I insult him, fight him, berate him, and ignore him every chance I get. Yet, he still comes back and claims to be in love with me. I wear skimpy clothes around his friends and pack members, and he teaches me how to swim. I choose his best friend over him to go to the bathroom with me, and he claims to want to give the world to me. I get him demoted to the lowest rank in werewolf hierarchy, and he claims that he'll be happy as long as I'm by his side. I refuse to eat the deer he killed just for me, and he brings me to this field where the grass is green and the water is Florida, warm. I shrugged. I know that I should feel something for Vincent. Something good. However, all I can summon in his company is anger. Vincent stared down at me, his eyes looking into mine. Finally he sighed and lay down on top of me, our chests touching. "Vincent, keep mate," he said. Not Jason. There was Jason too. What do I feel for him? He saved me from a vampire. He claims to be in love with me, just as much as Vincent. He respects me. He calls me Nora, not mate. He asks for my permission before he does something. But I've only known him for one day. What if he's lying? And his kindness is all a charade. Protect mate. Keep mate. Comfort mate. Love mate. Love mate, Vincent said, going over the checklist again. I felt his grip get tighter on me and his body shook. "Mate?" I asked, shocked at how calm I was now. Usually I'd be wanting to rip Vincent a new asshole, but right now, I feel totally at peace, even with his body on top of me. Mate loved Jason. He whimpered. I lightly laughed, a little more at myself. Jason's kindness. That's all I can think about, and worry about. I just met him, and I like him a little more, but at the same time, I don't trust him as much as I trust Vincent. I'm afraid of Jason, I murmured. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to say at the time, but it was true. I'm afraid of Jason and Vincent. At least I was telling half the truth. Vincent growled. Vincent protect Ma. He stopped for a brief second and cleared his throat. Vincent protect Nora. Vincent love Nora. Well damn. Thank you. I mumbled again, unsure how to react at this. Vincent was finally calling me by my name, as if I wasn't just a possession, but an actual person. Then again, he's most likely doing this to get on my good side. I heard him whimper again. I asked. Here's my logic. I'm under a werewolf who could kill me at any second, so therefore I'd want him to be as comfortable as possible. I do not, I repeat, do not care for him in the least. At night, Vincent said slowly, struggling to put the sentences together, although I do have to admit, his wolf is rather smart, nor a runaway. I should have figured that Vincent would want to talk about this eventually. He'd seemed a little sad the morning I was brought back by Jason. Yes, I pressed on. Vincent's composure broke. He attempted to look strong, but I could see him struggling. Soon he just let loose and I saw his get teary and his emotions pour all out. Vincent was scared. He cried, his tears slowly crawling down his face. I couldn't believe that my leaving for one measly night had the power to reduce a full, grown werewolf to tears. And sad. And lonely? What does one say in this sort of position? Do I apologize? Or do I keep quiet? I suppose that the latter's the best choice. I kept my mouth shut. Nora is Vincent's only family and friend. Vincent cried. Nora no leave again. I nodded. I'll stay, I said, knowing very well that I had no real intention of staying. However, if, God forbid, I can't escape to Florida, I guess I could attempt to tolerate Vincent. Vincent loved Nora. Vincent sobbed, tucking his head into the crook of my neck. We stayed there for a while, Vincent crying on me while I rubbed soothing circles on his broad back. We stayed like that until I felt myself grow bored and drift off to sleep. Truth or lies? The sound of crickets chirping surrounded me. I felt like I was lying on top of the hardest bed imaginable. It had no back support at all, and I don't even think I was using a pillow. Yet on top of me, I had the warmest, most comfortable blanket ever. It kept me feeling relaxed, and for reason. I felt at ease, which was a big deal considering I've been stressed for the past few days. I blinked my eyes, trying to get them accustomed to the fading sunlight. It was dark out, but not so dark as to where majority of the stars were coming out. I saw the full moon. It was brightly glowing in the far side of the sky, keeping everything lit up in pale light. Then I saw Vincent. This fool was lying on top of me, his face towards mine. He had on the goofy-esque smile as he stared at me, his eyes still yellow. What a weirdo. Mate, he cooed. Well, I guess HES through with calling me Nora. Maybe he only did that to pull with my heart strings during his riddled speech about how much he loved me. Whatever. Up, Vincent, I said, wanting him to get off me. Let's go back to the house. It was late, and there was no way I intended on sleeping outside in the open, with all the bugs and wolves. Humans were told to stay inside because unmated werewolves on a full moon were known to attack, sometimes accidentally killing. Vincent shook his head in tight and his arms around me. No, I scoffed. Why not? I demanded. I had just fallen asleep in a field. A frickin' field. I felt like I needed a shower, and badly. Vincent lowered his head towards mine. Nora afraid of Jason, he said. Vincent, protect Nora. Oh. That thing. It's fine, Vincent, I said, attempting to push him off me. However, he was way too strong for me, and kept his arms fastened around my body. I kept trying to wiggle to at least get loose, but it was no use. What in Florida? Vincent asked, making me freeze. Did he honestly just ask what I thought he did? What did you say? I quivered. Vincent smiled, his canines gleaming in the moonlight. He got off me and stood up, towering over me. He reached out a hand to help me up. Why did you just ask me that? I asked again, not taking his hand. My heartbeat began to speed up and I could myself start to shake even though it was rather hot outside. Vincent huffed and grabbed my hand, yanking me to my feet. He pulled me close to him and began to walk back into the forest. Nor talk nor sleep, he said. Oh shit. Vincent was now leading us onto a path that I didn't notice when we reached the field. At least I know HES taking me somewhere where other people are maybe. What did you hear me say in my sleep? I asked, afraid to hear it, though I knew deep down I needed to. If I revealed my plans to run away to Florida while I was asleep, then I'll be screwed. Vincent moved to walk side by side, even swinging our arms a little bit like we were some kind of idiotic teenage couple. "UW Nora, say Florida and go," he said, trying not to growl. Yeah, he suspected that Florida was my destination of choice to run away to. Luckily for me, I have a backup plan for this. My grandma's in Florida, I said, squeezing Vincent's hand to assure him. This was a lie though. My grandma lives in Miami, Florida, and always has since I can remember. When the werewolves and vampires revealed themselves and humans were confined to their territories, I couldn't see her anymore. Nor Miss Grandma, Vincent whimpered, his ears flattening a bit. I nodded. The best part about this backup excuse was that it's all true. I haven't seen my grandma in years, nor have I had any contact with her. It's all because of the stupid territory rule that Chess disappeared from my life. I had planned on running away to Florida, and once I was there, I'd look her up. I guess if we get Jason's permission, you could take me to Florida so I could see her, I suggested. I sincerely hoped Vincent would turn down this offer. There's no way in hell I'd want him to accompany me to Florida. Plus, it's a human territory, so I don't even know if HES allowed in there. Vincent whimpered again. No, he said softly. Sweet. Yeah, I said, fighting to keep the cheeriness out of my voice. I guess you're right. Jason would never let us leave the territory, especially together. Vincent pulled me in closer to him, nuzzling me. Vincent no need Jason to take Nora to Florida, he said, then wits up. I asked, a little curious as to why he didn't want to go to Florida with me. Maybe werewolves weren't allowed in there. Vincent kept quiet for a little bit, staring ahead at the path that we were walking along. It seemed to stretch on for a while in the forest. I wonder where we're going. Nora run away, Vincent said. Great. Is he going to start crying again? And Vincent find Nora's file. My what? What do you mean my file? I asked. Is it like the fabled permanent record? Jason keep file on pack members, Vincent said. Vincent tread Nora's. They talk about her family. Okay. I was sure where he was going with this. Vincent stopped, walked, and turned to me, looking down in my eyes. I had a little trouble seeing his face because the trees in the forest were blocking out a majority of the moonlight. However, over time my eyes adjusted and I could kind of see him. He looked worried and pitiful. Sandra Song, he said. I cocked my eyebrow. That's my grandma's name, I said, unsure how he knew this. Oh wait, it was probably listed in my file. That's weird. File say, Sandra Song passed away 4 years ago, Vincent then said. My breathing stopped and I felt my heart drew my chest. For the past 4 years, while I was fantasizing about seeing her again, my grandma had been dead. Wow, that's a lot to take in. My eyes started to sting like when you know you're about to cry. Plus a lump started to grow in my throat. I sniffed, trying to stop my nose from running. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Seriously, how did this help Vincent at all? Vincent's shoulders fell. Vincent want Nora to know, he whispered. Call me untrusting, but I'm fairly sure that there were alternative motives for Vincent releasing this information to me. HES telling me that my grandma, one of my main reasons for going to Florida, is gone. And go figure, he only tells me this after hearing me mention running away to. Go figure, Florida. Putting 2 and 2 together in my head, I came up with a revelation. Vincent only told me my grandma's dead to get me to stop fantasizing about running away to Florida. She's probably not even dead. That stupid mutt. This is too much for me. I felt my fists clenching and I began to grind my teeth. As I looked at Vincent's confirmed face in front of me, hatred consumed my core and I felt the urge to get as far away from him as I could. There was no way I could outrun him. HES super fast and I had already tried that before, and it failed miserably. Then it hit me, if Jason knows my grandma's name, then he knows where she lives. Then I could use him to go to Florida, and then disappear while we're there, and am free of the werewolves. All I need to do is figure out how to ditch Vincent. Vincent reached up with his arm to touch me. This bitch. This dog who has the balls to lie to me about my own grandmother's life in an attempt to get me to stay with him, is actually trying to touch me while he kind of is holding me to his body already. But still. No, I screamed, actually hurting my throat a little bit because I was too loud. I shoved Vincent away from me. Vincent stumbled a little bit and his heel caught on a tree root, causing him to fall on his back. Cool. I totally pushed a full, grown werewolf to the ground. Vincent propped himself up on his elbows, looking at me with a torn expression. I even heard a slight whimper escape from him. What? You're going to cry again? I yelled, throwing my hands up in the air. Nora. Vincent whimpered, his eyes getting large and vulnerable looking. Mate. I shook my head. Don't call me that. I hissed. I choose Jason. Immediately I heard a low snarl coming from the previously injured puppy Vincent. He moved his stance so that he appeared to be ready to attack, his teeth bared in my direction. The next words he spoke out very slowly, like he was almost having trouble forming them in his mouth. I won't let you go, he growled. Then he pounced and I blacked out. The deal. My head pounded, as if there was some jackhammer inside there, just hammering away at my skull. I groaned and rolled over on my side, grasping at my head with both hands as if that would put an end to this immense pain I felt. Why was I having the headache of my life now? I propped myself up and opened my eyes. Wherever I was, it was dark. I wasn't even able to see my nose. The blackness consumed so much of the area. All I could tell was that I was in some sort of room. I could hear the wind outside hushing around whatever building I was in. Plus, I could tell that I was now sitting up in bed, because I could feel the warm blankets over my legs and the softness of the mattress under me. I strained my ears, hoping to hear anything else that would give me a clue as to where I was. However, it was no use. All I could was the wind outside, and that was about it. I groaned and flopped back down on the bed. Now I expected to just have my head hit a pillow, like what would have happened to most humans. But as fate has decided, I'm not a normal human. Instead, my head hit something hard and I heard Vincent let out a cough, letting me know that I had slammed my head down on his chest. Nora, he sleepily asked, what's wrong? Thank God that stupid baby talk is done. Maybe I had been out long enough for the full moon to pass, allowing Vincent to regain control of his body back from his wolf. I felt him shift from under me and wrap his arms around me, bringing me in close to his chest. The memories from earlier rushed back into my mind. I had rejected Vincent's hint to go with Jason as my mate. Where are we? I asked. Vincent moaned as he stretched his limbs, actually letting me go for a moment. He then got off the bed and I heard footsteps to the far side of the room. In an instant, a flash of light erupted, allowing me to see the room, which was disappointing. Let's start with the light, shall we? First off, this wasn't any fancy light fixture or anything. Oh no. It was just a light bulb dangling from a wire in the center of the ceiling. There wasn't even a ceiling fan attached to it. Not that I needed a fan or anything. It was rather cold for some reason, despite it being the summertime. Then next were the walls. They weren't even painted or covered in wallpaper. They were wood. That was it. Just wood. I could even see the nails that kept them in place. Plus, they looked all splintery. Even the floor was just wood. It wasn't even polished or sanded down either. Misplaced fence. The bed was the only decor in the whole room anyway, and it wasn't even a bed, just a mattress lying on the floor. I glanced up at Vincent in disbelief. He just looked back shyly, rubbing the back of his neck, obviously embarrassed. Mate, he mumbled, this is our new home. Oh hell no, what's wrong with your other house? I cried, throwing my hands up in the air in exasperation. I don't want to stay in this crappy little shack. Vincent rolled his eyes. Well, because I got demoted to Omega. I'm not allowed to stay in our old home anymore, because that style is reserved for wolves of a higher rank. We now have to live in the Omega housing district. All I knew about Town Gaza were that they were the lowest of the low in the werewolf world. I didn't know that they were forced to live in crappy shacks as well. What's next? Vincent turned off the light and I heard him walk back over to the mattress on the floor. As Ank and I felt him scoot closer to me, once again trapping me in his stupid embrace. He let out a contented sigh as I felt him nuzzle me. This place is horrible. There's no way I want to live here. Vincent. I whined. Why this place? He sighed again. This was the only available unit in this territory. And wait, I interrupted. What do you mean by, in this territory? Did we enter a new territory? Vincent's hold on me tightened again, making me feel like I'd be split in half by his muscular arms pretty soon. I had no other choice. He whispered, "What do you mean?" I panicked. When Jason found out we left the territory, then he'd be after the both of us, and the both of us will get punished. Vincent will probably just get put to death or something, but I'll be put under house arrest. Jason will never allow me to leave his house, and his werewolf henchman will see to it that I obey. This is horrible. Vincent shifted our bodies so that he was hovering over me. I felt his hot breath pass over my face, actually warming it up a little bit. "You were going to leave me," he said in a flat voice. I could hear him struggling to keep the anger out of it. I scoffed. "You said my grandmother died. Why on earth would you lie about something like that?" I really knew that the reason why he did was to get me to stop wanting to run away to Florida, but I wanted to hear him say it. Vincent growled. It was actually really scary considering I couldn't see anything, so all I heard was this menacing noise that made me cower and bring my arms around myself in some feeble way to protect myself. Then Vincent let out a slight whimper and he dropped his body so that he lay on top of me. His arms snaked around my body and he began to nuzzle me, so much that I thought he drubbed my cheekra. "I'll never hurt you, Nora," he said. "It's my job to comfort and protect you. But it's also my job to keep you by my side at all costs necessary, even force. Now, I didn't lie to you about your grandmother. I just wanted you to know that way if you ever did make it to Florida somehow, you wouldn't be disappointed." I didn't say anything in response for a while. We just lied there together in the dark for what seemed like hours. Every now and then, Vincent would cuddle me close to his body. "I love you, Nora," he whispered into my ear. "I chose Jason." I muttered, totally ruining his moment. "Why am I here with you?" Vincent let out another growl. "Because you're mine," he stated matter-of-factly. "I claimed you first, so that means that I have more of a right to you than he does. And guess what? I decided that I want you and don't feel like sharing. Therefore, nor a song, I, Vincent Tabin, am keeping you all to myself. Jason's going to come after you. You know that, right?" I questioned, seriously thinking that Vincent was going crazy or something. He and I both know that Jason will stop at nothing to get me back. "Let him," Vincent snorted. "Not even that, so called Alpha can keep me away from you." Wow, that sounded creepy. "How did you manage to sneak into this territory anyway?" I wondered. I'd been trying to leave for years, and Vincent succeeded on a whim. "It was easy," he said. Of course it was. I just told this territory's Alpha that my mate was in danger and I needed to hide somewhere with her where she'd be safe. The Alpha agreed on the condition that I be in the Omega rank. It figures that the werewolves in this territory would be persuaded due to some stupid love story. The mating process makes it seem as if these animals are all lovey-dovey and all sappy. However, many people seem to forget that they're animals. Jessie used to rave about how much she wanted to be a werewolf's mate. Well, she seemed to forget about how possessive that wolf would be. How much her parents would disapprove of the match, so much as to kick her out of the house. How much trouble she'd get in with the wolf whenever she said or did something that wasn't to his liking. And she forgot about how much it sucks to be tied to some crappy, idiotic animal for the rest of her life. Now Danny may claim to be in love with her mate, However, Reed controls every aspect of her life. He tells her where to live, when to go to school, what to wear, when to eat, even how to lie down in bed. Werewolves rue unlives. I groaned at how crappy my life has become, and all because of a dog named Vincent. "What's wrong, mate?" he asked. "Ugh, I fucking hate you," I muttered. "You ruined my life." Vincent was silent for a while. Then he spoke up. "Well, I'm all you have, so you may as well just ditch the attitude because you and I both know it's not helpful to our situation at all." "Excuse me," I scoffed, pushing away from him and staring in the direction of his voice. "Since when did he get the balls to talk to me like this?" "Nora," Vincent said, obviously irritated. "You mean attitude adjustment. Plain and simple as that. There's nothing wrong with my attitude," I yelled, most likely helping his cause more than mine. "Okay, fine. I have an attitude problem. But he's worse." "Yes, there is," Vincent laughed. "You see, Nora, I had this fantasy ever since I learned about the mating process. I was supposed to find this wonderful woman and she's loved me as unconditionally as I her. I never have to be lonely again, all because she likes to spend time with me. Then we'd get married in a few weeks and live together and maybe even have pups, depending on whether she was a wolf or a human. My mate and I would be madly in love with each other, no matter what." "That sounds like a really bad chick flick," I groaned. "Which brings me back to reality," Vincent continued, this time in a serious voice. "I met you, Nora, and I immediately fell in love with you. At first sight. As soon as my eyes were on you, I began to hope that my fantasies would come true, that you were the girl of my... I couldn't wait to live with you, to have you in my arms, but instead you ran off. That's when I realized that your parents poisoned your mind with lies about my kind, like many of the humans did to their children when we revealed ourselves." "So you're saying it's my parents' fault I'm like this?" I asked. "At first, yes," said Vincent. "But as you matured, you should have seen the truth, but you didn't. So I thought to myself that I could do this. All I had to do was show you love and comfort, and soon you would come to realize that I wasn't the monster that you made me out to be in your mind. But I was wrong. No matter how nice I tried to be, or what I tried to do, you would continue to berate me and push me away." Vince had started to raise his voice, her little eyes began to glow in the dark, staring directly into my face. His grip on me tight, his face so close to mine that our noses were touching. I was super uncomfortable, but remained silent mainly out of fear. "I love you, Nora," Vincent cried, his frustration making his voice crack. "I love you. I love you. I fucking love you. How many times do you want me to say it before you believe me? No matter what I do, you continue to hate me. That's why I'm so damn possessive. You made those instincts come to life, all because you want to leave me. So here I am, practically being forced to kidnap my own mate, just to prove to her that I love her and just to spend some time with her in the hopes that she may someday love me back. Yet you still hate me, making me wonder if I'm wasting my time." "What are you saying?" I asked. Usually when people mention that they're wasting their time, they quit whatever it is they're doing. "Does this Vincent is going to let me go?" Vincent growled. But he whimpered and finally made this noise like he didn't know how to feel. "There was no mating pole making me love you. Then I would have kicked you to the curb the first time you tried to run," he growled. "Then do it now," I cheered. "Vincent doesn't want to love me anymore. This is fantastic." "He'll let me go," Vincent snarled. "I can't do that," he yelled, actually hurting my ears a bit. "The moment I saw you, that was it. I'm tied to you for all eternity. No matter what, I'll always be yours, whether you want me or not. I can't stop my love for you, no matter how much you hurt me. I'll always be crawling back to you. Even when you ran off and Jason found you. When I was alone at the house, I tried to forget you. I tried to think about other women, shoot even porn, but all my thoughts went straight back to you and the need I felt to have you with me. I can't stop thinking about you, no matter how hard I try. So it's your fault I'm like this, Nora. It's your fault I'm so desperate and clingy and possessive. I just want to keep you. That's all. But you won't let me. Hence I resort to other tactics. You're crazy. I'm used. Seriously, this man is blaming me for all his shortcomings in life, saying it's all because I won't love him back. Vincent huffed. Tell you what, mate. Give me just 1 week. That's all I ask. I cocked my eyebrow. Go on. I urged. I could tell Vincent smirked because I heard it in his voice when he next spoke. Give me 1 week to make you fall in love with me. And if I succeed, then we get married immediately. But if I fail, then I'll personally take you to Florida where you'll never have to see me again. Of course I'll still hide in the shadows keeping an eye on you, protecting you and everything. But you'll be free to live your own life and date humans. What do you say? Well, this is a no-brainer. Deal. Devil witch. I said. I'm so going to win this bet. Omega community. I had fallen asleep a few minutes after Vincent made that deal with me. I couldn't believe how easy he was making this. Honestly, I'm fairly sure he's lying to me. He and I both know that there's absolutely no way he can possibly make me love him, let alone grow fond of him, within a week. He pretty much just secured my spot in Florida. Of course I was a little bummed out that he said that he'd still be keeping an eye on me when I managed to leave him, but I guess we can't win all of our battles. Now I was truly awake, forced to do so because of the sunlight pouring in through the window that I had last night. I groaned, all the extra light making our shack look extra crappy. The wood was old and chipping, and there was no TV. Or any other electrical appliance besides the little light bulb dangling from a string, like wire. The door opened and in walked Vincent. I didn't even notice that he was gone. Oh yeah, I'm so going to win this bet. Good morning, mate, he cheerfully said, holding a plastic bag in his hand that was filled with something. How are you feeling about me today? He had on an expectant face, as if just saying good morning was supposed to be some magic phrase to make me fall in love with him. I scoffed. I didn't even notice you left. Vincent's smile disappeared and his shoulders slouched a little. Well, hopefully this will make you at least like me a little bit, he said, tossing the plastic bag onto the mattress that was on the floor that Vincent expected me to call a bed. I reached into the bag, finding new shirts and jeans all my thighs in style. I looked up at Vincent in confusion, who just smiled back at me. It took me a lot of doing, but I managed to scourge up some money to buy you some clothes, since the rest of yours are back in the other territory, he elaborated. These clothes were actually that bad. They were just my style, which was plain and a lot of dark colors. They even seemed to be brand new, the tags on them, but the price blacked out. I then looked up at Vincent. He was dirty. He was only clad in a pair of board shorts that appeared to be a hand, I'm guessing that they used to be black, but due to all the dust and age that got on them, they looked more like a charcoal gray dark brown. Vincent wasn't even wearing any shoes on his feet, which looked all rough and beat up. He was shirtless, his torso looking like it was covered in a film of sweat, and that dust had collected on it as well, making him look a little gross to touch. I couldn't believe that even Vincent's hair looked horrible as well. Usually it looked like it was gelled up, but now it just looked all ragged and like he had massive, unattractive bedhead. Unsure how to ask why he looked so ugly, I just decided on a different tactic. Did you get yourself any new clothes? I asked. Vincent shook his head. Didn't have enough money. He shrugged. I suddenly felt guilty, looking down at the new clothes I was just bought. Why didn't you just buy me less? I tried. Vincent chuckled, as if I should already know the reason why. You're more important, he simply stated. Nice drive, Vincent. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get me to feel all sorry for him because he's so helplessly in love with me, that he'd rather buy me all these new clothes than himself. Therefore, he's forced to walk around looking like some hick. Well, it's not going to work. Well, thanks, I said, getting ready to change. What's the weather like out? It's actually a little cold, Vincent then said. Then why are you sweating? I asked, pulling a new long-sleeved shirt over the one I wore now so that I could remove the old one from under the new one, away from Vincent's perverted gaze. I ran here, he said, sounding a little confused as to why I'm actually taking an interest in what he does. I don't like leaving you alone, so I made sure to hurry while buying the clothes. That made sense. When I finished getting ready, I stood up and stretched out my limbs, hearing my back pop. I'm hungry, I bluntly said. Vincent perked up. Okay, he said. I'll make you something. But first I need to find ingredients. He rushed over and grabbed my hand, leading me out of the room. The whole way, I held my breath so as not to inhale some of Vincent's sweaty body odor. However, as soon as we left the room, I couldn't help but gasp. Apparently, the room was our house. Only the room, because as soon as we exited the room, we were outside. And this was a crappy version of outside. The grass was all dead and looked all needle-like. There were patches of soil, but it looked like it was all black and fertile. All around were similar little huts, close to our poor excuse for a home. There were even other werewolves around. All of them were dressed up in rags meant to pass as clothes. Some were wearing clothes that maybe fit them in their child years, but were still worn because that's all they had. One female werewolf looked at me, eyeing my new clothes, and snarled, obviously jealous. It was then that I became aware that a majority of the girls in the area were staring at me, some narrowing their eyes in anger, some widening their eyes in surprise. All of them were wearing tattered dresses or dirty jeans. Vincent quietly laughed. Well, mate, I guess you're now the best dressed in the Omega community here. Now I do have to admit that it's pretty cool. Vincent spent all his money just so that I could feel pride in what I looked like. Damn, she's fine, I heard one voice comment, no doubt belonging to a male. I turned my head to see two male werewolves eyeing me, one of them pointing as he talked about me to his friend. Oh yeah, check her out, his friend mused. Vincent's grip on my hand tightened, and I could hear his breath get all labored, like he was fighting to control himself. I looked up at him, seeing him glare at the two guys and bare his teeth at them, his canines looking intimidating. But the guys didn't get the point. Man, what I wouldn't give to have her as my mate, one of them said. Then Vincent snapped. I felt my body get shoved behind his. He stood in front of me, in a defensive stance, his claws out in a low growl escaping. She's my mate, he growled at the guys. The one on the right laughed at him, not even a little afraid of the snarling wolf who clearly outweighed him by at least 50 pounds of muscle. Shoot, even I was a little scared, and I was the one Vincent was protecting, not even considering attacking me. Silly mutt, the guy laughed. Ongays, I have no right to human mates in this territory. Vince twimpered and immediately moved back to me, tightly gripping my arm in his powerful hand. The other wolves laughed at him. What does that mean? I piped up. The werewolf on the left spoke up this time. That means that a human can leave their werewolf mate if they're an Omega, and the wolf can't do anything about it. Humans have a lot more rights in this territory. God knows why. No way. So coming to this shitty territory actually had its perks. I couldn't help the smile that was forming on my face. I can leave Vincent. Now legally. And he won't be able to do anything according to law, and our stupid deal would go out the window. My happiness seemed to escape me when I heard another whimper. I glanced down at Vincent, who now clung onto my torso like I was a life preserver. He had his head resting where my heart was, his eyes tightly shut. This man, who just seconds ago was ready to murder two guys, was diminished to a desperate boy, who held on to me as if his life depended on it. The other werewolf spoke up again. "Hey, sweetheart," the taller one said. "How about you ditch the loser and get with a real wolf?" He then let out a loud howl, as if it were some kind of mating call. EWWW. This werewolf looked even worse off than Vincent. He wasn't muscular like him, and his canines weren't as shiny when he showed them off. Plus, I'm pretty sure Vincent has a louder howl. I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'm with this guy." I patted Vincent's shoulder to add emphasis. Vincent perked up and looked at me in disbelief. "You're choosing me?" he asked, sounding like he had just won the lottery. "Yeah," I sighed, knowing that he was going to get all happy and annoying later on. "I love you, Nora," Vincent cheered as he pulled me to him. I expected him to just wrap me up in a sweaty hug, but instead I was shocked when I felt something slimline and warm enter my mouth. My eyes wide and in shock as I stood there, getting French-ed by Vincent, who was happily exploring the crevices of my mouth with his tongue. He held my head in place with one of his beefy hands, while his other arm was secured around my waist. Yeah, he was trying to keep me to him as he stole my first kiss. If I wasn't paralyzed in shock, I would have tried to fight him off or something, but instead I just stood there, doing nothing. Finally, Vincent pulled away, panting. "I love you, I love you," he breathed. Then he looked over my shoulder at the other two werewolves. Snarling, he pushed me behind him. I began to spit Vincent's saliva out of my mouth as I heard him beating the crap out of the other wolves. Thank you all so much for joining me on this dangerous werewolf journey. I hope you had your hearts pumping and your minds racing. Don't forget to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, and come back for more exciting and dangerous tales. Until next time, stay safe and keep that adventurous spirit alive. Hey everyone, welcome to Dangerous Werewolf. Are you brave enough to step into the perilous world of werewolves with me? We'll uncover the secrets, face the fears, and explore the thrilling and dangerous aspects of these mythical creatures. So hold on tight and let's start this wild adventure together. Blair. It didn't take long before Vincent stopped beating up the two werewolves who hit on me. Eventually they ran off, all bloody and mangled, and Vincent looked over at me, smiling triumphantly, as if he did right by beating people up and by forcing a kiss on me. And it was a nasty kiss too. "Let's go, mate." He smiled as he grabbed my hand in his giant one, leading me down a path. "Where are we going?" I asked, knowing that it was a smart thing to just leave the kiss ignored. If Vincent thought that I didn't think anything of it, then he most likely won't do it again, as it won't elicit a reaction. "Smart. I'm going to get you some breakfast," he clarified. My stomach growled and I gripped at it with my free hand. Knowing how horrible this Omega community is, I probably won't receive a lavish breakfast, but maybe just like an apple slice. Eventually we made it to this little hut that looked all run down, being composed of rotting gray wood. Vincent let go of my hand and turned to me. "Stay here. And be quiet," he whispered, so low that I had trouble hearing him despite standing right in front of him. I rolled my eyes, but stayed in place anyway. Vincent ignored my roll and walked up to the wooden shack. Maybe it was another house, seeing as how all the homes here are all run down and crappy. He reached it and put his ear up to the wall, listening carefully. Personally, I couldn't hear a thing, but that was probably due to my weak human ears. Vincent sighed and looked back at me, running his eyes up and down my form. "Comfort, mate," he growled and burst through the door to the shack. There was a bunch of clattering noises and then I heard a low growl and a lot of snarls. Great. So this was house, and Vincent just broke in, kissing off the werewolf inhabitant. Vincent and whoever it was who lived inside the shack wrestled around for a bit, slamming into the walls and roaring at one another. I just stayed put in the place Vincent for me, figuring that now was the perfect time to listen to him as I don't want to be involved in a werewolf fight. Soon Vincent came running out of the shack, towards me. I stared at him, confused, but not for long because soon he flung me over his shoulder and kept on running. As he carried me off, I saw the owner of the shack pop his head out, flipping us the bird as he snarled loudly. "What do you do?" I asked, my voice all bumpy due to Vincent's run. "I got you food," he answered, still running in the direction of our shack. When he reached it, he carried me inside and set me down gently onto the mattress. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out an apple. At least it was whole. I took it and eyed him. It was all they had in there, Vincent said, looking down at the floor. "Sorry I couldn't get you more." I stared at the apple and began to laugh. "You stole an apple from me," I giggled. At first Vincent looked confused, but then he relaxed and began to chuckle a little bit. "Yeah," he nodded. "It must taste good because that wolf sure fought hard for it." I bit into the piece of fruit, juice squirting down my chin. I like the green apples better than red, but I was hungry so anything tasted delicious now. "Want a bite?" I asked Vincent, holding it out to him. I guess it's the least I could do. I mean, he practically committed burglary for me, so I could let him enjoy some of the spoils. Vincent shook his head. "No, that's all yours," he said. I shrugged and finished the apple, throwing the core out the front door. Hey, it's natural, so it should totally decompose. Plus, I don't think gays care that much about littering, seeing as how they're surrounded by trash all day. So I began, a little unsure how to ask what I wanted to say next. I sat back down on the mattress and Vincent followed me, taking the spot right next to me. He leaned into my body, resting his head on my shoulder. "Yes," he said. I bit my lip for a brief second. "Are we poor?" I blurted out. Vincent jerked up and looked at me, cocking his eyebrow. "I'm only asking because I'm thinking you spent all your money on my clothes because you had to steal an apple." I rushed. "Besides, don't you have your money in the other territory? I can ask Danny to wire it over if we are poor." Vincent put his hand over my lips, shutting me up. "Mate," he said, "don't worry about our finances. They'll take care of you, no matter what. So I guess we are poor. That sucks. The only reason why I'm concerned is because if we're poor, how are we going to make it all the way to Florida at the end of the week? Are we walking there?" "But yes, mate," Vincent went on, wrapping his arms tightly around me. "I did spend most of our money on your clothes. But I also spent the rest of it on a surprise I have for you tonight. So I need to set it up. And in the meantime, I'm going to drop you off at someone's house." I looked at him, shocked. Vincent's actually going to give me some time away from him. Of course I'm going to be supervised. but still. He'll have a few minutes away from the obsessed dog. Who, I wondered. I met this couple when I was getting your clothes, he explained. They're a mated pair, and the girl's a human like you. So I figured you could hang out with her for a while I set things up. Wow, just wow. I've been dying to get some time away from Vincent. And now that it's here, I really don't know how to feel about it. A main part of me was excited, but there was a microscopic part that was a little apprehensive. There's no way I like Vincent. No way. But he's all I have at the moment. So I suppose it would kind of suck to lose him at least before he escorts me to Florida. Then he can go off and do whatever. There was a loud knock on the door, making me jump. Vincent pushed himself off the mattress. They're here. He smiled. He opened up the door, revealing two complete opposites. The werewolf guy was freakishly tall. He towered over Vincent and his shoulders were even broader. This guy was giant. The girl was petite, making it to my shoulders. She was like a twig and she wore dark sunglasses that took up a majority of her tiny face. I shyly smiled. The werewolf moved a little in front of the girl, as if I posed some sort of threat to her. Vincent walked back over to me, wrapping a possessive arm around my waist. Mate, he said, his voice all deep and authoritative. This is Jack and his mate Blair. Hi, I said, unsure if I should ask them about their day or something nice like that. I suck at meeting new people. Jack just smiled back, turning a little red. I almost laughed at the thought of this menacing giant werewolf being a shy guy. He looks like he can take on anyone and come out on top. Blair just smiled in my direction. Great, to shy people, so I'll probably be spending my day in silence with them. Jack thing to help me set things up. So Blair's going to be hanging with you, Vincent told me, squeezing my side a bit. He then wrapped his other arm around me, giving me a tight hug. I love you and I should be done in a couple hours. Sure, I muttered. Jack hugged Blair as well, completely engulfing her tiny body in his muscles. He whispered something into her ear. It'll be fine, mate, she said, patting his chest to reassure him of something. Jack nodded and looked over at me, then to Vincent. Tell Nora to keep an eye out for Blair. Please, he said. Why can't he tell me himself? Oh yeah, the odd possessive male werewolf bee. Vincent turned to me. Mate, keep an eye out for Blair. I rushed. I moved out of his hold and pressed my hands on his wide back, pushing him towards the door. Don't want to keep you waiting, so bye. He growled but let me guide him out of the room anyway. Behave, he ordered before I slammed the door shut. Finally, I cheered. I noticed Blair standing there awkwardly. Sorry about that, I murmured. I've been dying for a break for a while now. I nervously laughed. Blair nodded. It's okay. I understand. She shuffled her feet a little bit. You want to sit down? I asked her, patting the mattress that I had been relaxing on. Sure, she almost whispered. When she moved over to the mattress, she shuffled her feet making it at a snail's pace. When she finally sat down, she turned to me. So, and your mate wanted me to tell you how I met Jack. He said you defined it romantic. He turned red at the last sentence. Ice coughed. Did he really say that? I asked. Blair hung her head. He said I'd get your head out of your ass. Normally I'd be mad at that statement, but now I was just so happy to be hanging out with a human with no werewolf around. Therefore I laughed. Okay, fine. I laughed. How do you meet? Blair cleared her throat. Well, Al, I should probably start out by saying that I was a college freshman. I was struggling to pay tuition for my very first semester and I was already married. I jerked up. You got married in high school. Blair nodded. Yeah. My parents arranged it because they said that if I had chosen to be a werewolf fast mate, then I could stay with my human spouse, thus staying safe. Wow, that's a smart idea. Now why didn't my parents set up an arranged marriage to save me from this predicament? My husband's name was Hunter. Blair mused. Well, now I suppose I should say he as my ex-husband. But anyway, to make a long story short there, let's just say Hunter was mean to me. Did he put his hands on you? I interrupted, getting sucked into the story. Blair began to wring her hands together. Shyly. He was a bad person, she whispered. But I was married, so yeah. Then one day I was at the river and I felt this hand on my shoulder, and this man introduced himself to me as Jack. He was all concerned because my arm was in a cast. You can probably guess why too. Jack didn't tell me he was a werewolf, and I had revealed that I was afraid of them. My parents fed me all these stories about how they were bloodthirsty animals and made to eat me the very second they got. So I thought I was just talking with a human guy. I told him I had broken my arm by slipping in the tub. He didn't sound convinced, but he left it alone. After we talked for a while, he walked me home, where he met Hunter, who was drunk. What did Jack do? I wondered. Blair smiled to herself. He asked who the hell the drunk and idiot at my home was. I told him Hunter was my husband, and not to talk about him like that. I was very committed to my marriage because I believed it would save me from getting eaten by a monster. Well, Hunter then made things worse by cussing at me to make him dinner, and then Jack grabbed my arm, yanking me towards him. He had wrapped his arms around me and started yelling at Hunter that I was his now and to back off. Hunter called him a dog and told him to fuck off because I was his property. Blair let out a low chuckle. He actually called me his property. Well, Jack's possessive instincts must have kicked in, and then I felt him get bigger. Like his arms on me felt heavier, and a lot fuzzier. He then started snarling and Hunter started screaming. I never saw Hunter again. Jack told me he was werewolf and that I was his mate. He told me he'd protect me from the world and support me. And he has. HES paying for my college education, and to this day, I haven't even gotten so much as a single scratch with him around. That last part was lame. Okay, but his canines are frickin' huge. How the hell didn't you tell he was a werewolf? I asked, throwing my hands up into the air. That was one of the first features I noticed on Vincent. Blair smiled. I probably should have told you that too. She took off her sunglasses and looked at me. Her eyes looked all gray and clouded over. I was born this way. Can't see a thing. Holy crap, she's blind. I'm so sorry about that last remark. I hurried. Blair laughed. It's okay, she said. After that we sat around and talked about real human stuff like friends and school. The whole time I couldn't help but think about her story. Like me, Blair had been warned against the dangers of werewolves. Then she met Jack, one of the biggest werewolves I've laid eyes on. And that werewolf, from the get-go, takes care of her, despite the fact that she's blind or that she's married. He fights off her own husband just to get her. That's love. Then that got me thinking, is that how powerful the pole werewolves have when it comes to their love for their mate? Does Vincent love me that much? I thought about that for a while until I heard another knock at the door. Revelations. And big thanks to Princess Obsidian who made this awesome book cover for me. Both Blair and I glanced at one another. Well, I guess I glanced at her and she didn't know she was looking at me. She's blind. Okay. Once again, there was a knock at the door, more forceful this time. Now there was no way that the person on the other side of the door was Vincent, because he just would have barged right in. I got off the mattress and swung the door open. It was already dark outside, making my eyes grow wide with the realization I had spent countless hours talking with Blair. I guess I was just so grateful to be spending time with another human that the time flew on by without me noticing. The dark figure standing outside shifted its weight from side to side. Blair? It asked in a deep voice. It was her mate Jack. Apparently because of the wolf bro code, male werewolves weren't allowed to directly speak to female mates of other wolves. That's why Jack seemed nervous. Vincent wasn't anywhere I could see, but then again I couldn't see that far into the dark outside. I'm here, Blair said, slowly standing up off the mattress. She slowly made it over to where Jack and I stood, shuffling her feet the entire time. Why doesn't she have one of those red and white canes that blind people on TV have? She practically already has a seeing eye dog thanks to Jack, but when she's alone, I imagine a cane would work just fine. Blair eventually made it to Jack, who then proceeded to scoop her up into his arms, carrying her bridal style. He nuzzled her and then whispered something into her ear. Blair nodded. Follow us to Vincent, she said, most likely just repeating what Jack had whispered to her. I nodded, receiving a glare from Jack. Oh yeah. Sure, I said, making sure my voice was clear and loud. Jack rolled his eyes, but then turned around and began to walk off, Blair secured in his hold. Maybe that's why she doesn't have a cane. He just carries her around everywhere. That way she really has no use for her eyes. I followed, closing the door behind me. It was a pretty calm night. It was cold, but yet it wasn't so cold out that I needed a jacket. I've heard of lukewarm water, but now I'm wondering if I can attach the adjective to air as well. The stars were lighting up the night sky. Because there were no modern buildings or skyscrapers in the Omega community, there was no light pollution, so the night sky shone with radiance, allowing me to see every celestial body. The moon was still big, so it provided a pale light for me to see, actually doing a pretty good job. Jack led me into a nearby forest. Well, I suppose I can't call it a forest because it was more of a tree line since we were out of it around 2 minutes after entering it. We came up to a river and there I saw orange-ish glow off in the distance. Jack whispered into Blair's ear again. He said you have to continue on your own. Vincent will be waiting for you, Blair said. Jack whispered something again. Vincent said he'd be watching you as well. That figures. I do have to admit, I didn't think about running off right now. But running away in a different territory at night, escaping from a blind girl and a werewolf who's forbidden by wolf, bro code to talk to me would be an easy feat. Maybe Vincent isn't as dumb as I thought. Thanks, I said as I started towards the orange glow, which I deduced to be a fire or lantern or something. I made it in a few short seconds, seeing that in fact it was a fire that created the glow. Vincent was standing right by it, putting another log on there to keep the flame alive. He glanced up at me and a huge smile lit up his face, his teeth gleaming from the fire. Hey mate, he cheered. He rushed over to me, enveloping me in his strong arms. He held me for a while, rocking back and forth a bit before releasing me from his vice grip. He then took my hand and led Em over to a fallen log, sitting me down on it and taking the space next to me. So I muttered, "What is all this?" Looking around, I saw that Vincent had set up a little picnic sort of thing. There were little Tupperwares filled with food nearby, and he had set up a huge fire to keep me warm. That was pretty much it, but Vincent had told me that he spent a majority of his money on my clothes and the rest on this thing. I guess that was nice of him. Vincent was still smiling at me. "It's our date, mate," he said. I nearly choked on the air I was inhaling. "A date?" I sputtered. Vincent chuckled. "Yes, Nora," he said. Remember, I have to make you fall in love with me. Therefore, I figured why not start out with a simple date. It took you all day to set up for a simple date, I asked. Vincent looked down for a moment. I'm sort of a bad cook, he mumbled. So it took a while to make the food because most of it burnt. I began to laugh. That was actually kind of adorable. Here Vincent was, all confident and proud, only to mess up the food, the most important part of the date. You're funny, I giggled. Vincent looked back up at me and a wide grin formed on his face. Well, the food still tastes okay. I had Jack test it out. So it won't kill you or anything. He smiled. Just eat around the charred parts. That part made me laugh even harder, which made Vincent's smile get even larger. He scooted a couple of inches closer to me, our sides touching. Vincent reached over to one of the Tupperwares and handed it to me. I made you spaghetti, he said, giving me a plastic fork. I said, actually pretty hungry. All I had today was that apple he stole from me. I stabbed the blob with my fork and began to twist the noodles around it. I then put some into my mouth. It was awful. The whole time, Vincent kept his eyes glued on me, expectantly. Well, he pressed. Not wanting him to get all but hurt because I hated spaghetti, I tried to just keep on chewing. But it was too hard. I gagged and spit the noodles back into the Tupperware. Vincent let out a little whimper. Sorry, mate, he mumbled, his shoulders dropping. After gagging a couple more times, I turned to him, actually feeling a little bad. He spent the whole day trying to make me happy, and I literally spit on it. I patted Vincent's beefy shoulder, still odd that he wasn't wearing a shirt. It's okay, I tried to soothe him. Maybe I'll cook for us in the future. As soon as the words left my mouth, I inwardly cringed. Vincent perked up and looked at me eagerly. Are you saying there's a future for us? He asked, grabbing onto both of my arms. I stared back at Vincent's eager face, not knowing what to say. I didn't want to tell this man that I intended to ditch his ass in Florida, but at the same time, I found myself feeling bad for wanting to hurt him after all the trouble he went through just to make me happy. I wondered. I looked around and spotted a glass bottle. What's that? I pointed at it. Vincent looked down and grabbed the bottle. Oh, he said. Jack gave us this, as a sort of welcoming gift. He held it up, allowing me to inspect it. Does it have alcohol in it? I asked. Vincent nodded. Maybe that'll ease things between us, he said as he started to look around for a bottle opener. But I'm not old enough, I said. I've never drank alcohol before, but I've heard that it lowers inhibitions. And that's all I have with Vincent. With those gone, who knows what'll happen? Vincent smirked. You know, mate, he said, in the werewolf territories, the drinking age for humans is still 21, but they are allowed to drink underage with the consent of their guardians. Ice coughed. You want to call my mom and ask her if you can get me drunk? Vincent shook his head. You're my mate, so according to werewolf law, I'm your guardian. I scrunched up my face. WWW. What? You want to be my dad now? I shouted. All I got in response from Vincent was a laugh. He kept on laughing for a long time, leaving me to sit disgusted. No, mate, he guffawed. It just means that you're mine. That's it. So through that, I make decisions for you that a parent would for their child. I feel no paternal instinct towards you at all. All I feel is the need to be around you, to protect you, to comfort you, and to love you. Oh, and to keep you. I had no idea how to respond to that, so I just kept my mouth shut. I remembered a story my father had told me around the time Annie was chosen to be a werewolf's mate. He said a baby in the neighboring territory was chosen to be mate to a full-grown adult werewolf. But parents tried to keep the wolf away. But one day the wolf just snatched the baby and ran off, both of them disappearing off the face of the earth. My father told me that the wolf was raising the child to be his mate, molding it into the wolf's strongest fantasies. "Hey, Vincent," I said, getting his attention. Vincent stopped looking for the bottle opener to look at me. "Yes, mate." I could see his body get all jittery because I had said his name. Was there a wolf back in the old territory that kidnapped a baby chosen as its mate? I asked. Maybe all werewolves know each other or something, and Vincent would be able to elaborate on my dad's story. Vince audibly groaned and looked at me, cocking his eyebrow. "You don't actually believe that urban legend, do you?" he asked. I jumped back. "It's a fake story," I asked in disbelief. Vincent nodded and grabbed another Tupperware, opening it and sniffing inside. He handed it to me, showing that it was a brownie. I smiled and took it. "The real story," Vincent began, "was that, yes, a werewolf got a baby as a mate. However, the baby's mother died during birth, and the father was emotionally distraught, neglecting the infant. Therefore, the wolf did whatever any sensible wolf would do. He got his mate out of that situation so that he could protect her. And the whole conditioning part the humans made up is ridiculous. I know for a fact that the werewolf has his mate being raised by a human female because he doesn't know about human child care. And the baby is now in her preteens and healthy and a normal child, all thanks to that werewolf rescuing her. Wow, this brownie is actually pretty good." Oh, and Vincent's explanation was pretty eye-opening as well. "So do humans make up a lot of mating horror stories?" I asked him. He nodded, his eyes locked on the fire. "I heard one about a werewolf breaking his mate's legs so that she couldn't run away from him." "That's a lie. No wolf would ever physically harm their mate. It's impossible. Even if he managed to, the guilt would be so overbearing that for the rest of his life, that wolf would be waiting on that human hand and foot as repentance. And no wolf would kill his mate's human boyfriend. That's against the law, and would make fearful for their own life. At most, the wolf just tries to look intimidating to scare the boyfriend away. And no wolf in their right mind would try to tear apart a human marriage. We value the bond that humans forge with one another. So if a wolf's mate is already married, then yes, he'll always be hoping for a divorce, but that's about it. At most, he'll just be that creepy neighbor that checks in every once in a while to make sure his mate is safe. All we want is love. That's it." He wrapped his arm around my shoulders. I could not get over the fact that, all my life, I've been being fed lies about werewolves being monsters to their mates, when in the end, Vincent was right. They just wanted love. And they all just wanted their mates to be safe. Holy crap. I've been blind like Blair. But to reality, not the real world. I guess those are the same things. But still anyway. Here I was, being a bitch to this man sitting by me, all because I was fed lies by my own species. And all he wanted for me to love him. And no matter how many times I tore his heart to little shreds and stomped on them, he stayed right by side. Sure, he kidnapped me, but I'm sure the way he sees it as him protecting me from Jason scares me sometimes. Holy shit, what an epiphany. I looked over at Vincent, who sat perfectly content with his arm snug around my waist. He stared off into the stars now, a lazy smile on his face. I got him demoted to the lowest of low ranks in the werewolf community. He can't afford any clothes because some crappy shorts. But yet, he's happy. And all because I'm by his side. Because he loves me. The old me sparked in my brain, telling me that he was probably making up stories so that I'd feel comfortable around him. But then, how does that explain Blair? She was in a dangerous position. and Jack saved her. He took her away, all within an hour of meeting her, just to keep her safe. An idea popped into my head. There's only one way I can figure out if this epiphany I'm having is all a bunch of bull thanks to the stories or if it's sincere. I didn't really want to do this right now, but I figured that I should attempt to get over it, as it's the least I could do for Vincent. I cleared my throat and Vincent looked down at me. I really had no idea how to do this, so I just did the first thing that popped into my head. I reached up and grabbed a fistful of Vincent's hair, yanking his head down to me. He yelped at first but was then silent when I put my lips on his cheek. Yeah, I guess I should have done his mouth, but I don't like him that much yet. He's just starting to grow on me, like a tumor. Vincent let out a growl, but this one was of approval, his inner wolf telling me he liked what I was doing. Then we both heard a louder growl, a more animalistic one. In a split second, I went from pecking Vincent on the cheek to tumbling about 20 feet away in the field. It had felt like someone threw me, and I looked up, out of breath and feeling banged up, only to see a huge werewolf in his full form hunched in front of me in a protective stance. I could tell from the dark fur it had that it was Vincent. Out of the trees came a much larger werewolf, snarling in our direction and baring his teeth. It was Jason. He positioned himself to attack, and that's when Vincent charged at him. EXT weak because I'm moving. Sorry. True colors. It was difficult to tell the difference between Vincent and Jason. Right now they were both in their wolf forms, fighting in what appeared to be an angry ball of fluff. I know that Jason's wolf form is a lot larger than Vincent's, and his fur should be a little lighter since his hair is. But right now, because the only light that allows me to see is the fire, I can't tell which wolf is which. The wolves were snarling at each other and biting and clawing. One of them kept swiping, actually slashing the other's face, making it yelp with pain. And now, thanks to Jason, I was so freaking confused. I kissed Vincent, on my own free will. And it felt satisfactory. That's the word I can use to describe it. It was a nice kiss, but I didn't feel that giant spark that the movies all say that I'm supposed to feel. Instead, I felt something more like a dull pulse in my core. It was almost as if, instead of the atomic bomb I was meant to experience, I wound up having something similar to the intensity of a firefly. And here's Vincent, my firefly fighting Jason, the wolf that I had previously chosen to have as my mate. Truth is, I still have this desire to run off and just live without any werewolves in my life. But after kissing Vincent, maybe I could keep him as a pet or something. The wolves were now circling one another, like in one of those bro-offs. I could now tell who was who, thanks to Jason's significantly bulkier form. He made Vincent look like a twig. It was so striking. Vincent snarled and bared his teeth at Jason. He was the one who had been slashed in the face. There was a gnarly-looking scar on his face, starting at his forehead, running over his right eye, and ending on his cheek. Every now and then, He shift his glance over to me and gently cock his head to the side, telling me to get out of there. But I didn't want to. I could lie and say I was concerned about the welfare of the men fighting over me, but in reality, the fight was pretty entertaining. I shook my head at him and firmly planted my feet on the ground. Vince entrolled his eyes, his right one bloodshot from being injured. Then I noticed that he was carefully moving his stance in a circle, which made Jason move so that he stood facing him. Vincent kept maneuvering, coming closer and closer to me, until he stood directly in front of me. Vincent let out a low growl and shifted his stance so that instead of being in stack form, he was in defend form. Vincent was shielding me. Or another way of looking at it was that he was preventing Jason from taking me away. I guess it all depends on the outlook one has. Jason realized Vincent's motive and bared his teeth in response. Then he sprung from where he was, launching himself in the air. Vincent barely had time to react and was tackled to the ground. The two struggled against one another until Jason's weight was on Vincent's, keeping him pinned. Jason leaned down closer to Vincent's face, growling, but he made other sounds, as if his words were being spoken in some kind of werewolf language that I was incapable of deciphering. Vincent's eyes wide, and he turned his head briefly to look at me, a slight whimper escaping from him. What did Jason tell him? I could have sworn that Jason smirked. Vincent, on the other hand, looked troubled. He kept looking around, as if he were searching for something, or thinking really hard. Every now and then, his eyes would stop on me and he'd whimper. Finally, Vincent huffed and nodded. Jason shifted back into his human form and stood up, freeing Vincent. "Hope he didn't hurt you when I was gone, Nora," Jason said as he walked up to me. When he reached me, he engulfed me into his arms, his whole body dwarfing mine. I had to hold my breath because he smelled of sweat, making me gag. I even noticed that Jason appeared to have no battle scars, as if Vincent was no match for him. Vincent shifted back into his human form, covered in bruises and scratched, the most noticeable injury being the new scar that crossed over his face. "What did you say to him?" I asked Jason. Vincent kept his eyes glued on me, grimacing at Jason's arms around my body. Obviously, Jason had to say something pretty powerful or threatening to get that man to just give up like that, especially after all he had done to get this far. "Nothing important," Jason grunted, pulling back. He grasped my small hand in his giant one and began to lead me away. Vincent whimpered again. "Vampire deception. I Drake Mason and EY Gwait, as an undocumented changeling and forced to pose as a low-level witch." I called and planted my feet in place, although it was futile as Jason just gave my arm a little jerk and I stumbled behind him. I continued to be pulled by Jason, Vincent getting smaller and smaller and smaller in my vision until he had built for me were gone. "Where are we going?" I asked, struggling to keep up with Jason. "Home," Jason grunted, sounding irritated. "What's up with him? But what about Vincent?" I asked. "What happens to him?" I felt Jason's grip on my hand tighten and he unleashed a fierce growl, turning so that he glared down at my face. His eyes held pure anger, both directed at me. "You will never see him again," he roared, some of his spittle getting on my face. His voice was so powerful and loud that I cringed at the pain it had created in my ears. "Can't you at least make him beta again?" I whined. The look on Jason's face told me that there was no way. He scrunched up his face in disgust and scowled. "Don't be stupid," he growled. What the hell is going on?" Usually Jason is all sweet and loving and totally wanting to kiss my ass. And now HES acting like an ass. "What's wrong with you?" I asked, trying to yank my hand out of Jason's death grip. This only caused Jason to get even more pissed at me. He snarled at me, even pulling my hand up and nipped me. He nipped me like a dog. "What the hell?" I shouted. "I could be asking you the same thing," Jason yelled back. "What are you talking about?" I asked, throwing my free arm up in the air in exasperation. "Seriously, what is this dog's damage? I just caught my mate kissing another wolf." He roared, his grip tightening even more, making me whimper. He just stared me down, ignoring the pain he caused in my arm. "Let go," I screeched. This just seemed to make Jason even madder. He grabbed me by my hair, pulled me towards him so that our noses were touching. It was terrifying. "I probably should have told you, mate." He smirked. "Alphas have a different set of rules when it comes to their mates. Therefore, I can say or do whatever I want, simply because I can." I shook in fear under the stare of this demented werewolf. I own you, Nora. Last resort. The rest of the way back to Jason's house was spent in terribly awkward silence. I could tell that he was under the same spell that caused him to go all psycho on me. And that's the best way I can manage to categorize his rapid change in behavior. A spell. Jason used to be all caring and he would call me Nora. He made me feel human after Vincent made me feel like a piece of property. Could it be possible that his kind attitude was all a game? I guess so. There's no other explanation that comes to mind right now. From the forest, Jason had led me to a truck. It was rather large and looked different from the vehicle I had seen him driving before. This one was larger and a lot fiercer, almost as if it shrieked manly, and big. It was pitch black, like death, and on top of the cab were giant lights, like he'd have to see through thick fog. Even when Jason started it, it roared to life, the engine pounding my eardrums, in a barrage of sounds that threatened to make me go deaf. And it was faster, a hell of a lot faster at that. When Jason stomped on the gas, my body was thrown backward, getting slammed into the seat. Inwardly, I thanked God that it was a 4-seater truck, so my head didn't smash into the back window. Jason threw his beefy arm around my shoulders, making me sink into the seat a little bit. I hesitantly glanced up at him. He wore a deep scowl on his face, and every now and then, his lip would curl up. Yeah, he was pissed at me, and all because I kissed Vincent on the cheek. I can't imagine what he would do if I had kissed Vincent on the lips, or if he found out that Vincent had full-on kissed me, with tongue and everything. I mumbled, "Everything okay?" My body tensed up because I knew deep down that Jason's answer would be no, and that he's exploded at me. I felt a shiver run through Jason's body. The steering wheel groaned under his tightening grip. "It wasn't your fault, mate," he growled, his voice scaring me. It was that Omega's. He spit when he mentioned Vincent's rank, like it was a deadly disease to be a member of that. I kept my mouth shut. There was no way in heaven or hell that I'd reveal to Jason that it was I who initiated the kiss without any real prompting. But that's behind us now, he said, because I have you back. Jason leaned down and nuzzled me for a brief moment. His stubble hurt my face, and it felt like I was getting scraped to death by man-face. Yeah, I grumbled, for some reason a little mad. Yeah, I made it Jason for acting so freaking creepy. But I knew deep home there was another reason. He ruined my moment with Vincent. I shouldn't be so angry over that fact, but I was. Jason set content life for a while, exiting the territory that Vincent had brought me to. I could tell by the warning sign that stated whoever read it was about to break werewolf laws, blah, blah, blah. Jason was allowed to go in because he was alpha, like some sort of werewolf diplomat. But I remembered something. "Hey, Jason," I said. Jason perked up, "Yes." "You told me that alphas have a different set of rules when dealing with their mates." "What are they?" Jason nodded, knowing that I'd eventually ask him this question. "Well, they are a little similar to the regular werewolf code. You know, protect, keep, comfort, love, and so on. Like I still have the love and protect one, but it's different when it comes to the keep one owl." I asked. "Well, let me just begin with the reason it is that way is because alphas are more animalistic in nature than regular wolves." I leaned in closer to him, curious. He cleared his throat. "Well, as well. Obviously alpha werewolves want to keep their mate close to them, but in a more intense kind of way. In short, we'll do more to keep them in through that. We aren't inhibited by anything that regular wolves are." "What does that mean exactly?" I asked. Jason sighed. "I know this is going to scare you, but I'll tell you anyway because you asked." He leaned forward, turning off the radio. It means that. Well, since we're more animalistic, I will do everything in my power to keep you. And I mean everything, even force. But Vincent said he'd do that too. I said. And he kind of did act on that with his whole dragging me out into the middle of an Omega community. Jason growled at the mention of Vince's name. When I say force, I mean I will restrain you, threaten, or maybe try to intimidate you. But I will not cause physical harm to you. I swear that I will never harm you directly, Nora. Yeah, that was still bad, but at least he didn't say the whole if I can have you. Nobody can thing. So at least I know that I'll be able to live. But I can tell you this, Jason added, your friend Jessie, the redhead, she's pretty vulnerable without a mate by her side to protect her. I jumped inside my skin, shocked by the words that came out of this man's mouth. What? I whimpered. Jason snorted. You know exactly what I mean. You do know that ever since werewolves and vampires revealed themselves, the rate of human disappearance has more than quadrupled. We just don't like to advertise it. So in simplest terms, Nora, stay with me and Jessie lives. You can't be serious. This isn't possible. Jessie and I haven't really talked to each other lately, I said, hoping this would get the target off her back if I made Jason angry. Well, if you want it like that. Danny stays home when her mate is at work. My breath hitched in my throat. So Jessie and Danny's lives depended on me staying with Jason. I was shaking in my seat, my whole body feeling heavy and cold. Jason pulled me closer to him. Don't worry, mate. He cooed as he kissed my forehead. They'll be fine as long as you're a good girl. With that he started to rub my cheek with his giant thumb. Growling content lie. The rest of the ride I was stiff as a board, afraid for my friend's live that if I messed up. Well, you know. We finally arrived back at Jason's house, and he got out, running to my side, helping me to my feet. He most likely did this to make sure I wouldn't try to run off. Not that I would. I love Jessie like a sister and Danny's been growing on me. I can save Danny easily. All I have to do is tell Reed and he'll do anything to save her. Maybe even leave the territory. Jessie would be a little harder to save. I could warn her, but she probably would not believe me because she actually trusts werewolves, like Jason. How on earth can I save my friends and get away from this psycho wolf? I could go back to Vincent. There's no doubt in my mind that he'd stop at nothing to help me. The problem with that is that I'd have to find him. Now I know he's in the neighboring Omega community, but I don't really know how to get there. I was passed out the first time, and it was dark when Jason drove. Therefore, I'm royally screwed. I felt a tug on my arm and realized that Jason was leading me to the house where I'd most likely never be allowed to leave without an escort or some other crazy bullshit. I groaned. I hate you, I muttered to myself. Jason snarled, making me freeze. Goosebumps formed all over my flesh and I looked at him in dread. Jason snarled at me, his teeth bared and his eyes glowing red. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. My legs began to shake with fear. Just kidding, I nervously laughed. Sure, Jason sneered, mimicking my nervous laugh. I guess now you can say goodbye to Danny now. I shouted, planting my feet, refusing to move any further. Please don't, Jason. I grabbed onto his hand that held my arm with my other hand, pleading with him. Please don't do it. In a flash, I felt myself being picked up and rushed inside the house. The door slammed loudly behind me, and when I opened my eyes, Jason was right in front of me, pushing his face into mine. You need to learn, Nora, he said. You belong to me. And if you won't listen to me, there's going to be consequences. With that, he began to walk away. No, I can't let Danny die. If you hurt her, I will never speak or look at you ever again. I screamed so loud that my throat hurt. Jason froze in his tracks, his eye back to me. He remained silent, deep in thought. "And then what will you do?" he asked. He turned around, stalking over to me. I tried to back away, but he was too fast for me, and pretty soon my back was up against a wall. Jason placed both of his muscular arms on either side of me, effectively trapping me. His face was shoved up close to mine. "I don't think there's really anything that you can do to get away from me, Nora," Jason smirked. "And besides, I could always do the last resort." "I don't know what you're talking about," I whimpered, shaking like mad under the stare and hold of this monster. "It's probably better that way," Jason said as he pushed away from the wall. "Go to bed. I have business to attend to." And with that he walked out of the house, locking me inside because he had those locks one needs a key for even when inside. I was trapped. Frantic phone calls. For a couple of minutes, I just stayed in place, shocked beyond belief. First of all, I found myself microscopically attracted to Vincent. Second, Jason shows up and drags me away. Third, Jason goes all patriarchal psycho. And finally, I think I just got Danny killed, or my best friend Jesse. And what did Jason mean by last resort? I've never heard that phrase before. Figuring that there was really nothing that I could do, I trudged up the stairs to the bedroom. I made sure to lock the door behind me and then lied down on the bed, staying above the covers. I even kept all my clothes on, including my shoes. There was really no point in trying to get comfortable in Jason's house, considering that as long as I'm near him, I'll be tense and afraid. I don't know how long I just lied there on Jason's bed, staring up at the white ceiling, making figures from the popcorn style. Eventually I drifted off to sleep. My eyes began to flutter as sunlight filtered through the window. I stretched out my limbs, listening in satisfaction as my legs popped. "Morning, mate," I heard Jason murmur, sleep still fighting to hold onto him. I shot upward, realizing that I was now under the covers, with my shoes removed. I could feel the rest of my clothes on me, though. I looked down at Jason, who was lying next to me, his muscled arm draped over my waist. I could tell he was shirtless because his bare shoulders were visible. When he caught me looking at him, his mouth pulled into a smile and his canines glimmered in the sunlight, showing me how strong and powerful they were. I just smiled shyly at him, scared as fuck to be near him right now. My heartbeat sped up, and of course he had to hear it. "What's wrong?" Jason asked, concern all over his face. He sat upright, wrapping both of his arms around me. "Tell me what's bothering you." My first instinct was to just shrug him off, saying nothing was wrong. But of course he wouldn't believe me. "What's the last resort?" I asked. The look on Jason's face told me it was something very serious. His mouth fell open and his eyes widened. As he held me close to him, I felt his own heartbeat start to go into overdrive. "He's afraid of something, that's for sure." "You don't have to worry yourself about that now," he said, moving away from me. He got off the bed and moved towards the dressers, grabbing a white t-shirt, which stretched over his bulk. "What aren't you telling me?" I asked, getting out of the bed myself. I followed Jason as he walked out of the room and into the kitchen. He wouldn't even look me straight in the face right now. "It's nothing," he growled, telling me to drop the subject. "Then I'll just ask another wolf." I huffed, throwing my arms up in the air. "No, you won't." Jason shouted, slamming his fist down on the counter, sending a large crack throughout it. I held up my hands in surrender. "Okay," I whimpered. "I'll drop it." A smile returned to Jason's face, but it was relieved, not happy. "Good," he said. He walked over to me and wrapped his arm around me, pulling me in to kiss my forehead. And he looked down at my face, that smile turning into a genuine, full-blown grin. "I love you. You know that, right?" "Not really." So far, Jason acted like a complete jackass, not someone who loves me. Now there's no doubt in my mind that Vincent loves me. I just nodded, which Jason seemed to be satisfied with. "Now, mate, I have to go patrol the border today, so you're going to be watched by my men," he said. "Who are they?" I asked. Jason grabbed a bagel out of the cupboard and took a giant bite out of it. "You won't see them, so don't worry about it," he said, his mouth full of food. There he goes with being all secretive again. I walked Jason to the door, where he pulled me into a tight hug. He sniffed at my neck and growled in contempt. "You have my scent on you now," he purred. I can barely smell Vincent. That put another thought into my head. Since Vincent is technically my second mate, then that means he's out there right now, keeping an eye on me. At least that's what I was told before, but now that Jason's gone all crazy, I'm pretty sure he keeps leaving the house to make sure Vincent hasn't followed us. Or maybe Jason the house to kill Jesse or Danny. Jason kissed me again and left the house, locking the door behind him, and locking me inside. As soon as I was sure Jason was out of hearing range, I ran over to the telephone that was in the kitchen. I ripped it off the receiver and dialed Jesse's number. I had to make sure she was still alive. I was so afraid. My heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. On the second ring, she picked up. "Hello," she answered. "Jesse," I shouted. "Where are you now?" "Where am I? Where are you?" she asked. "Nora, people have no idea where you are. Jason went crazy and raided the high school. And your mate Vincent's been labeled a traitor and the wolves have been ordered to attack on the spot. Are you safe?" "Holy crap. Oh yeah, I'm good. Are you good?" I asked. "Do you notice anyone following you or anything? What are you talking about?" Jesse asked, sounding confused. "I'm at the mall. What's up with you? Are you with Vincent now?" "'Cause if you are, run you Ray not safe with him." Well, obviously Jesse hasn't met Jason. Now that I think about it, no one really knows I'm his mate. "Jesse," I cried, then lowered my voice out of fear that one of Jason's henchmen heard me. "Now I know this hard for you, but please be quiet until I finish." But Alpha chose me as his mate and he what? I groaned in exhaustion. Alpha chose me as his mate. Vincent's my second mate, and Vincent took me to the next territory and pissed off Jason. So now Jason's keeping me locked away in his house and he threatened to kill you last night. "Wait, who's Jason?" she asked, sounding lost. "Alpha. Damn it, Jesse. Alpha's going to kill you. Now stay in public because he won't harm a human in front of witnesses." Jesse was silent on the other line. All I could hear was her breathing get faster with apprehension. "Nora, are you safe?" she finally asked. "Yes, but you're not. So be careful and stay away from Alpha." Stay away from wolves. Then I paused in thought. Run north, Jesse. Go to the vampire territory there and hide. Vampires will hide you if you tell them where wolves are after you. Go there. Which way's north? Just run towards the forest that is mostly pine trees. Jesse hung up. God, please help her. And now to call Annie and warn her. I dialed her number as fast as I couldn't wait it. It went to the answering machine. I hung up and tried again. "Hello?" asked a female voice. Crystal, this is Nora, Danny's friend. May I speak to her? It's an emergency." I panted, out of breath though I hadn't really done anything physical. She's not available. Crystal mumbled. Breed. Here were little shuffling noises, and the phone was handed over. Yes. Reed gasped in a hoarse voice, sounding like he was crying. Oh shit. Breed. Is Danny there? She's in danger. I pleaded. There was a sobbing on the other end of the line, and Crystal spoke to me this time. She passed last night. She said flatly, No, Danny. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. My heart began to sink in my chest, sorrow overwhelming me. I had to avenge Danny that way I wouldn't feel so guilty considering this was all my fault. How? I whimpered, hoping that it wasn't Jason who killed her. Another wolf got her, Crystal explained. We don't know who though. Reed's sobs could be heard over Crystal's voice. She was soothing him, and I could envision how he must look right, now puffy-eyed and dead inside, due to the loss of the love of his life, his mate. I know who did it, I whispered. The other line was silent for a second. Who snarled? Reed. I guess he snatched the phone from Crystal when he heard that. It was Alpha. Alpha wouldn't do that, Reed muttered, almost as though he didn't even believe his own words. Reed? I whimpered. I'm so sorry, but I need you to tell me what the last resort is. Please. Jason said he might do it to me. Reed drew in a shaky breath. It means he's going to kill you and then kill himself. That way, the two of you will be together in the afterlife. Thank you all so much for joining me on this dangerous werewolf journey. I hope you had your hearts pumping and your minds racing. Don't forget to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, and come back for more exciting and dangerous tales. Until next time, stay safe and keep that adventurous spirit alive. Hey everyone, welcome to Dangerous Werewolf. Are you brave enough to step into the perilous world of werewolves with me? Here, we'll uncover the secrets, face the fears, and explore the thrilling and dangerous aspects of these mythical creatures. So hold on tight and let's start this wild adventure together. Attempted escape. Oh crap. I dropped the phone from my hands, letting it crash onto the hardwood floor. It landed with a thud and I cringed, hoping that no werewolf henchman was nearby that could hear me on the phone. If they relayed the information to Jason, then I'm frickin' dead thanks to this last resort BS. I picked the phone back up and carefully put it back onto the receiver. Straining my ears, I guessed that I was in the clear because I didn't hear running up to the house right now. I couldn't call Vincent because he didn't take his cell phone with him and he hid us in the other territory of which I have no idea, the name or the location. At least Jessie was safe, hopefully. I know she can't run that fast and she isn't the smartest person in the world either. Then my thoughts traveled back to Danny. Poor Annie. She was killed by Psycho all because of my stubbornness. Man, if I was such an ass towards the werewolves, then it's pretty safe to assume that I never would have met Jason and that she would still be alive. And it'd be safe with Vincent. That's it. I need to find Vincent. And the only way I can do that is to leave this territory. But there's no way I could be able to do that without escaping Jason and his henchmen. He had said that his men were watching me today, but they must have been hiding out in the forest in the back of the house on account of I haven't seen them at all yet. And how am I going to get past them? The only thing that popped into my head was to just run like crazy and pray that a werewolf wouldn't notice me. But I'm fairly positive that wouldn't work at all. Then an idea popped into my head. I rushed over to the kitchen counters, pulling open one of the drawers directly under the large crack that Jason caused in his fit. And there was all the eating utensils. I grabbed one of the butter knives, its chrome finish shining in the fluorescent lighting. Perfect. All I have to do is convince the wolf that tries to catch me that I have silver, and then he should grow afraid to get near me. Hopefully, my knife in hand, I hurried over to the kitchen window. I undid the lock and slid it open, popping out the screen. Seriously, if Jason wanted to make the doors hard to leave out of, one would think HED work on the windows as well. Oh well, I shoved myself through the window, falling onto my ass as soon as I was outside. It was really cloudy and looked as if it were about rain. However, the air was very dry, getting rid of all the moisture in my mouth. Or maybe I was just terrified out of my mind. Yeah, it's most likely the second one. My heart was slamming against my ribcage, loud enough for all the werewolves in the territory to hear. I threw myself off the ground and rushed over to the tree line. All I can remember from the outside world during the drive back here was a lot of trees, so that made it safe to assume that the territory where Vincent is lies on the other side of the forest. The forest wasn't too far from Jason's house, so I reached it in a matter of seconds. My feet were slapping against the ground pretty loudly, so there was no doubt in my mind that a werewolf heard me. I clutched the knife in my hand even tighter. In the forest, all the trees looked the same. In no time I was lost. Crap. I hissed to myself. Now Nora, that's not really proper language for a lady, is it? Asked a voice behind me. I tensed and turned around, only to be confronted by Kyle from school. Haven't seen him in a while, but then again that's kind of a good thing. What are you doing here? I demanded, hiding my knife behind my back. Kyle chuckled and took a step forward. Alpha gave me explicit orders to make sure you don't leave the house. I took a step away from him, my breathing starting to speed up. So see on Nora, he said, holding out his hand. Let's go back to your house. I pulled the knife out, pointing at him. I even shifted my stance into attack mode to intimidate him. Although Kyle probably heard my erratic heartbeat. I'm not going anywhere with you, I spat. Kyle laughed. What is that? A butter knife. He doubled over in hysterics. You're gonna scrape me to death. Well, that deflated my shard of confidence. Kyle now fell onto the ground, holding his sides as he laughed at me. That's just a myth. Damn. So there went my master plan for escape. The smart thing to do here would be just walk back to Jason's house with Kyle and accept my fate. But something inside them shouted at me that I haven't made smart decisions so far. So why start now? I dashed over to Kyle, who was still laughing on the floor. I swung back my foot, then brought it crashing into his jaw. The collision hurt my toes like a bitch, but it was oh so satisfying to see Kyle's head jerk back. His laughter immediately stopped and he spit out a little blood that had pooled in his mouth. The fuck? He yelled at me. I just smirked back. That's right. I'm tough, I said. Kyle snarled and stood up, popping his neck to look badass. You're going down, human, he growled, baring his canines at me. Shit. Kyle lurched, tackling me to the ground. My head the ground pretty hard, making my vision all spotty. No, this can't be it. Kyle smirked down at me. Werewolves always win, human, he snarled. You're all below us. Fuck you. I screamed, spitting at him, but because my back was on the ground, the spit just came back down onto my face. This is not my day. There was snarl to the left of me and Kyle, and then in a flash, Kyle was ripped from me and thrown several feet away. I looked up to see Reed standing in a protective stance over me. What? I asked. Reed looked down, his face void of any color or life. It's what Danny would have wanted, he stated in a flat voice. I just nodded, thanking Reed that way. You get them out of here, came another voice. I looked over to see Crystal. Behind her was Jesse. He'll take care of the pup. Kyle got back onto his feet, phasing into his wolf form. Crystal laughed. Oh God, I'd be waiting to kick your ass, Kyle. I've always hated you and your stupid family ever since you became our neighbors. She phased and charged at Kyle, snapping her powerful jaws at his neck. Reed pulled me to my feet. "Let's go. Let's a witch. Let's go," he said gruffly. Jesse and I all ran off deeper into the forest, leaving Crystal as she dominated over Kyle. I looked over at Jessie, who was surprisingly keeping up. "How do you find them?" I asked her. She shrugged. "They found me. I count that as a frickin' miracle." "I got lost as soon as I made it into the tree line," Reed snorted. "She was going the wrong way, towards Alpha's house. That figures. Vincent's in a territory where the humans can leave the Omgiza. It's like a special law there," I said, hoping Reed knew the territory I was talking about. He nodded. "We're going the right way then, but by foot it's going to take a couple of hours." Jessie groaned. Then she let out a scream. Both Reed and I stopped to look at her, but she pointed behind us to the giant wolf chasing after us. Jason. Big bad wolf. There was so much going on for my head at the moment. Danny was dead. Crystal was beating the crap out of Kyle. That was my favorite part. Jessie's life was in danger. Reed was dealing with Danny's death and seemed to want to help me in honor of her memory. And I really needed to get back to Vincent. And it was that last thought that burned into my brain the most. Sorry to my friends and sorry to my being for not putting the charging Alpha as top priority. But the thought of running back to the next territory to be reunited with Vincent seemed like the best idea that I've ever had in my entire life. Still, that would have to wait, unfortunately. I bolted through the forest, and tossed up in the air as I cried out in terror due to the very pissed-off werewolf trailing behind us. The same werewolf who threatened to use the last resort on me to ensure that we'd be together in the afterlife. Jessie pushed further ahead of me, sprinting with all her might, pumping her arms like crazy. "Run, Nora," she shrieked. "No shit." I panted, my feet stomping on the forest floor so hard that the soles throbbed with each contact. Reed phased behind and lunged forward at Jason in order to try to protect us. The curious part of me wanted to look back and watch the fight and root for him, but the rational part of me shouted to keep moving. Sounds of teeth against flesh and deep growls and snarls into the forest, making a cold shiver run through my spine. My mind was frantic, desperate to come up with an idea that would save us. I could just submit to Jason and have everyone else go free, but then I'd die. And by default, Vincent would die too. Fuck. Get out of my head, Vincent. Still, I never took the time to truly focus on the pitiful howl and look that Vincent had when Jason beat him up during our date and stole me away. A mental picture of him sad and curled up on the forest floor in pain was thought-root into my thoughts, making me actually feel guilty for the dude. "Damn it. Reed," Jessie shrieked as she glanced behind her. "Nora, Jason beat him." That sure didn't help my panicked mind. We were going to die. Yep, that's it for me. I lived a fulfilling life, but not really. I didn't even lose my V card yet, and I'm going to die in a forest at the hands of some obsessive dog. Why does life hate me? Just keep going, I shouted, and don't look back. I was cut off by an immense pain in my shoulder, a black blur in my peripheral. I screamed out in agony as Jason sank his jaws into my flesh, thrashing his head from side to side, making me lose my footing. He swung me to and fro as if I were some rag doll and he was intent on ripping me to shreds. "Stop. Jason," I shrieked, pathetically beating my tiny fists on his giant snout. But it all no use. It was as if my hands were paper. Nevertheless, I continued my relentless assault, my knuckles busting open as I tried to stop the werewolf from ripping my shoulder apart. Blood soaked through my shirt and was running down my arms in streams, splattering everywhere I hit Jason. My vision grew blurry and my head began to throb along with my shoulder. Jessie spun around and rushed over to me. "Let go of her, bastard," she yelled, grabbing a tight hold of my feet. She tugged with all of her human might, not freeing me, but at least significantly settling down the thrashing. Jason snarled at her, his blood-stained teeth barely visible to me if I turned my head to the left. Jessie's eyes widened, but she pursed her lips into a thin line and yanked on my legs, kind go tearing my skin more at my shoulder. I cried out for them to stop, but my calls went unheeded. Jason and Jessie playing tug-of-war with my body. Jason jerked backwards and Jessie lost her grip, making my legs fall to the hard ground with a thud. Jason let out a snort, practically taunting her, turning around and dashing through the forest back to his house, with me dangling his muzzle. My vision was almost black and my limbs felt cold as I continued to profusely bleed from my shoulder. "Vincent," I croaked out foolishly. I knew that he wouldn't hear me, but something deep down inside, instincts maybe, told me to call out for him. "I'll find him," Jessie yelled. "I'll find him and I'll kick Jason's furry ass." Jason growled, but continued on his way, his head held up high and his shoulders squared in an idiotic, triumphant manner. The house slowly came into view and then everything went completely black. Remorse. My eyes fluttered open and my head throbbed like crazy. Almost immediately, my shoulders screamed agony and I winced at the slightest movement in my torso, my bloodied shirt sticking to my skin. "What the hell?" I gasped, looking around, quickly noticing that I was back in Jason's room. Luckily, he was nowhere to be seen. I struggled to sit up, but my left arm was practically useless. Below the elbow it felt numb and above, the tea felt as if it were on fire. Yeah, there was serious damage done to me. With a low grunt, I turned onto my side, Uncle Witch eager to try to escape again. I couldn't give up. Vincent needed me, and I needed to get back to him to make sure that he didn't die of heartbreak like his father had. I mean, I wasn't dead yet, so in a way I was trying to prevent him from dying by trying to prevent myself from dying, like a 2-for-1 special for life-saving. I rolled out of the bed, my entire body sore from the whole ordeal earlier. Trudging across the hardwood floor, I reached out for the doorknob to exit the room, only to find that the door wouldn't push out. It was almost as if something was up against it. "Come on," I shouted, pounding against it with my good arm in frustration. "It's no use, mate," I heard Jason's low voice from the other side. That douche must have been sitting on the other side, using his immense bulk to trap me in his bedroom. "Jason," I pleaded, tears welling up in eyes. "Please, Jason, please. Just let me go and I swear I won't tell anyone. Just let me go and I won't even go to Vincent. I'll just be on my own way to Florida." He scoffed. "How did he know that?" "I read your file and it wasn't hard to see that Florida would be where you'd flee since you used to have family there. So you want to go to Florida, a human colony. A colony where I'll have no right to my mate and she can just up and leave me whenever she pleases." He began to raise his voice, practically screaming through the door. "Well, I'll witch, well, yeah. Fuck that. Nora," he shouted. "You're not leaving that room until you promise you'll submit completely to me." "Completely?" I asked. "You mean?" Like, my face grew flushed when I thought about submitting to Jason. I was under the impression that he just wanted me to bare my neck or something to show that I was submissive. "Either you mate with me or we'll do the last resort," he snarled, slamming a hard fist on the door, making me jump back in shock. "I expect an answer by nightfall, which gives you about 3 hours. 3 hours. How long was I out? And why the hell were doing Jason or having him kill me my only options? This sucked. Obviously, I didn't myself to that creepy wolf, but I wasn't prepared to die in rebellion. I droned. "Can't we just be friends?" There was silence, and no doubt Jason was giving me a look that said to stop being an idiot. Best friends. Mate? He snarled. You heard what I said. Now think it over. Oh, and in the meantime, I'm going to stay right here in this spot, just to make sure that you don't do something foolish, like try to escape again. Got it. I yanked at my hair in frustration, pacing around the room. What was there I could do? I could just submit, close my eyes and get it over it. Worst case scenario, I hit myself over the head to knock myself out so that I could be unconscious during the entire thing. I never took werewolf sex ed, so I had no idea what to expect, but judging from Jason's demeanor, he'd probably pound me literally into smithereens. The other option was that I let him kill me. I glanced down at my shoulder, my shirt shredded at it, the dried blood still a little wet and sticky. He'd done some extensive damage to me, a huge chunk of skin missing, showing off some of the muscle underneath. So I guess it's no more bikinis for me. Or maybe there was a third option, go out on my own terms. The window drew in my attention. Maybe if jumped out and tried to land on my thick head, that I could die. That thought sent a ripple of fear through me. Was death really the only way out of this miserable situation that Jason put me in? I never even considered it when I was just stuck with Vincent. So maybe if I did somehow live, I should just shack up with Vincent. Sure, he was possessive and annoying as crap, but at least he never tried to turn me into an amputee. But do I deserve him? I froze instantly at that thought. No, I didn't do anything to deserve Vincent. I had allowed my parents to poison my mind with lies about werewolves, almost to the point of being a blatant racist to their kind. It was sometimes embarrassing to think about it when I remembered how I'd yell at Vincent or how I shouted that I hated him. And still, he had bought me mushroom pizza, my favorite food on the planet. He wanted to provide for me. He bought me clothes, stole me food, and never threatened to last resort me. And I called him some profanity at least every hour on the hour. Damn it, I don't deserve Vincent. Sometimes I wish that he could just have Jessie as a mate. She's nice and deserves to be happy, and she actually appreciates werewolves, seeing them as her equal and not as a rabid animal. Out of nowhere, I collapsed on the floor, pulling my legs into my torso. I sobbed uncontrollably at everything, how I was about to die being abandoned, and by my family Danny's death, and most of all, how horrible I was to Vincent. Tears blinded me as I pathetically lied on the ground, desperate to at least see Vincent one more time to apologize. I didn't care if he didn't want me to be his mate, but I needed to say sorry, if anything. I couldn't die. I couldn't allow Jason to kill me because I needed to see my mate one last time so he wouldn't just see me as some ungrateful bitch. But I couldn't let Jason have me sexually, because I knew deep down that if he did, then I'd be officially his forever, and that would wreck Vincent, and I couldn't allow him to get hurt because of me anymore. I was so confused and lost, so I just continued to sob on the floor, wishing that Vincent was here. Vincent's POV, it took several hours for my wounds to heal. Just focus on anything but Nora. I thought to myself as I lied on my back in the pathetic shack that I was now forced to call my home thanks to that asshole, Jason. With every breath I took, I could slowly feel my bones snapping back into place, my skin sealing back together. It was as if my body knew that I had to go protect and win back my... I had to get better, had to get her back. Regardless, I tried everything not to focus on the thought of her being dragged away from me by my ex, Alpha. The way she looked back at me in pity, almost as if she felt sorry for me. It was a semi-comforting thought that she was concerned for my well-being, but I didn't want my mate to feel bad at all, even if it was for me. I promised myself that I would destroy Jason for making Nora feel even an ounce of negative emotions. After, begrudgingly, getting my ass handed to me, I had to howl out for help, and partially because my wolf was shouting at me to get Nora's attention so that she'd come back. If she sees us in pain, then she'll come back," he reasoned. "No, she won't." I had sputtered through gritted teeth, wincing whenever I tried to move a muscle, my body feeling as if each bone was shattered glass. I knew she wouldn't come back, knew that she didn't really want me. My wolf whimpered in depressed agreement, understanding perfectly well that our mate wanted nothing to do with us. Even if I did manage to get her away from, she wouldn't want to live her life as an omega with me. A life where I had to fight other wolves just to get her an apple, where I wouldn't be able to help her go to college, where I wouldn't be able to buy her whatever heart desired. The look of disgust and disappointment that was on Nora's face when she first saw the inside of our new home was stuck in my mind, and it tore me apart because I knew that I had failed her, that I was unable to provide for my mate. Nora deserved a mate who could take care of her, a mate who could make her happy. Come to think of it, one of my favorite phenomena was whenever I'd see her smile. The way her left cheek had a dimple, but the right one didn't. Her gleaming teeth always reflected the sunlight, and whenever she'd let out a chuckle, it was like the most beautiful hymn that I'd heard. Unfortunately, when she was with me, it was such a rare sight. That had to mean something, right? And now, back in my house shack, I was faced with the loneliness again. Such a familiar scene, me without my mate, sad and just wanting nothing more in the world than to have her here in my arms. But maybe she would be happier in Florida where she would be free from werewolves, and ultimately me. My inner wolf yelped in pain at that thought. But we want her. He pleaded with me. We need her. I ignored him. He was right. 100%. It was impossible for me to envision a future without her that wouldn't involve me completely depressed for the rest of my life. But what kind of man would I be if I didn't put the needs of my love before my own? Whimpering, my wolf fled in. Fine. He huffed. Maybe Jason can take better care of her. I didn't want to admit it, but there was so much more that he could give her than I could. For one, he was the alpha of the next territory over. That right there gave him power, wealth, and respect, and the loyalty from the entire pack. And through extension, all of that was given to Nora as well. Plus, he had the capability of allowing her to visit Florida, even move there. After all, even if she was with me and I was still the beta, 2B, then I would still need to get Jason's permission to have Nora go to Florida, seeing as he's the alpha and has final say on who comes and goes. Too busy wallowing in self-pity, I almost didn't register it when there was a loud banging on my front door. I asked, leaning up with a wince, one of my ribs still setting itself. "Vincent, open up." Came a female's voice from the other side. Who could this be? "Just open the door." I huffed, not caring if it were someone here to kill me or steal from me. Nora was gone, so there was nothing left to protect. The door slammed open, banging loudly into the wall behind it. In the doorway stood a tall, blonde werewolf who glared down at me with disgust. "What are you doing here?" "Just sulking," she spat at he, crossing her arms in front of her. "Who are you?" I grunted, struggling to sit up. I held my hand to my side to help my ribs stay in place so that it mended correctly. Jessie, Nora's best friend for school, poked her head out from behind the werewolf. "Robin." She gasped. "We need your help. Please." The werewolf glanced back at her, shifting her stance so that her body blocked the human from my view. I cocked my eyebrow at her, and she just threw her hands up in exasperation. "Now's not the time to talk about that," she stated. "Jessie asked me to sneak her here so that she could get you to save her friend, your mate." Jessie poked her head through again, a wide smile on her face. "Yeah," she said. "Totally. And guess what?" I walked up to Crystal as she was kicking Kyle's ass. Kyle from school. Remember him. Anyway, I asked her for her help, and she just stared at me with this look. And I knew it. I knew that I was destined to be a werewolf's mate. The werewolf, Crystal supposedly, pinched the skin above her nose. There were tons of humans around at the pool party. And, of course, I get stuck with the loud one. She grimaced, but she blushed nonetheless at the way Jessie happily declared that she was her mate. I didn't even see her there since I was busy talking to Nora, but once we met in the forest, something clicked. Instantaneously I felt jealous. There was Crystal and Jessie, two people who have never met before in their lives. Yet, in just a short matter of time, Jessie was already head over heels with the idea of being mated to someone of the rest of her life. She understood that it wasn't about being a dog's property, but more about finding that other being who will love her unconditionally. But Mr. Abin, Jessie wind, and I couldn't help but notice how calm Crystal was even with her mate speaking to me. Another werewolf. Nora's in danger. We need your help. Please. In a flash, I was on my feet, claws out and fangs bared, my instinct screaming at me to find my mate. It was difficult to even focus my sight on anything. Red clouded my vision and my limbs ached to tear apart what my Nora was facing. Where? I growled. My voice deepened animalistic. Fuck what I mentioned earlier about letting Nora go on her merry own little way. No, she was mine, and mine only. Mine to protect, mine to hold, mine to love, mine, just mine. Crystal bared her teeth at me, pushing Jessie out of the way of the doorframe. She's with Jason, at his house, she said. Follow me. I have a secret trail that I use to go between territories, and we need to hurry. Jessie piped in. Jason said he's going to use the last resort on Nora. There was nothing else in the world that I could focus on now. All I needed to do was get to my mate. Find her. My wolf demanded. Get her back. I'd plan on it. Crystal phased, throwing Jessie on her back carrier as she led me back to the territory. My eyes stayed fixed on her figure, knowing full well that she would lead me down the fastest route to my mate. The sun was slowly getting lower and I sprinted at full speed, dirt flying high behind me as I bolted. Surprisingly, Crystal's path did lead us back to the old territory rather quickly, and it was pretty well hidden. She led us down close to a river where there were scores of granite rocks that created a sort of natural maze as they jutted out from the earth. Through various twists and turns that even a werewolf would have trouble navigating through, we made it through the border and onto the other side of the old territory. Mate, 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 my wolf chanted, eager to rescue her. There was no way I could allow Jason to take her away from me forever. It was one thing to take her momentarily while she was still alive that gave me a small percentage of winning her back eventually. But if she was dead, I might as well kill myself shortly after seeing as how my light in the world would be gone. Eventually Jason's house came into view. The sun completely set. Unable to help myself, I unleashed Anne's Serpelsting howl to let Nora know that I was here to save her, that her mate was here to take her back. Fighting for life. As a little girl, I used to believe in the silly notion that when my prince would come along, I'd instinctually know. He'd just show up, sweep me off my feet, and carry me off into the rainbow sunset to get our wonderful life together. In my mind, he was supposed to be a human who looked like a model, with a killer smile that would melt my heart like chocolate, turning my insides into mush with just the magic of his voice. However, now I knew that that was just a silly childish notion. As I paced Jason's bedroom, I contemplated on whether Vincent truly was my soulmate. Sure, he claimed that I was his mate, but I had yet to feel the pull as strong as he does. That was normal, though. Humans didn't have the emotional capability to experience devotion that deep. I was told by teachers. Regardless of my doubts and frustrations, there was a little glimmer of something that resided in my heart for Vincent, and it was that sparkle that drove my urge to see him again so that I could apologize and hopefully stop breaking his heart. But I couldn't ignore the annoying fact that, technically speaking, Jason was my soulmate. Vincent was meant to be my second mate, in case Jason or put me in danger. And I was in danger. Point blank, was that why I felt some kind of need to have Vincent around? No, because I'd been in danger before with the swimming pool, the vampire, and if Jason really is crazy, then I was always in danger while in his presence with that in mind. I should have always felt that need to have Vincent here. Therefore, I could only reach one conclusion. I was starting to like my werewolf mate. Son of a bitch. Fine. I'll admit it. Later. Right now I needed to get out of crazy Jason's house since there was no way I'd ever spread it for him or let him kill me. There was no more escaping. I realized, which meant that my only way out of this would be fighting my way out. Jason. I called, stomping over to the bed, yanking the brass standing lamp that was in the corner of the room, ripping the cord as I did so. Semir. What is it? Mate. He asked from the other side of the door. I'm going to neuter you, so get in here. I yelled, flexing my fingers around the lamp and bracing my legs so that I could swing it with all my might as soon as he came in. There was a sigh from the other side of the door. Really? He asked. This is how you want to play? Play. I'm serious. Jason, I said, stomping my foot in frustration. I'm going to kick your ass, and then I'm going to leave and you'll never see me. The bedroom door flung off its hinges, crashing down to the floor, revealing a very pissed-off Jason in the doorway. He had his fists balled with rage, his eyes glowing red with his alpha power. You're not leaving me, he snarled, baring his large canines at me. Yes, I am, I spat. Now get into my way or else I'll kick your fuzzy ass. I swung the lamp towards him. He jerked back, narrowing his eyes at me. So you've chosen last resort. I see. He growled. Fine. He took one step forward and I lunged at him, slamming the brass rod into the side of his head. It hit with a loud clang and the rod vibrated my entire body as it made contact. Apparently Jason's head was made of solid rock because he didn't even look fazed by it, instead just cocking his eyebrow at me, as if asking if that was all I had. And no, it wasn't. I swung the rod continuously, smacking him over and over, grunting with each beat as I did so. Soon my arms grew tired, my damaged shoulder throbbing from all the movement. The rod was completely bent, looking like a boomerang, and Jason still stood there as if I had just thrown a wadded-up piece of paper at him. Seriously, I cried out, tossing the destroyed lamp to the floor in irritation. Jason chuckled. Mate, there's no way a fragile human like you can take down a full, grown, alpha male now. I couldn't give up. Summoning all of my adrenaline, fueled energy, I scurried over the bed towards the closet. I had to IND some kind of weapon to use against Jason. I slammed the door open and just resulted in throwing whatever I could find at him, clothes, shoes, belts, whatever I could get my frantic hands on. The entire time Jason stalked forward, batting some items out of the way while letting others hit him as if they were nothing. He turned his head to the left, popping his neck. His veins stood out on his forehead, and I could tell that he was muster all of his strength to not phase on the spot and shred me to little pieces. Mate, he cooed, holding his hands up in a non-threatening manner. I'm just going to ask one more time before it's too late. Are you going to be a good girl and submit? Yes or no? That asshole was totally speaking down to me as if I were just some emotionally unstable human who was just throwing a tantrum. No. I screamed, running forward and thrusting my foot out to kick him right where the sun don't shine. Jason groaned and bent over in pain. I sprinted around him, making a beeline for the door. I figured that if I made it downstairs to the kitchen, then I could grab a knife and use that to defend myself. Then I could fight a much better fight and possibly even win. Jason roared with fury and I felt myself thrown off to the ground, my body being flown over the upstairs banister. My body slammed against the heart of the floor of the first story with a thud, all the air escaping out of my lungs. My head throbbed like crazy and my limbs tingled as I struggled to move them so that I could at least have some small percentage of making it out of this fight. I looked up to see Jason sauntering down the stairs, his head high and chest puffed out, trying to look bigger and thus more intimidating. And it worked too, making my breath grow labored and a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I struggled to get to my feet, still a little disoriented from being thrown down the stairs. The entire house seemed to be spinning as I sadly attempted to run to the kitchen, having to lean up against the wall a majority of the way there. The entire time I could hear Jason's deafening footsteps behind me, taunting me as he got closer and closer. "Just think about it, mate," he said from behind me. "You'll be the alpha mate of this territory. I can give you anything your heart desires. I'm a very powerful man and can anything happen for you. Just imagine it, you, by my side, waking up in my bed every morning. You carrying our pups in your stomach, and you'll look after them and keep house while I'm out taking care of the territory. Then I'll come home and have the dinner you make me, and then we'll up to our bed and fuck like animals each and every night. My precious mate. Just think about it." He was so close that I could feel his hot breath on the back of my neck, sending a shiver throughout my core. Before I could answer, there was a noise from outside, a howl. A loud howl that I've heard before. All that sent a tingling sensation through me, making me perk up and find my gumption. I spun around to face the pissed-off Jason, who bared his teeth in the direction of the howl. "I'm not into bestiality," I shouted at him and then hocked a huge loogie into his surprised face. Sure, without a doubt, it was perhaps the most childish and idiotic thing I could have ever done to a furious werewolf. But the look on his face as my vicious spit, snort mixture ran down his face was hilarious. But of course, Jason didn't see it that way. I could have been the howl outside or my elugi, or both. Definitely my elugi played a part though, but he phased into his wolf form, towering over me in his animalistic body, his muzzle dangerously close to my face. His teeth were long and jagged, yellow with just a hint of red to really get my terror flowing. I screamed in fear, and almost as soon as I cried out, there was a loud crashing noise in one of the other rooms in the house. Jason snarled and darted over to the source of the noise, completely forgetting about me for the moment. Yes. Ignoring the snarling and sounds of claws and fangs against body, I sprinted into the kitchen, throwing open drawer after drawer to find some kind of weapon to defend myself with. The first one had of mitts. The second had plastic wrap, and the third had packets of ketchup from fast food restaurants. Damn it. I snatched a peppermint I found in the condiment drawer, pocketing it, and then returning on my mission to find a weapon. The noises of the werewolf fight sounded out throughout the house as I frantically looked for something sharp. There a yelp and then silence. I held my breath and stared towards the dark hallway, afraid of whoever would come walking in. Footsteps thudded against the hard floor, and soon the silhouette of a man came into view, a buff man, but not overly huge like Jason. "Vincent," I whimpered, moving behind the counter in case I was wrong. My fingers grasped the tiled top as I anxiously awaited a reply. "Nora," I heard him croak, making me lose all composure. I broke down, tears falling down my face like rivers. "Vincent, is that really you?" I gasped, feeling as if we were being reunited after 5 years instead of just a day. He moved further down the hallway, finally entering the kitchen, and sure enough, there he was. He looked really beat up with gashes and bruises all over his body. He moved with a limp and he was hunched over, but as soon as he laid his eyes on me, his posture straightened and he dashed at incredible speed over to me, wrapping me tightly in his arms and yanking me into his chest. He rocked us gently, his face buried in my messy hair. "It's okay, Nora," he cooed, his voice vibrating his chest. "I'm here. I got you." I couldn't help feeling safe in Vincent's embrace. I buried myself further into his hold, my head resting on his shoulder. "How'd you find me?" I wondered. "Your friends Jessie and Crystal helped me," he answered, looking behind him down the hallway, his hold growing tighter. "I have to get you out of here. Jason's only unconscious, so we need to leave before he wakes up." I nodded and allowed Vincent to lead me by the hand over to the front door of Jason's house. I was tremendously obvious the change in my demeanor and attitude as soon as Vincent came to rescue me. Earlier, I had been fearful for my life, even going so far as to attempt to fight an alpha, but now, I felt almost relaxed and at ease. It must have been true what they say. Vincent's role as a second mate really is to help take care of the alpha mate in case the alpha grew too dangerous. I was thankful he was here, and I knew that there was something that I needed to say. "Vincent," I said, trying to get his attention as he dragged us towards the forest near Jason's house. I struggled to keep up with him, stumbling over my feet as I followed behind. "I need to tell you something. Just wait," he said, his broad back to me. "Crystal and Jessie are waiting for us to help us cross the border. But I really need to say this." I whined, yanking my arm so that it would get him to slow down. Vincent whimpered, looking conflicted. Obviously, he wanted to continue to get me as far away from Jason as possible, but I could tell that he was interested in what I had to say. "What is it?" he finally asked, his hand still firmly planted on my arm. I opened my mouth, but no noise came out. It was dry and I struggled to think up a way that I could apologize for being such a mean person to him. Although he deserved it sometimes. But at least 30% of it is my fault, and I needed to own up to it. "Sorry," I breathed, too flustered to come up with any other words. "I'm sorry, Vincent." He stood there, jaw dropped and eyes wide. Well, he stammered, running his free hand through his hair. "I wasn't expecting that." "Don't act so shocked." I scowled but bit my tongue, not wanting to regress to my past behaviors. "I just needed to say it." I spat, pursing my lips. He nodded, turning his gaze back to the house behind us. Look, Nora, if you really want to make it up to me, I'll forget everything if you just keep moving, okay?" he said, going back to leading me through the dark forest. The sun had completely set by now. It was hard to see anything out in the wilderness, but Vincent led me through, warning me whenever there was a low branch of a high root. Other than that, he was rather silent, not trying to talk me into being with him or saying any kind of lovey-dovey stuff which made me oddly uneasy. I began to wonder if I had somehow squashed all the affection that he had for me with my piss through attitude. I shook that worry from my head. Now was not the time to fret over stuff like that. I had to focus on getting away from Jason. I was glad to hear that Jessie was still safe, but there was a pain in my chest over the loss of Danny. She died because of me, and without a doubt, Reed would die soon too of heartbreak if he hadn't already succumbed to the injuries he got from Jason. But unfortunately, I couldn't dwell on that either. If I didn't want Vincent's blood to be on my hands too, then I needed to concentrate on getting out of the territory. Vincent grunted and cleared his throat, still keeping up his fast pace. "There is one thing I need to ask you, though," he said, his voice shaky and unsure. "What is it?" I asked. Still not looking back at me, he took a deep breath, his wide shoulders rising and falling. I just want to know, and you don't have to answer this right now. It can wait until we get over the border. But I wanted to know if once I rescued you, did you want to stay with me or have me escort you to Florida? Because I will if that's what you want. I'll send you to Florida for you to be free from. He cleared his throat again. Free from me. If he wasn't moving us so quickly, I would have frozen in my tracks. Vincent was offering to let me go to Florida and be free of werewolves, and ultimately, free of him. The cynical part of me thought that this was test, that there was some kind of catch here. But the rational side of me told me that he was being completely honest with me, just wanting what would make me happy. Whatever you want, he said, but I just won't let you stay with him. His voice morphed into an animalistic growl at the end of his statement, his hatred of the idea of me being with Jason totally obvious. Well, I wasn't going to stay with him, so that's not going to be an issue, I mumbled. Yet Vincent truly posed an offer in front of me. Did I want to stay with him, or did I want to leave to Florida? Before all of this, I would have chosen Florida in a heartbeat, eager to live a normal, human life free from werewolves. However, now that I actually had the freedom to choose, I didn't know what I wanted exactly. Yes, I wanted to leave the territory, but at the same time, I kind of liked Vincent and didn't want to be without him. Sure, he got on my nerves all the time. He was super possessive, and he was a control freak at times, and he had an authority complex, and he dictated how I was supposed to sleep, and he told me what to wear, and he wouldn't let me talk to other males, and yeah, but still, he was growing on me for reasons unknown, except for the main fact that he was completely, utterly, and irrevocably in love with me. And I knew that he would do everything in his power to make sure that I was taken care of. Unlike my parents who abandoned me as soon as they found out that I was mated to a werewolf, and unlike Jason who killed Danny and wanted to kill me, Vincent had an unconditional love for me and a drive to do what was best for my well-being. And that just poses the question of whether it was best for me to stay with him or leave. Get behind me, Vincent yelled, letting go of my arm and phasing into his wolf form. He crouched in front of me, growling loudly and baring his teeth, the hair on his back standing straight up. The darkness in the forest prevented me from seeing whatever threat Vincent could sense, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to deduce that it was Jason. Should I run? I whimpered, my leg feeling like jelly and my chest feeling cold with anxiety. Vincent will protect me, I told myself, but I couldn't help the feeling of impending doom. Vincent turned back to me, his fangs long, but not nearly as dangerous looking as Jason's. He nodded, giving a small growl as if he was telling me to hurry. I spun on my heels and bolted through the forest, making it about 3 feet before I tripped over a tree root, stumbling onto the hard ground like a stupid person does in a horror movie whenever danger comes. I scraped my hands up pretty badly, feeling the blood drip from them as I stood back up. Vincent must have smelt it because he turned around, nostrils flared. He let out a huff of exasperation and made his way over to me, his wolf form dwarfing me as he lumbered forward. When he was in front of me, he took a gentle hold of my cut-up hands with his claws, leaning down to lap at them with his massive wolf tongue. I watched in awe as the cuts diminished to tiny scars in just a matter of seconds, recalling how the mating mark that he'd put on my shoulder disappeared in the car the day we met. And speaking of my shoulder, he turned to lap at my chewed-up shoulder, trying to heal the gashes for me, his need to take of me taking priority over Jason. Vincent. I shrieked out in horror as I saw Jason's large wolf form emerge from the shadows. Jason lunged at us, tackling Vincent from behind, the two of them stumbling onto the forest floor. Vincent stood and slashed at Jason, whose wolf form had at least a feet on Vincent's, hitting a couple of times, actually slicing open the alpha's flesh. Jason howled in pain, chomping down on Vincent's arm and thrashing his head, making him yelp. Stop! I screamed at Jason. Let go of him. I searched around for something to use to help save Vincent from Jason's attack, finding a fallen branch that was pretty thick and looked about 3 feet long. That would work. I snatched up the branch and sped forward, slamming the wood onto Jason's face, making him jerk back and snarl at me. With a mighty swing of his arm, Jason sent flying back until his back hit a tree. Hard. Vincent let out a yelp that pulled at my heartstring before he quickly stumbled back over to me, raising his claws. He glanced back at me for a moment, his eyes raking over my form to make sure I was okay. Jason snarled at us. "Possessive, mate," he roared. "Time for the last resort." Vincent lunged from his protective stance and me, crashing into the other werewolf with a loud bang. Groan and yelps could be heard behind me as I ran with all my might to the safety of wherever Crystal and Jesse were. All the while he literally fought for my life against the other wolf. I was almost out of breath when I heard a loud yelp. I turned back to see Vincent on his back, the larger wolf towering over him, jaws wide open, showcasing rows of jagged teeth. Jason looked as if he was about to chomp down on Vincent's neck, and my mind raced with ways I could try to save him. Obviously fighting was out of the question, so I did the only thing that could pop into my mind. "Hey," I shouted, jumping up and down, waving my arms. Both wolves stopped and turned to face me, Vincent growling at my stupidity. I trembled, my jaw quivering. First wolf to catch me gets to keep me. I couldn't believe what I had just said. I mean, I had practically promised myself to whatever wolf could run faster, which I was willing to bet was Jason, seeing as how his legger and his paws were much, much larger. I spun back around on my heels, scurrying down the eerie nighttime forest, dreadfully aware of the heavy paws sounding after me. I glanced behind my shoulder, terrified to see Jason sprinting after me, a mere 10 feet away. I tripped over a root again. Wow, I suck and hit my head on the ground hard. I could feel my nose bleeding, the blood gushing out and running down my lips. I rolled over on my back, nearly wailing when I saw that it was Jason who was closer. I put my hands up in front of me, as if that would protect me, screaming out, "Vincent, help me!" Jason trotted up to me, his ears flat, growing at my outburst. His giant's paws stepped closer and closer, the ground vibrating every powerful step that he took. His giant muzzle slowly made its way down to me, ready to steal me away or kill me, when a loud snarl came from behind him. He jerked back in confusion and Vincent leapt up in the air, crashing down on his back, chomping down on the back of his neck, thrashing his head back and forth furiously. Jason threw back his head and howled with pain, so loud that I had to cover up my ears. I closed my eyes, my heart leaping up into my throat. A series of growls and teeth against teeth rang out, furthering my anxiety. I peeked through my fingers to see Vincent still on top of Jason, thrashing his head to and fro, blood running down his muzzle as he attacked the other werewolf. Jason began to buck up and down, managing to loosen Vincent's hold, Vincent being flung onto the hard ground with a crash. As soon as he landed, Jason swung his paw at his head. A sickening crack resonated as soon as contact was made. "No, Vincent," I screamed, worried that he had lost and that Jason would carry me away. And then an even scarier thought entered, that I might not ever see Vincent again. Vincent snarled and leapt to his feet, swinging his own mighty paws at Jason, slicing open the latter's neck with his sharp claws. Jason choked out in pain, his blood splattering all over the reddening forest floor. He locked eyes with me as he stumbled forward, his wolf form seeming to shrink as he reverted back to his human form. The gash in his throat from Vincent was still prominent, deep. It must have prevented any oxygen from getting into his system, slowing down his heart and brain, preventing him from healing. "Damn, Vincent. That's brutal." Jason collapsed to his knees, his gaze still on me. Vincent, still in his wolf form, stalked over to him, putting a large hand on the back of his human head, shoving his face down into the ground with a sickening squashing sound. I sat up on my knees, wondering just what the fuck had happened. It all seemed to have occurred so fast that I barely had time to even register it. But Vincent. It was definitely clear that Vincent had fought for me. He fought for me, and he won. He killed Jason, the alpha, my first mate. I couldn't say anything. I felt that I should thank him for saving my life, but the sight of Jason's lifeless body made me freeze up, struggling to form a sentence. Vincent slowly morphed back into his human form, naked and covered in blood. His face was bruised, and there was a gash above his right eyebrow, plus his nose was all misshaped and seemed to be cocked to the side. Nevertheless, he stomped over to me, and, without a word, tossed me over his shoulder and carried me off through the forest. Mine, he growled, his arm impossibly tight, almost making me wince. I don't know what possessed me or how I could possibly be starting to feel comfortable in Vincent's hold, but I could feel my body relaxing and my body went lax. Yours, I mumbled back. 5 years later, wow, this was it. Finally, after 4 years of hard work, I was finally about to graduate from the University of Miami with a bachelor's in marine biology. I eagerly bounced up and down in my seat, waiting for the announcer to call my name so that I could walk up on stage and get my degree. Never in a million years would I have ever thought that I'd be here. After all the drama with Jason, I went to Florida. I completed high school here and even got accepted into the university on a full scholarship. Florida was just as I suspected, but it was also a little different. It wasn't technically a human territory. Sure, humans had a lot of rights and human mates weren't viewed as property. But instead, humans, werewolves, and vampires, and genies, they revealed themselves during my sophomore year of college, and I was pretty bummed that I never ran into one to get them to magically help me pass my calculus final were viewed as equal. Everybody lived in harmony and respected one another. If a human was selected to be a mate, then they were actually given a choice of whether or not they wanted to be with the wolf or vampire. And most of the time, I discovered, they accepted and lived their lives happily with their supernatural lover. I still stayed in contact with my friends back in the old territory. After Danny died, Reed shortly died thereafter. I couldn't attend the funeral, but I heard that it was sad but celebrated their love dearly. Crystal told me that they were even buried in the same coffin. Speaking of Crystal, she and Jesse lived happily together, helping to improve relations between humans and werewolves in the territory. I heard that Kyle mated with a female werewolf who was pretty dominant and put him in his place pretty frequently. After Jason's death, there was no beta to become the alpha, so there was an election to find a new one, and a wolf named Rosa won. From what Jesse told me in our phone calls, she was a kind-hearted alpha who wanted to break down the borders between territories in order to help reunite families who were split up after the Great War. And Vincent, Nora, the announcer on stage, called out. I stood up from my seat, trying, and failing, to maintain my excitement. I practically skipped the whole way up the stage, shaking the dean's hand as he handed me my degree. I looked out over the crowd of friends and families, seeing Vincent in the third row, standing and cheering wildly for me. Go Nora, he hooted, holding our newborn son, David, in his arms. Vincent was a wonderful husband and showed me how great it was to be a werewolf's mate every day. And every day he showed me how much he loved me by taking care of me and our son, making me feel guilty over how badly I had treated him back in the territory. I would still apologize to him occasionally, and each and every time he would put a finger to my lips, saying that he was partly to blame as well. And of course, he was still pretty possessive, Getting jealous whenever a guy would look my way or growling at the TV when I would muse that a certain actor was a little attractive. But he was my soulmate and I loved him. I love him very much. Thank you all so much for joining me on this dangerous werewolf journey. I hope you had your hearts pumping and your minds racing. Don't forget to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, and come back for more exciting and dangerous tales. Until next time, stay safe and keep that adventurous spirit alive.